Luhu. Shadala Hello Tenu. Ariana is Kawabiako. Takwados, Shemeka Kwados, Shemeka Lolamaye. With Shabbat Benation, El Shabbat, Lasso, El Shabbat, the Dollar Time, the Olam. Any Benation, Otiolam. Shekami Masada, Shadaba, Shemayu. Where the others to my home speed, Shabbat, not Fash. It was a good day to give thanks unto the Lord and to sing praises to thy name, O Most High. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. Upon the instrument, 10 strings, and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with the solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy works. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works and thy thoughts of every deed. A foolish man knoweth not, neither does a fool understand this. When the wicked springers and wrath and all workers of iniquities do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For though thy enemies, O Lord, for though thy enemies shall perish, all the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. With my horn shall thou exalt like the horn of a wild ox. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eyes shall see the desire of my enemies, and my enemies the desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar of Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. Show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no righteousness in him. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. The great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows his loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs. The Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all ways of justice, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right and see. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you, the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
These are the commandments that give life. The laws of God gives life. The laws of God gives life. And when we depart and forsake God, it brings death to you. It brings death to you. So our duty in this present life is to fear God and keep his commandments. For that is the whole duty of man. This is our duty. Your whole duty, your whole purpose in life is to fear God and keep his laws, his commandments, and his statutes. Removing pride and vanity away from you so that I will be able to serve God. Because you can't serve God being proud. You can't serve God being vain. You cannot serve God being selfish. Because God gave us laws concerning our neighbor. That's what these laws is about. These laws are concerning your neighbor. Yeah. These laws is concerning on how I treat you and how you treat me. Yeah. These laws also teaches us to do what? To serve each other. Okay. Huh? We serve each other, and that is the keeping of the commandments of God. That is the keeping of the commandments of God, man. But what gets in the way of that is self-interest. Self-interest. Me first. I'm only concerned with me. Me. If it don't benefit me, then it's out the window. Sometimes we have to put ourselves on spikes just so that that person can benefit. Just so that the other person can benefit. Where I learned that from? From Moses. Moses asked God to blot out his name and save the people. And with that, you should just think. Just think on that. I hope everybody has gotten these few words. And I'm going to call up the first speaker of the day. It's Chief Mikhail Ben Level.
move. Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. There is none holy as the Lord, but there is none beside you. Neither is there any rock like our God. Talk no more exceeding proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth, for the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty men are broken, and they that stumbled are girt with strength. They that were full have hired out themselves for bread, and they that were hungry ceased, so that the barren had borne 7, and she that had many children is waxed feeble. The Lord killeth and maketh alive. He bring it down to the grave and bring it up. The Lord make it poor, make it rich. He bring it low and lift it up. He raised up the poor out of the dust, and lifted up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness. For by strength shall no man prevail. Please repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in the heaven above,
that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the water under the earth.
that is in the waters under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me,
unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Shabbat day,
Remember the Shabbat day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Shabbat of the Lord thy God.
But the 7 days is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work,
thou shalt not do any work,
thou,
thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
thy manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor the stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in them
the
is,
sea and all that in the
and
midst,
rested the 7th day.
and rested the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder,
Thou shalt not murder,
thou shalt not commit adultery,
thou shalt not commit adultery,
thou shalt not steal,
thou shalt not steal,
thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor,
thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shall thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, my leader, See, I is Ben Dodo, the tribe of that week. I beat you out of tongue of our forefather, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
Okay. Our first stop is in the book of the law, Deuteronomy chapter 24.
Deuteronomy chapter
24. We got 5 books. The first 5 books of the Old Testament is where all the law is contained.
Right.
The first set of laws was the 10 Commandments.
Right.
After that, when they got in the wilderness, when they got in the land and out of the wilderness, that's when all the other laws was instituted, like the year of Jubilee, the law concerning building a house, laws concerning farming, laws concerning your cattle. All these things they couldn't do in the wilderness because there was nothing growing in the wilderness. God led them into an area, Mahaba used to call it a hostile environment. In the nighttime and in the daytime, the environment is hostile. You know what that means? The weather is against you. Okay? At night, it's very, very, very cold. Okay? Anybody know about desert? In the desert, it gets very hot during the day. Right. And at night, it gets very cold. You think it will be still hot at night, but it gets very cold. And the creatures that live out there are cold-blooded creatures. Scorpions. A bunch of other, but that's the main one that be out there because it was mentioned. Snakes and scorpions, is, poisonous animals. Then during the daytime, you got vultures, birds of prey, carnivorous birds that will only eat you when you're dying or you're dead already. There's no grass, there's no berries, there's nothing out there, there's nothing growing. You can't take a shovel and dig because the ground is hard like concrete. Right. This is the place that God led the people through. You know why? People say, well, why did God do that? Why did he do that to the people he say he loved? You got to test them. They got tested on a large scale, millions and millions and millions of people. Abraham was one man. We read last week how he got tested. He got tested with his son, with something that, look, ain't no man in the right world gonna want to kill his son. Right. But then now when God came and told him, he was ready for it. He was ready. He was going to do it. He was ready. There was nothing evil about that. No. Oh, he was going to kill his son. God said that. God that made you, Abraham, his son, every day. It was a test. He runs this his way. He tried his heart. And he wants to see how faithful you are. He wanted to see, after all this time Abraham's been doing this, is he ready? Let me see if he's really, really ready to serve me. And after he did it, God said, now I know. I have to put you in that position in order to see how you really going, what side you going to pick. That's right. You got to pick a side. That's right. Feel me? That's right. Situations go down and squeeze, and you're going to say, oh, you know what? No matter what goes down, I'm on the Lord's side. That's right. I'm with what God say. That's right. I'm with what my father say. That's right. I'm with what my mother say. I'm with what my teachers say, what my leaders say. Because they're not going to say, I'm not going to tell you, it's okay to steal. The people who tell you the right things to do, that's who you go to counsel for. That's who you speak to. That's who you listen to. That's who you get advice from. Because they're not telling you these things for you to go off against God. But we have a problem listening. So God had to put us through this area. Okay? No food. No water. No rain. No vegetation. Nothing wild. That's why they say, yo, man, I wish we was back in Egypt. Because all the things that they mentioned, was it garlics? What else?
Garlic, leeks,
onions, melons, cucumbers. These things grew wild. They didn't have a cucumber farm out there. Garlic farm. They didn't have these things. they grew wild out there. And they were able to look, we could go out in the wild and pick stuff and eat it. But out here, there's nothing. I ain't got nothing. There's nothing out here. So they complained. And that's our problem. That's our problem right there. You complain in word and you complain in action. Once you don't like something, you're not satisfied with something, you neglect it. You abandon it. And we're going to learn about that word, neglected, abandonment, forsaken. We're going to learn about these words. See, we have to learn certain words so we learn, oh, this is something that I should be doing. This is something I should stop doing. This is a way I should be. This is a way I shouldn't be. Okay? Deuteronomy chapter 24.
Deuteronomy chapter 24. When a man had taken a wife and married her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, because he found some uncleanness in her.
When a man had taken a wife and married her, okay? When we get married in Israel, we get married, being that we do everything different, our procedures and our courses are different than the rest of the people in the world and how they do things. We get married without a ceremony. There is no ceremony. You know what the ceremony consists of? We know what a wedding ceremony is. The ring, the wedding ring, the tuxedo, right? The bride's dress, the bride's wedding dress. We know a wedding dress when we see it, right? That's not a regular dress. That occasion is for that. They didn't dress like that. Dressed in all white. Y'all don't even know what the color means when a woman is getting married in that world. She's supposed to be a virgin. The white represents her purity. But are people getting married like that? Are they actually sticking to that rule? No, it's a ceremony. Even these people don't stick to their rules. It has become a ceremony, something to do. Okay? This has become valid in the people's eyes. That's not valid in God's eyes. And everybody has a version of the man and the woman walking down an aisle. Everybody got that. Everybody got that. You go to Africa, you're going to see the same thing. She may not have white on, but she's going to have an elegant big dress on, right? And the man, he's going to have a robe, but it's going to look like a suit. Up here, going to look like a blazer. Yeah. Go to Japan, same thing. There's always a ceremony. There's always something to jump over. You break something. Something has to be. We didn't do that. We were simple and plain people. We didn't make a ceremony and a party out of everything we did. I'm just saying. Okay? Tough shit.
Then let him write her a bill of divorcement and give it in her hand.
So now,
send her out of his house.
It come to pass she find no favor in his eyes. Okay? He has been turned off being with her. There are many ways to turn anybody off, let alone the person that you're with. She finds no favor in his eyes, meaning there's something going on. It could be a number of things. Okay? She doesn't necessarily, oh man, she was sleeping with somebody. That's not the only reason why a man would write a woman a bill of divorce. It's not the only reason why. Okay? You can do other things to cause that to happen. That's why I said that she find no favor. That covers a lot of things. Covers a whole, what bothers me may not bother that man. Okay? So you would look and say, well, man, his wife, he don't put his wife through that. But why I gotta go do that with him? That's your husband. Your standard is towards him. Your desire is towards him. Because men are not the men. We all different. We have variety. Certain tastes that I like, he don't like. I like garlic, he don't like garlic. That's it. So you have, when you marry this man, you are marrying towards his liking also. Okay? And you have to adapt to that.
That's right.
Look. Meanwhile, your husband is adapting the way God wants him to be. We're all adapting, y'all. The children come. The children have to adapt to what Ima and Abba, mommy and daddy, how they like the house ran. You have to accommodate that.
Right.
So everybody has to adapt. Am I right or wrong, Chief?
That's right.
Everybody got to adapt.
That's right.
Children adapt to the parents.
That's right.
Right? Now, between me and you, with this marriage relationship, you have to adapt to me. And me not being the tyrants, because me and you serve each other. I serve my wife, and my wife served me. We both have obligations to each other.
Right.
I can't say, man, I don't feel like going to work today. I'm tired of going to work and taking care of you.
Okay.
What that sound like? That's not good.
No.
And in turn, you can't say you're tired of me.
Okay.
You can't say, oh, well, I'm tired of, I don't feel like cooking today.
Okay.
I don't feel like cleaning today.
Roll on,
I don't
John.
feel like doing this today.
Roll
No, because I didn't get that way.
Roll
you
on.
can't get that
And
way.
his name ain't John.
This is a mutual
No.
thing.
Roll on.
Okay? So,
Roll on.
all right? You have to consider.
Yeah.
Because we died before you. Most of the time, the man died before. You know why? We exert a lot of energy from our bodies, working, hustling, climbing, doing this. He said the man opened up the lion's head and put his head in the lion. What is he putting his head in the lion for? There's something in there. The lion swallowed something. There's something going down while this man put himself in danger and then bring it all home to his woman. So we have to consider each other.
Facts.
The woman goes through a lot to serve the man. The man's going to go through a lot to serve her. But this is the bond.
There you go.
This is what completes our bond. I can't get tired of you.
Well explained.
And you can't get tired of me.
I well explained.
Okay? We have to learn to communicate. Okay?
That's right.
Because this is not a relationship. We are married.
That's right.
Okay? Relationships, you can come and go as you please.
Right.
This
ain't no come and going thing.
This thing is for life.
They all are.
When you get married,
Forever.
it's not God frowned on divorce. Even though we're reading right now. If we get that critical, man, write it. But yo, listen. David ain't give Michal a divorce.
Yeah.
She said she's still my wife. Well, I don't care how it happened, if it was right. People say it was right, it was wrong, but I don't care how it happened. He said, that's still my wife.
That's it.
God never said, nah, don't take her back. Get her out your house. She's defiled. He just never went back into her. He kept the law.
Mm-hmm.
As we're going to read right now, it said, hold on. It said, let him write her a bill of divorcement, which is Sefer Kiri 2, a book of letting go, a book of releasing, or a book of cutting off.
That's right.
Okay? It says, and give it in her hand.
And
It's what we
send her
call
out of his house.
divorce papers.
That's right.
All right? Timesheet.
And send her out of his house.
And send her out of his house. Now it's done different. They all make money off of our marriages. They make money off of our children. Okay? Mm-hmm. They tax you. Okay? Now, I want a divorce. The woman can file, the man can file. That's but right. You gotta have grounds.
Right.
You have to have legal grounds today. Now today it could go either way.
Right.
Right or wrong.
That's right.
But you gotta have grounds. And then you gotta have a lawyer. Okay? Mm-hmm. So it's gonna cost money. It's gonna cost lawyer fees. Mm-hmm. Rich men would rather just be separate from their wives and still pay everything than actually have a divorcement because they're going to be able to get everything. Mm-hmm. So in the beginning, sometimes the man would say prenup. See, all these things are established today that didn't exist back then. Because when she leave out, she ain't expecting half.
Yeah.
She's not expecting it or entitled. She doesn't. Oh, well, I know. This was when I came. He had this here. So you gotta have a house, man. You gotta have somewhere to put this woman.
That's right.
In order to send her out, or else she's gonna send you out. Whose house is it? That's the first thing man has to establish.
That's right.
I tell all young men, get your own house. Don't move in with a woman. I don't care how much y'all love each other.
She'll kick you out.
Okay, because if you're gonna go by these commandments, you're gonna get a different type of law coming down.
She'll kick you out in the middle.
And she got backup. She will call the police. Get out! Get out! Get out! Sometimes I've seen clothes go out the window.
Yeah.
She's all men are different. Some men ain't having that. Sometimes you come back, she gone. She ain't throwing your clothes out there. Your clothes is there, but she not there. See, all these things are the ways of the heathen.
Yeah.
All these actions are the ways of the heathen.
Yeah.
The ways of people that serve idol gods. Okay, their rules allow them to move that way, and it's become common in the world. So everybody's moving that way. Israelites too, the men and the woman. I've seen marriages where the man is correct, the woman ain't correct. She's not correct for him. And I've seen certain situations where the woman is correct and the man ain't correct for her.
That's right.
In Israel, I'm talking about Israel.
Right. That's right.
Because these laws are not being kept. Tom she.
And when she's departed out of his house.
And when she leaves out his house, he has no more jurisdiction over her.
Right.
He can't tell her nothing no more. He can't direct, control, expect, or require anything from her no more. Because she's up from under his umbrella. He has let her go. This here, oh, but no, man, ain't you such and such wife? No, look. And nobody forged nobody handwriting back then. They didn't get down like that. Okay?
Right.
So she got proof that Johnny let her go. She's free. Because back then, dude ain't messing with you. Well, look, where's that? If you can't show me that paper that Johnny gave you, I'm not messing with you.
Johnny 2 times.
I'm not messing with you. Because the penalty is too high. It's death.
That's right.
The penalty for adultery is death.
That's right.
Right? You ain't see too many people mess around with that. It's death. Right.
She may go and be another man's wife.
She is allowed to be another man's wife.
Right.
Wife. We didn't do relationships, marriages. You either married or you stay to yourself. That's how it was in the book.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
And if the latter husband hate her, and write her a bill of
divorce. Okay, so she got married again now, right? And he hate her, meaning he has found something unseemly in her. Unseemly means
unclean
an
thing.
Unclean thing.
Indecency.
An unclean thing could be something that I told you not to do and you still do it.
Indecency.
An indecency is who would cover a lie. Is how you carry yourself. What come out your mouth.
Okay.
How you speak.
Okay.
Your tone of voice.
Learn.
How you dress.
Learn.
How you sit.
That's right.
I was just telling a young lady the other day, young women don't sit like that.
That's right.
You just bang. She just plopped herself down, and when she did that, it caused an accident. I said, that's because you just put it. I said, you so rough. You want to be so rough and mannish. You can't follow your big brother. You can't follow them. You got to be a woman. You got to be dainty. Have some type of slow it down.
That's
slow
right.
your movements
That's
down.
right.
Slow your speech down. Slow down. Be a woman. It's more seemly to a man.
That's right.
See, what's unseemly to me is what's going to turn me on.
That's right.
You know I don't like this, but you keep doing it.
You keep doing it. Facts.
It's the same thing with parents and children. You know I don't like this, but you keep doing it. I don't, no. Check this out. I don't like the way you behave. You didn't actually do nothing, but it's how you express yourself. I don't like how you express yourself. That right there is an unseemly thing.
That's right. That's right.
No man likes a loud woman. Even the men, we tell each other, hey man, you loud. Even amongst the men, we tell each other, you too loud, right or wrong. So what we want to hear from you, we're not going to listen to you if you're loud. David listened to Abigail because the way she approached him. We can learn a lot from these people that we read about. A lot. They were also, David was coming to kill. You know what it is when you're in a kill mode? You know what it is when you're in war mode? Do you know what that is? Mm-hmm. You're blind to a lot of things. Mm-hmm. It's like you blank. Mm-hmm. You can't really. Somebody, man, trying to snap you out of it, and you really that thing is true. It's called a frenzy. It happened to one of the mighty men. He went so crazy with his sword, his hand stuck to the sword. Okay, just kill. And she was able to humbly approach David and change his mind. And how she spoke to him was what changed his mind. It wasn't even the stuff that she brought. It was how she spoke. First of all, she referred to herself as thy handmaiden. She didn't say, hey, my name is Abigail. She didn't even say her name. Mm-hmm. She referred to herself as thy handmaiden. Mm-hmm. The men, when we talk to each other, hey, I can refer to you as my Lord. Right. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I said, you're my Lord. He's my Lord. You're men. You're my lords. I'm your lords. We're lords amongst each other. That's ancient talk. And there's a prestigious respect that comes behind it. Right. Now when we address each other we're gonna behave according to those things we're calling each other. It's also a behavior, right? Mm-hmm. Because these are the things that make the husband hate her. It's a whole bunch of stuff. Okay? You didn't hear no woman asking for a divorce in here. No. Because they were all treated correctly. I don't want to hear that. The only problem women have today with men is, oh, you with another woman. That's the world. That's how it is. These women didn't do that. Sarah was selfless. Let's not forget that. Okay? Let's not forget that. So don't go too far with this. These feelings are not supposed to stir up in us. The one that got jealous was the man. The spirit of jealousy is supposed to go on the man. Now it's on everybody.
Which is a manly trait.
It's a manly trait, a possessive trait.
A possessive trait. God is jealous.
I'm going to get upset about things that belong to me. I'm going to be jealous over things that belong to me. Okay? Time sheet.
And write her a bill of divorcement, and give it in her hand, send her out of his house. For if the latter husband died, which took her to be his wife, her former husband would send her away.
Now, she got married again. And this guy divorced her. Now, these are the scenarios that happens. This happens. Okay? Or her other husband died. She could have got married, but that happens a lot. The man, like I said, the man dies. A lot of times, the man dies before. Okay? That first husband, the very first guy we read about in the beginning that was married to her first, he can't rekindle the romance with her. Right. He can't go back to her. He can't be with her no more. All right? Her former husband was sent her away, may not take her again to be his wife. If you was married to her before and gave her a divorcement and she been with somebody from then, you can't take her back. This guy come, he never been with her. He never been married to her. He's good. She's good for him. He can take her. He can marry her. But me, I had her and I divorced her. Now I want her back. I can't take her back because she is defiled for me, not for that guy. She's only defiled for the person who was married to her and let her go. Okay? That becomes her fault. She may have 4 former husbands. All 4 of these guys married her and divorced her. And here comes number 5. He can marry her and be with her. These 4 guys can't go back. Right. Tough shit.
After that, she is defiled.
She's defiled. Not defiled like everywhere she goes, she contaminated or she's unclean. She's defiled for that man. That only that man. Right. Okay? Tough shit.
For that is an abomination before the Lord, and thou shalt not cause the...
What is the abomination? God said that's an abomination. Not her being defiled for that man. She's defiled with him. He don't touch her. Good. It's still not an abomination. It becomes an abomination when he goes and take her back. And she goes back to him. And they link back up. God said that's an abomination because she was defiled for you. For you to go back into her and take her back, that is an abomination. Now we know.
You slit the block.
Right. We know.
We're back.
What? Because God is a bunch of abominations. It's a long list. Now we just learned one. These are the abominations of the heathen. These are one of the abominations of the heathen, the ways of the heathen, the religious cult movements of the heathen. This is what they do. Okay? And it's okay for them to do that. God said that act is defilement. For you, man. For you, Tamshi.
And thou shalt not cause the land to sin, which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
And guess what? And when you do abominations, any abominations back then in that land, okay, it caused the land to sin. You know what that means? Our actions on that land of Israel went against the course of the land. So it caused the land to sin. Now the land ain't going to yield up what God told it to yield up. It ain't yielding up nothing. It's going to sin against you. Okay? And that sin spreads throughout the land. That's what abomination does. It spreads. All right? Tamshi.
When a man had taken a new wife, he should not go out to war. Neither shall he be charged with any business.
He's not obligated to go to war. We had an army. Israel, the nation. Once you are a nation, you have a government. You have a seat of government. You have a capital. Okay? You have an army. You have generals. You have captains. Okay? You have war machines. You got horses. You have weapons. You have an arsenal. You have an armory. You have munitions. We don't have that today.
Right.
We are not a nation. We are a people that were scattered. We are a scattered people who took on the name of Israel in this day and time. And like Mahabba said, we're trying to crash that party. We are trying to become locked into the line of these people. We picking up where they left off at. And where they left off at wasn't good with God. Y'all understand that? The history. If you read the history, God done away with the rest of the nation. Whoever was left just done away with us and scattered us into the four corners of the earth. We scattered amongst everybody, every nation. That's why when you see people of different colors saying that they Israel, you can't go against that. You can't go against that. You can't say, oh no, they couldn't be. We got scattered. Who didn't die? Who didn't get killed off? Got left and scattered off, and they migrated all the way over there and had families and had sons and daughters and died. Then their sons and daughters mixed with the people over there, and in time you don't see those people that we call Israelites no more. Okay, so what we're doing is picking up where they left off. All right, that's right. We're trying to be chosen like they were chosen. We're not chosen. If we were chosen right now, when God chooses you, you know what he does? He chooses one guy to speak to all of you on his behalf, like he did Moses, right? Like he did the judges, right? Like he did with the prophets. Right. A prophet gonna spring up among us. And all the camps in Israel gonna recognize this guy. And when he said, "Thus said the Lord," everybody's gonna do. Nobody's gonna say, "Hey man, I'm doing my own thing," or "I'm not attacking what he's saying." They're not gonna do that to that prophet. But see, that's what we started doing to these prophets. God would send the prophets and say, "Thus said the Lord." We killed them. We killed our own prophets. So we don't deserve that today. You know what your prophet is? The book.
That's right.
Whatever they say here going to happen in the future, believe it. Believe it. That's your prophet. Because those words came out of prophets. They were written down because this is what it is. This is what it is now. There's nothing else. There's nothing else to talk about. These people did it all. Here it is. These are examples not to do. These are examples to follow. This is the law. These are the ways. This is what God frowned on. This is what God delights. And these are the people who struggled serving God.
That's right.
These are the people who excelled serving God. These are the people who excelled and sacrificed serving God.
That's right.
And that's what we're reading about for them to be an example to us. But we got to do everything that how they did it, that everything they did that was right, we have to follow that and do it.
That's right.
All we got to do is read and do. We don't have to think. When you start thinking, you're going to start seeing something in the book that's not there. That's how God cuts you off. The reason why that's happening, because when we read the law, we go against it.
That's right.
So you're not performing the law. Wisdom can't come to you. You think it's wisdom. You think it's wisdom. Evil and wicked thoughts could come disguised as wisdom, and you think it's the right idea.
Yeah.
Time sheet.
But he shall be free at home 1 year.
No
shall
more.
trail his wife, which he had taken.
So
we can't do that today.
That's what they call it, the honeymoon.
You can't do that today.
They call that the honeymoon.
I say you can't do that.
But look,
today.
listen. Look,
or we gonna be in the
not be
streets.
charged with any business.
You gonna be
Look,
homeless.
this is for a people. Let me tell you something about these laws.
Mm-hmm.
They were given to a free people.
A free people.
The man that they talking to, that dropping this law on, he don't work for nobody.
Facts. He got his own business.
He got his own business. Everybody
Yeah.
is self-owned
Self-owned.
business there. So the black businesses, black self-owned businesses, we had that already. Everybody got land. Every you owned your land. You didn't pay. You didn't have to pay to nobody. You understand that? The freedom that God gave them, took them from slavery, gave them kingship and a government and a priesthood, and made it to where they don't need to deal with the economy of no other nation. They didn't need trade. They didn't need to buy or sell. Do you understand that? They relied on God for everything. God said, look, man, I'm giving you vineyards and olive trees you didn't plant. I'm giving you houses you didn't build. Right or wrong?
That's right.
All y'all got to do is follow these commandments. Move in. Kill those people. Get them out of there. And move in. Get their idols down. Knock their idols down. Knock that stuff down. You're going to run into God's name. Don't do it, because the heathen use God's name also to validate what they do. He said, so when you run into it, he said, you shall not do so unto the Lord. He said, but get rid of those people and move in. He said, I'm going to move you in. I'm going to make it easy for you. He said, but then now you got to complete your part of the deal.
Right.
Now it's your turn. God always do his part first, because you need God to do his part first for you to get out of the jam you in. Or for you to get whatever the deal is. God is going to show himself. That's when he show himself to you. When you ask for something or you make a deal with God and he pulled through for you.
That's right.
That's when he show himself to you.
That's right.
When you're supposed to be dead and he maintained you miraculously, that's when he showed himself to you.
That's right.
When the police see everybody but they didn't see you, that's when he showed himself to you. When the bullet go like this and go around, that's when he showed himself to you.
That's right.
These amazing, wondrous miracles that God performed for his people.
That's right.
And he always said, look, man, I just want you to know who the Lord is. Even the kings that went against God, when they got in trouble, they went to him. And God said, all right, I'm going to do some miraculous stuff going on. When the people see the water, they're going to see blood. They're going to see blood and then it's going to make them start killing each other. He said, then you're going to know what? I am the Lord. You acting like you don't know me, son.
Yeah.
That's what God means when he say down, you're going to know I'm the Lord. I'm going to still do this for you. You just got up from bowing down the bill. But when it get real, when it get cracking, when it start squeezing, when the situation squeeze, he kicked Bill to the side and go back to the Lord. Okay? And that's when God said, okay, now you coming back. See, you're very stubborn. I had to do this for you to come over here. He said, now you're going to know I'm God. Go ahead. Now you got to keep your part of the deal, and you got to always talk about that. That time when God showed himself to you. You got to always talk about that. This is how you also praise God. Beside the praise. You praise him in his praise. It said praise him in his mighty acts.
Right.
Okay. The only mighty acts that I know is what I read about and what he did personally with me and my family. I said, wait, that's the Most High did that. He showed himself to me in what he did with you. That's how he showed himself.
That's right.
But we don't peep it. We don't acknowledge it. We don't praise God. We don't glorify. All that is praise and glorifying.
That's right.
Okay? Acknowledging what he did for you. Acknowledging what he did for your father, for your mother, for your children. Come see.
No man shall take the nether or the upper millstone to pledge.
Okay. Now we come to pledging. Business between each other. Right?
Right.
A pledge. I come to borrow something. Okay? I'll come to borrow some shekels, brother. All right? I bring my robe as collateral.
That's what the pledge is.
The collateral
is the
is
pledge.
what makes it the pledge.
That's right.
It's not the money I borrowed. Okay? He holds on to that until I pay him back. I could die and don't get to pay him back, right or wrong.
At least I had.
At least you had that. Okay? And you can't request, or I can't request, like, no, I don't want that robe, because that's what they gave for pledges, their robes.
Right.
They had value. It costed as much as whatever money I'm borrowing from you. That was the value of it. So now, I cannot say, hey, I don't want that robe. Give me your upper millstone or your lower millstone. Remember last week I was teaching about the millstone, how big it is and what it's used for. I can't take that from you. I can't take the upper part or the lower part. That's how you make your bread. That's how you eat. That's how you make your money. How are you gonna pay me back if I take the means of how you make money away from you?
Right.
We do that today. Yeah, but you owe me money, man. So I'm taking everything. Give me the phone. Wait, hold on. Give him back his phone. He gonna need that. He gonna need that. Give him that. No. Give him this. He need that. He gotta pay you back. You might as well kill him, man. Even in the mafia world, dudes coming in, where's the money at? He said, I ain't got it right now. They start breaking him up. After he said, whoa. I need this guy to pay me back. I can't have him in the hospital. Chill. You broke him up enough, man. I don't need him broken. Okay? You gotta have a heart, and everything is, you have to have a heart in everything that we're doing. All right? And you can't take the upper or the lower millstone, because that's how he's going to pay you back. That's how he eats. Okay? That everybody needed that millstone in the house, because our food came from the yard, from outside, what's growing outside, whatever grain we got going, and you need that to crack the grain. You need that. Other than that, you're not eating it. You're not biting that with your. You're not going to take the actual barley hull and bite it and break your teeth. You need that millstone. Okay? Tongue sheet.
So you taking a man's life to play.
You taking my life now. You taking food out of me. You taking everything. You stopped my whole business. Tongue sheet.
If a man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Israel,
kidnap,
and make it merchandise of him, or sell him, then that thief shall die, and thou shalt put evil away from among you.
You know, certain laws I noticed God making specific that you cannot do this to any of his brethren of the children of Israel. That's why we be careful Like when it comes to Israelite and Israelite, it shouldn't go too far because there's a lot of things we can't do to each other by law, regardless of what we can't do to each other.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of things gotta leave it alone. Gotta leave it alone, man. Because I can kidnap one of them out there. They was able to kidnap a Moabite. God ain't say that. He said, I don't want you to kidnap or steal any of your brethren, of the children of your people of Israel, because y'all all from one man, Jacob. Certain things y'all can't do to each other that y'all will be able to do to the heathen. Y'all can't do to each other. Okay, one thing we could give them something that died of itself, right or wrong, right? I could give it to the alien. The alien is a person that don't live by God's commandments.
Right.
The stranger is the person that live by God's commandments. The stranger looks different, or is from a different nation, or is from a different tribe, or a different country, or speaks a different language. No matter what, when that person comes around and starts living like you, that's the stranger that you got to treat like the homeborn.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not giving that to the stranger. I will give that to them out there. I say, yeah, I go, okay, I'll go take it to the center, boop, drop the food off. Drop the food off. That food goes to them. God will heap hot coals upon their head. We got to do it exactly like it said in the book. That's right. The one that come around us, we can't treat no the Asian looking family start coming around here. We can't start downing Asians.
No.
We gotta leave that alone. We're gonna leave that alone. Because they come from an Asian background. But his mother is still an Asian. His father is still offensive. So you leave that alone. And you, excuse me. You say things to make them feel welcome. Make them want to come back. Make them not want to leave. Yeah. Make people not want to leave. But after the teachers, they want to ask questions. Mm-hmm. They're more interested.
You made an impression.
And then now they're hitting you during the week. Because why? You didn't run them off. Yeah. Me and him, an argument between me and him could make you not want to come here no more. We didn't necessarily do or say anything to you.
That's right.
But between me and him, you said, wait a minute.
He did that to him?
Ain't they brothers? Or ain't they friends? Or aren't they brothers? You see how your behavior can do?
That's right.
They didn't exactly do that to you.
That's right.
But how we deal with each other will turn other people.
If you did that to me,
no. Me personally, I'd be like, whoa, wait a minute. Yeah.
That's right.
What would they do to me? I'm out of here.
That's right.
He said, don't let the eunuch say I'm a dry tree.
Don't let the eunuch say that. That's right.
Man, you know what that means? I'm belong here.
That's right. Don't make me feel strange. Don't make me feel out of place.
I'm gonna get up out of here.
Make me feel at home.
Yeah.
Make me feel wanted.
And in return, I'm not gonna come amongst you and misbehave.
Thank you. That's right. That's right.
He's a godly trait.
That's right.
I'm not gonna come around you feeling entitled and you. All right?
That's right.
I'm gonna feel obligated to you as the host. Right. You feel obligated to me.
That's right.
As a guest.
That's right.
This is how they dealt with each other.
That's right. A treatment.
When I stayed by your house, I didn't say, well, look, man, I'm gonna sleep over here. I didn't pick my spot.
Wait,
I stood, look. I stood by the door until you invited me in your house, in your room.
That's right.
That's your house.
Your domain.
That's what the woman did.
This is your spot.
And then now you, man, come, man, I tell you, man, come in with that, man. Pick a spot. But you stick to your modesty. They say, no, right, man, I'm gonna be right here.
Don't pick my bed.
I stick to my generosity. You stick to your modesty.
That's
and
right.
the other way around. That's how it go, man.
That's how it goes.
That's how it go.
That's right.
Nobody feel being taken advantage of because that's an unfair situation.
That's right.
You can't just go up at people's house, act how you want.
No.
Certain houses
No.
you may not make it out of.
No.
You
That's
can't
right.
do that. That's
right.
not a good thing to do.
That's
You
right.
get a bad name like that.
That's right.
Say, yo, man, don't let that one come to your house, man.
He ain't no good. He ain't no damn good.
And a lot of times, the report be true.
100%.
I don't believe until I know, but I watch and observe. I say, okay, yeah, I see what this guy was trying to warn me about.
Yeah.
You gotta take heed to certain warnings.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just got something personal with him, so
Yeah.
you want to come and do, you got to know all of these things.
Right.
You can't just hurry up and pick a side. Can't
No.
do that.
No.
That's if you want to be just.
That's if you want to
That's
be just.
if you want to be just.
According to the standards of God.
Do you want to be just and correct? Or do you want to pick this guy because I really don't like him?
That's right.
Well, he said something about me last week, so I'm saying over here.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
You all in your feelings.
Okay, we not gay. This is the honorability of God we're talking about.
That's right.
And this we gotta be this way. So I keep my generosity, you keep your modesty, and when it's switched around, I keep my modesty, you keep your generosity.
Right.
It takes two, man.
That's right.
I'm not gonna be generous to you and you acting crazy.
Acting all
Speak
crazy.
on.
That's right.
Say it again, brother.
That's right. That's right.
We having a discussion about the book, and you talking to me like this.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Your body behavior is different. I
Speak
know
on.
you good.
Speak on.
That's right.
You all right?
You all right?
Listen, hold on. Close the book.
Yes,
Come over here and talk to me.
Yeah, relax.
Because that's what that brings.
That's right.
Talk about it,
Right
brother.
now, no, we gotta talk. We ain't gotta fight unless you want to.
Talk
But
about
I
it,
see we
brother.
have a situation we gotta clear.
Talk
That's
about
right.
it.
Come over here, brother.
Yeah,
We
talk
chief
about it.
men, right?
Talk
All
about
right,
it.
come over here. We should be able to talk about this.
That's
We not females.
That's right.
Okay, what's up?
That's right.
Look, you was wrong. You said that.
Yeah.
That's right.
And let me
That's right.
finish,
Yeah.
because when look, I say my piece and shut up, I want to hear what you got to say. Now we're gonna go to the book behind it.
Yeah.
Then we open the book back up. Now we are in a behavior where we could go in the book, and it
right.
don't go no further than that. No feelings, don't catch no feelings.
That's right.
If you see where,
That's
oh
right.
wow, I could be wrong.
That's right.
And I'm not gonna say, hey, see, I told you I was right.
That's right.
I'm not gonna do that.
That's right.
We not get this. Not what this is about. This is why Moses was able to give himself up, because this was beyond him.
Okay.
We gotta get those people in there, like you said, or else it's on your name. I can't have that.
Right.
Take me out.
Right.
I don't add wood to the fire.
I'm gonna add wood. I'm not gonna add wood to it.
That's
I
right.
gotta put water on it.
That's right.
Leaders, teachers, judge, people who judge matters.
That's right.
Speak on
We
it, brother.
gotta be an extinguisher
Mhm.
for everything.
Speak on it, brother.
I understand how you feel, bro. Oh, I understand how you feel, sister. I gotta put extinguishing. I gotta get to the. If I'm gonna handle this matter, everybody gotta stay in their place first.
Right.
Speak on
That's right.
So I can figure, because right now, but everybody's behavior is telling me you both wrong,
Okay.
or all of you wrong, or you're wrong.
it. Speak on it.
Because okay,
Okay.
in order for us to handle these matters and do these commandments, we have to have our behaviors intact.
That's
Okay.
right. That's right, brother.
Even when I'm correct.
That's right, brother.
Because look, when I'm correct, I ain't got that much to say.
Dig it.
The book, God. That's right, brother.
Dig it.
That's right, brother.
It's talking.
Speak on it, brother.
The book talk.
That's right.
That's all I say. Well, look, man.
The book
I
says-
seen my Abba.
Facts.
I seen my Abba. Everybody is in agreement except him. He's sticking to the law.
That's facts.
That's right.
Talk about it, brother.
That's right.
And that's my training. That was my example.
Yeah.
He didn't actually sit me down and say, yo, man, I saw by example. He says,
That's right.
that law. And I saw the lives of all the men compared to my father.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
Yeah.
Right? And then I read it in the book, and I see a lot of similarities with the men of today.
Yeah.
In the book,
Yeah.
how they surround, how they talked against David,
Yeah.
and how all the righteous people, that the evil Israelites hated the righteous Israelites.
Speak on it, brother.
Yeah. That's right.
To the point where you would kill your prophet. Your prophet.
Your own
The prophet is your prophet.
Your
Speak on it,
priest.
brother.
God sent them to you,
And
for
killed
you,
him.
and they said, kill him.
And you
kill him. He said, thus say the Lord, he ain't say nothing evil.
Yeah.
I said, man, in Israel, you got to watch it. In Israel, you got to watch it. You make enemies when you show them that you for God. You're going to make enemies in Israel. I'm not talking about the heathen.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the heathen.
That's automatic.
We're not talking about the majority of the heathen. They see, oh wow, they really live like that. They respect it.
They recognize and they respect it.
You ain't got to explain the law down and break it down to them and say, he said, no, but why you? I said, no, because you know how we live. I'm forbidden to do this. I'm forbidden to do that. And blah, 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 blah. And so that's why you don't see me do that. And they're like, oh, that's what's up. They keep it moving. But when I talk to Israelites, and then you come ask me the question, you already know the answer to
It's
that.
already an argument.
What you coming to ask me for? You know I'm based on the law. Don't ask me nothing. All the answers is going to come from the law.
That's right.
Okay? Time sheet.
Take heed in the plague of leprosy.
Take heed in the plague of leprosy.
That
Back then, there was a plague, a disease, highly contagious disease. It affected your skin, your flesh.
Yeah.
And he ate your flesh.
It
He ate your
consumed
flesh.
your-
He consumed your
consumed your
flesh.
limbs.
And it came in different stages.
Different
And
different forms.
all skin diseases come from leprosy. They're all a form of leprosy.
Right.
Skin diseases like eczema, and there's a couple of more. Okay?
Yeah.
All right? And there were rules for this. The
Yeah.
priests, you had to be, the leprosy could be in the walls. Yeah,
That's right.
it's in streets.
And they tell you how to,
Sometimes
how to
it-
detect it.
And they tell you how they tell you in Leviticus,
How to detect
and that's the priest's job. The priest is the one that go do that. And he declared this house
unclean.
unclean. Nobody can live in this
Can't
house.
go in. Everything that's in it is
Everything in it is
Everything
unclean.
in it is
Everything in it. Everything.
right. That's right.
And then you look at the person, he said that the white hair is lower than some
Than the
people how to
skin.
go, but then the
Lower
skin,
than the skin.
right?
Yeah.
And everything is
That's
white.
right.
He said,
That's
okay,
right.
send him back for another 7 days.
That's right.
And if it come back and it's white again, okay, he's deemed clean.
Yeah.
So this
Right.
leprosy thing was the most prominent disease in the ancient world. It killed anybody. Look, the Romans had it bad. Leprosy hit the Romans bad. They had leper colonies. You know what that is? Cities for people. Once you leprous, the Praetorian guards come and grab you. These guys got shields this big. Yo, centurions, they come, they grab you up. You get what? Ostracized and quarantined to the nearest leper city. They throw you in there, and when you get in there, there's people dead right there. People are you dying. You in there with them. You got to fend for yourself in there. Everybody in there is dying slow.
2 dead bodies.
Tore up. You got a skeleton here. You got kids in there.
Yeah.
It could be, look, your child could have leprosy. They snatching that child and they throw them in there. And if you want, you could go in there.
Yeah.
No, they did. No. I'm not leaving my child. I go in there. Lock them in there. You're not coming in for here because it's highly contagious. So God said, take heed in the plague of leprosy that thou observe diligently and do according to all that the priests, the Levites shall teach you. They are the medics in that situation. Time sheet. Yo, isn't this beautiful? This is beautiful. This is fun. God said, make this your delight. This is supposed to be fun. This is learning about something that hasn't been done for thousands of years.
That's right.
Nobody's been walking on the planet doing this for thousands of years. You're going to be part of a movement that is not going to be recognizable in the world,
That's
but
right.
recognizable by God. You understand that part?
That's right.
This movement is only going to be recognizable by God. Term sheet.
That thou observe diligently, and do according to all that the priest, the Levites, shall teach you.
Mhm.
As I commanded them, so shall ye observe to do. Remember what the Lord thy God did unto Miriam by the way. After that ye will come forth out of Egypt, when thou dost forth of Egypt.
Yeah. When we was in the wilderness, God backed up off of us. He said, look, man, what they did at the foot of Mount Sinai, I'm going to send an angel.
Right.
The angel going to be with them. Right?
Right.
He said, but beware. He said, but look, beware of that angel, that you don't offend that angel in violation of my commandments, because my name is in him. And he doesn't, you know what that means? You don't have that same mercy. He has meaning. He has an order. He has an order. And that's all he knows, is the order that God gave him. That's all that angel knows, is the order that God gave him.
Right.
And if you mess up, he's coming. Okay? The plague gonna break out. This gonna happen, that gonna happen. So beware. Okay? He said, look, when it's time to move, we didn't move on our own. We didn't know where to go. We didn't know the wilderness. We didn't have a map. We didn't have GPS. Okay? We didn't have Gmail maps. I could go on my phone right now. There's no way you could get lost nowhere now. Back then, didn't have these things. God was their compass. God was their direction. So at nighttime, there was a pillar of fire in the sky. That pillar of fire is what they will call a beacon. A beacon is to show you, oh, wow, this is where we're supposed to go.
Not to
It's
keep you
light. No, it's not to keep you warm. It was there to direct the way to go in the wilderness. And in the daytime, there was a cloud. Okay?
That wasn't keep cool.
And it wasn't to keep him cool. You know what kept him cool? You know what kept him cool? When God gave him that water. That's when they got cool. There's another part in that book of Ezra. It said, I gave you shade for your blasphemies. You know what that is? I allowed the trees to grow. There were times when trees grew to give them shade. He said, I gave you shade from the sun. And even though you was blaspheming, you was just cursing my name out in the wilderness. But that cloud and that fire had no effect on the weather. It was only to show them where to go. That was the angel. Toshi.
Remember what the Lord thy God did unto Miriam, by the way. After that, ye will come forth out of Egypt. Now just lend thy brother anything. Thou shalt not go into his house to fetch his pledge.
Another rule about the pledging and the lending and the borrowing. I can't go in his house and pick the pledge.
Decide what I want.
Plain and simple.
Uh-huh.
I can't do that. Yeah, but you borrowed the money from me. Stay outside. Don't go in that man's house picking anything.
Right.
Okay?
That's right.
But we have covetous minds. Being covetous will make you want to do that. All right? Time sheet.
Thou shalt stand abroad,
Stand abroad.
and the man to whom thou dost lend shall bring out the pledge abroad unto thee.
Uh-huh.
And if the man be poor, thou shalt not sleep with his pledge.
Remember the pledge, all the time was the robe. And that's how the men slept. We slept in our robes. The women too. We didn't sleep in pajamas, naked, in our boxes, in our in underwears, in negligees, in nightgowns, in bathrobes, PJs. Okay? We didn't sleep like that. Okay, that stuff didn't even exist. We didn't have none of that stuff. We didn't need it. So they slept in his robe. He said, so you got to bring back his robe. So the pledge, most of the time, until you pay me the money back, at the end of the day, there you go, bro. At the beginning of the day, you bring it back to me. And that cycle keeps going until you pay me. But I can't stay. If it's a robe, I cannot keep it at night. I got to give it to you at the end of the day. Because we said, wherein shall he sleep? What are you going to sleep in? What are you going to sleep in? Time sheet.
In any case, thou shalt deliver him the pledge again when the sun goeth down, that he may sleep in his own raiment, and bless thee. And it shall be righteousness unto thee before the Lord thy God.
So we went to sleep with clothes on.
Not naked.
He said, so that he may sleep in his own radiance. Okay? Time sheet.
Thou shalt not oppress a hired servant that is poor and needy.
Like you got a hired servant. I have somebody who works for me. They work for me. I pay them. Right? 9 times out of 10, he's poor and needy. Somebody's working for me. He needs the money. He said, whether he be of thy brethren or of thy strangers that are in the land within thy gates. Verse 15.
Whether he be of thy brethren or of thy strangers that are in the land within thy gates, at his day thou shalt give him his hire.
You got to give him, at the end of the day, you got to give him that money. You got paid. Back then, here, you got paid at the end of the day. After you put see, most of the work you're doing is farm work, field work. It's agricultural work. That stops when the sun starts to set. All the animals got to go in their yards. Some of them got to go back in the barns. You got to start putting stuff up because the wolves and the night dogs coming out. Okay? And you ain't going to see at night anyway. It's over. No work. Okay? You go, everybody coming in. I got 6 workers that work in my field. When it's starting to get a certain time, they drop everything. Boom. They come in, and I got their shekels right there. I'm supposed to have it right there. Don't you? So at his day.
Right. At his day thou shalt give him his hire. Neither shall the sun go down upon him.
So you got very little time because the sun is setting. The day's about to end. That's when you stop working. So when I come in the field now, I'm supposed to clean off. The money's supposed to be there. It's supposed to be there waiting for you. But not today. Not today. When you're on that line, you're on the line. 30 people before you. You're on the line for 2 hours. You got your ID. Yeah, man. Everybody talking about what they're gonna do with their money. When you get up there, say, you give your name. Look, you take it too long. Looking at the list, so man, you start getting worried right then and there. Your heart start beating. Say, man, he taking too long to find my name. Why my name ain't on the list? He said, well, your name is on the list papers. He said, why? You gotta go to your boss now, your manager. Yo, what up? No, man, we gotta give you next week. We gotta give you the next. We missed you. Put your name on the paper. Nobody don't want to hear that. You don't want to hear that, man. And God knows that. And God set it up to where, look, man, you got it, give it to him at the end of the day. He said, because he is poor and set it his heart upon it. I am depending. I am looking forward to this you gave. You're supposed to have for me.
Right.
I worked for it. Right. I sweat all day. Tired. I got kids I got to feed. I got a wife and kids. Okay? You're bugging. So he said, lest he cry against thee. That will make a man cry against you.
Yeah.
That will make a man, any man, cry against you. He will cry out to God against you for that. So it's not good to cheat people and hold wages and do all these scam people and steal from people. And when you deprive people of what they're going to curse you in the name of God. That's right. They're going to curse you. He said, yes, he cried unto the Lord, and it be that right there. Once he cried, sin on him. That's right. God said, man, see, now you complaining to me about you. It's not good when a person complains to God about you and your wrongdoings. That's right. That ain't good. No. And that's what David used to do. That's what David, he was right with God too. Oh man, God coming out even more. Even more. That's right. Time sheet.
But he is poor and set his heart upon it, lest he cry against thee unto the Lord, and it be sin unto thee. The fathers shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin.
You see, God, you can't put the children to death for what the father did.
Right.
Right? We live in a lawless world. Okay? So remember, these laws were for us. For us. We lived amongst each other. We had our own neighborhoods, our own communities.
Right.
Okay? Outside of that, a lot of this stuff don't count. They don't live by this.
Right.
So we couldn't treat them like that. We treated each other like that. Okay? Your son stole from me, I'm not going to take it out on you.
Right.
And vice versa. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
I can't come and put you to death for something that your son. Your son is the one that slept with my wife and committed adultery with my wife. Not the father. Now I want to kill the father for what the son did. Or I want to kill the son for what the father did. I can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't take revenge like that. I can't take. See, that's taking revenge, right? On the innocent. Because you didn't do it.
That's right.
Even though that's your son. And you look. You frown on what your son did too. I can't make you pay for that. Verse 17.
Thou shalt not pervert the judgment of the stranger.
To pervert is to change. To alter or change something. Okay? He said, thou shalt not pervert the judgment, okay? The decision, the verdict, right, of the stranger. Okay? You can't change the sentence of the stranger. You go, oh, well, he a stranger. It don't apply to him. He ain't Israel. He wasn't born in Israel. You know? So you can change this situation, but you can't do that. Or for the fatherless. Or take a widow. Okay. He said, I can't change the decisions of the judgment for the stranger or the fatherless. Nothing changes. If it's against them, it's against them. If it's for them, the decision is for them, according to the law. I can't change it because of your situation in life. Okay? And then it says, nor take a widow's raiment to pledge.
Mm-hmm.
I can't take, if the widow come, because the widow, there's no man there. That's what made her a widow.
Husband's dead.
Her husband is dead, and she remained that way. So she's going to come and want something and come with a pledge. I'm not supposed to take that.
Her pledge.
I'm going to give her and be liberal with her. Matter of fact, every week you come here and you get. I have ordered my men to let you freely take as you want, right? I've ordered the young man to leave you alone.
That's right.
That's what Boaz did.
That's right.
He did that because he liked her.
Mm-hmm.
Right or wrong?
Yeah, he was feeling them.
I'm talking about a widow. That's automatic.
Yeah.
Not, hey man, she look good. I'm not even supposed to look at her that way.
He has become,
I see that she remained a widow. I don't want to kick it to her.
he has become a symbol amongst the women.
Yeah.
Me a Boaz. I need me a Boaz. Okay.
Yeah, that's what everybody said.
I need
everybody
me a
need
Boaz.
That's the same in Israel. But Boaz did it.
Boaz did his thing.
He showed an example.
Of how, that's right.
Example. Treatment. That's right,
What
man.
about
That's
Boaz
right.
at?
I like that part when he said,
Yeah.
no, man, I have ordered the young men not to say nothing to you.
Yeah, and nobody's gonna
Yeah,
touch
ain't
you.
nobody gonna touch you.
Nothing to
Come,
you.
look, come
All
on the
clean.
block. Come
Go ahead
through.
and
Ain't
clean.
nobody gonna say nothing to you.
Uh-huh.
I like that.
Uh-huh.
That showed that he truly, genuinely liked what but he didn't try to have sex with her.
That's
He
right.
didn't run off in the woods with her. He did. He said, "Oh well, you know what? Let me redeem her.
Mm-hmm.
Let me do this thing right."
That's right.
And he went and he did that right. And that's why all the women today want a Boaz. Look. To be a Boaz, you gotta have money.
Money.
Boaz had money.
That paper.
He had all those young men he was ordering, they worked for him. Tell me.
But thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in Egypt, and the Lord thy God redeemed thee. Therefore I command you to do this thing.
This is why this is where all these laws is coming from. He said, but thou shalt remember. He said, don't do this. Don't pervert the judgment of the stranger.
Okay.
Nor the fathers.
Okay.
Don't take away with women
Okay.
place. Because that's what was being done
That's
to you
what
in
was being
Egypt.
done in Egypt. They did all that in Egypt.
That's what was being done in Egypt.
That's right.
It wasn't just getting cracked with the whip. It was injustices and
Injustice going on.
bad treatment being done.
That's right.
They wasn't treating the widow correct. They was changing the sentence of the fatherless.
They had no regard.
They had no
for the fathers,
regard for that.
the widow.
For old or young.
Orphans, old or young.
Orphans, widows,
That's right.
strangers, They treated everybody the same. And you better have that same mentality of brick at the end of the day. At the end of the day, no matter what, you had to go find the straw and make the same amount of brick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why they had to wow. They cried out. It's too
Cried
much.
out.
Now, man, we can't take this no more. You ever get to the point, I can't take it no more. Ah! But they cried out to God.
Mm-hmm.
That
heard
cry was a real decision.
He heard they cry.
When you read in this book that the people cried out to God, they were crying.
They were
actually really crying.
crying out.
Okay?
That's right.
Time sheet.
That's right. When thou cuttest down thine harvest in thy field, and hast forgotten the sheaf in the field, thou shalt not go again to
So
fetch
look,
it.
hold on, I'm still on that last verse. But thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in Egypt. Remember what you went through, man. Remember what your moms went through, what your father went through, what you went through, with your family, remember what you went through. You shouldn't want to do this to another person.
Which is going to bring about changes within yourself because of what you went through.
Because I remember that. So
Because
it's not
of
going
what
to
you
be
went
that
through.
way.
I'm not going to be that way to you.
Although it was done to me here,
Facts.
that's showing me I didn't like it.
That's
so
right.
now I got to make sure I don't do that to you
That's
or
right.
nobody else.
That's right. That's
That was
right.
heavy right there.
That's right.
Learn your lesson even when you was there. But don't forget where you came from.
That's right.
Don't forget how you was treated, man. You didn't like it. So don't do it. What you don't like, you cannot do. When you do it to people, you are vexing and oppressing. That's vexation and oppression.
Right.
When you do something to people that you don't like. Time sheet.
When thou cuttest down thine harvest in thy field,
Uh-huh.
and hast forgotten the sheaf in the field,
Uh-huh.
thou shalt not go again to fetch it. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow.
Nobody
That
thinks
the Lord
about
thy
these
God may
people.
bless thee in all thy works.
Nobody thinks about these people. He says it shall be for the stranger,
stranger, for the fatherless, and the widow.
and the widow.
Mm-hmm.
The stranger, he's not of the people. So a lot of people are going to shun the stranger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? He said the fatherless, he don't have his father there to protect him. A lot of people, if their fathers was in their lives, you wouldn't be doing what you're doing to them.
That's right.
Yeah. You have a spokes. The father is the spokesman for his family.
That's the madman.
He's the one that represents his family. He's the first line and the last line of defense. The
Madman.
father. That's why they say he's not protected. The
God
unprotected. He said, God said, man, look. Don't have an age on it either.
Facts.
There's no age on it.
Facts.
I've known people, grown people, man, who grew up without a mother or a father or both.
And they hurt.
And they still hurt.
Still hurt.
Kids.
Yeah.
You never got what you got. You need to honor your parents, man.
That's
Stop
right.
playing, man.
That's right.
I got friends that ain't had no father, man.
That's
That
right.
made me honor. That made me look at my father and appreciate him.
That's right.
My friends cried because they got their mother in the house, but they didn't have no father.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them didn't know who their father was.
Yeah.
Some of them, their fathers got murdered,
That's right.
got put down. He said, damn. Look at me and say, yo, man, you blessed, you got your father. All my friends told me that. So I always said, man, nah, I gotta do extra.
So, hey, the governor always say that.
He like, when I do this, I'm gonna do this, man.
Hey,
You know what? I'm gonna pop up on him when I ain't even gotta be here. I'm gonna pop up on him. He likes stuff like that.
I hear the governor
That make me appreciate my mother.
say that all the
People
time.
don't have these in their
Say
life.
that
A
all
lot
the
of
time.
people are what? You said what? Say it again. What you
Governor.
say? What did he say?
He said that all the time.
Time source.
All the time. You're a grown man, damn near 60. Still talking about his father.
Still talking about his father.
60
man.
years old. Still talking about his father.
So you're never too old or too young. So you can't reach a certain age and the honor go out the window. It's not supposed to be, oh man, you listened more when you was young. You honored me. You never used to talk to me like this. Don't have your parents tell you nothing like that.
That's right.
Don't change on them.
That's right.
And that's what God's saying. Don't change on these people.
That's right.
That's right.
Because you didn't like it. It was touching you in Egypt. I always go back to that. My thing is, hey, you didn't like that, right? So why you did that? Why did you do it? Yeah, because she said it. He said, yeah, but still, you were supposed to hold that in. You wasn't supposed to say or do that.
That's right.
That was the wrong reaction. So now they put the fire on the wood. Now you put on more fire on. You going like this. You know what you do, right? When you blow on the campfire, you make it bigger.
That's right.
And Ecclesiasticus to say you put water on a situation. Godly people, you put water on the situation.
That's right.
Time sheet.
When thou beatest thine olive tree, thou shalt
When you beat your olive tree, who got an olive tree?
not me. I ain't got.
Who got a tree?
I ain't even got a tree.
Who own land?
Got an apple tree.
You got a tree. So you know about beating the olive. You know about beating the fruit trees.
I don't got no fruit trees, but we got big ass trees. We got big trees.
You got big trees.
Yeah,
They grow any fruit, nuts,
yeah. Yeah,
anything.
like my grandmother grow okra, tomatoes,
Yeah,
and stuff like
It's
that.
working.
I got trees
Yeah,
without
yeah.
fruit.
It's work,
Yeah,
ain't it?
yeah.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Now you have
I got
people.
trees
And
without
she wanted
bearing
done a
fruit.
certain, and she wanted done a certain way. too,
Yeah,
so,
you got to beat certain stuff. You can't reach those trees. And olive trees and vineyards, they grow big. And I've seen people get ladders. I've seen them in cranes. Yeah, and they gotta go up top. Sometimes the trees is high, and you gotta beat it with a stick. Okay? So it said when you beat the olive tree, thou shalt not go over the boughs again. Meaning you don't clear the whole thing off. Don't beat. You fill the bag. Don't go back and beat again.
Yeah.
Once that bag is filled,
That's it.
or that quota is there, whatever's left of the tree, you leave that there.
Right.
That stays there. You don't need it. God gave you enough.
That's right.
That's why he said when you finish beating it, don't beat it again.
Don't be
You
greedy.
can't go over and clear it out again.
Don't be greedy.
Because that's what we naturally do. Right or wrong? Okay. He said it shall be for who? The stranger.
stranger,
Once again.
fatherless, and for the widow.
So we got to really be careful of that. Really be careful of who we treat in Israel. A lot of people in Israel are fatherless. Okay? A lot of people in Israel are fatherless. All right? Some all their lives, man. You got to watch how you treat that person, man.
There was no age limit on that.
You better watch how you treat that person. I don't care who you are.
That's right.
Because God said, man, that's the fatherless.
That's right.
All right? He said, the widow. Once you see she ain't been in no man's face since her husband died, what are you doing going up over there? What you doing bringing flowers to her house? What you doing? Godly and honorable men, they're not trying to get with the widow. How you know she a widow? You wasn't here when her husband died. You know how? Town tell you. We tell you.
And how she dressed.
How she dressed and how she carried herself.
You can tell virgins, widows, and married women
How they dress.
how they dress.
Now, today, the widow dresses in all black. Today, the heathen. That's not how it was then. The widow dressed a different way, but they never actually say.
Right.
Married woman, today you would tell a married woman by the ring on the finger. But this is pagan. Nobody in Israel should have that ring on their finger.
No.
It is of Egyptian and Babylonian nature.
Roman nature.
Okay.
Facts. That's right.
How we identified all women to be married was their heads were covered.
Right.
Once a woman leaves out of her house, her head was covered.
Sure.
And you didn't have to ask. You didn't have to look for a ring. You looked, say, oh wow, her head is uncovered. Okay, what house is she from? Who's her father?
Mm-hmm.
That's where it goes to now.
Right.
Because I know she is not married or engaged. Once she got engaged, her head got covered. This is our ways, our mannerisms, our customs. Our customs come from the commandments. When you live the commandments, that is the custom. Okay? Our custom is not something you look and see and say, okay, we can do that. No, you got to live these commandments. You got to learn to live these commandments. Then you will see the custom after that. Time sheet.
When thou gatherest the grapes of thy vineyard, thou shalt not glean it afterwards. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in the land of Egypt.
See, God
Therefore,
always
I
telling
command
us
you
to
to do this thing.
remember.
Remember your past.
Remember your past, man. Remember what
Remember
you
what
been
happened,
through,
what you went through.
so you don't do it to
So
other
you don't
people.
repeat it.
You remember how you felt when it was done to you. That's what's going to keep you from doing it to other people.
That's right.
But if I disregard that, I'm not going to have a feeling to have mercy or compassion.
That's right.
Or to say, hey, you know what? Since I say, you know what? I say, you know what, man? I ain't like it when it was done to me. Why am I doing it?
That's right.
What the hell is wrong? Who do I think I am? I'm going around doing it. I didn't like it when it was done to me. I had a hissy fit. I got all bent out of shape. Yeah, you got to talk to yourself like that. You better. 2 Chronicles chapter 15.
Second Chronicles, chapter 15.
Yeah.
And the Spirit of God came upon Azariah, the son of Oded. And he went out to meet Asa and said unto him,
Okay. He said the Spirit of God came upon Azariah, the son of Oded. Azariah was a prophet.
Yeah.
All prophets contain the Spirit of God. Okay? Look. All men that were anointed with the anointing oil, once that anointing oil spilled on them, the Spirit of God was on them. That's the priest, that's the king. And all the prophets operated with the Spirit of God. It said the Spirit of God came upon him to move him with a message to go to Asa. Asa is a king in Israel. Okay? He's the king. At this time, we had the king of Judah and the king of Israel. Asa is the king of Judah at this time. Tell me.
Hear ye me, Asa, and all Judah and Benjamin. The Lord is with you while ye be with him.
You hear that?
Woo.
He sent a message. Because right now, the rest of Israel, the rest of 10 tribes are not following nothing God said.
See what he mentioned?
Who he went to? The ones that are still holding on.
That's right.
And the ones that are still holding on is because of Asa.
That's right.
Which was Judah and Benjamin. That's who God gonna come to with certain things. He didn't go to the rest of the Israelites with this because they were not following the commandments.
Right.
So he came to them and said, hear me. He said, look, this is words of strength. He came to them to strengthen them. All right. He said, the Lord is with you.
God is with you.
With him.
Right.
As long as you with God, God got
will
you.
be with you.
You have nothing to worry about. As long as you do these commandments,
that's right.
You good.
That's right.
As long as you do his ways,
that's
you good.
That's right.
You have nothing to worry about. Don't worry about this.
Right.
Don't worry about this.
That's
Don't
right.
worry about this.
That's
Don't
right.
worry about nothing. Don't worry about
That's
the
right.
state of the earth or
That's
affairs.
right.
Nothing.
That's right.
Jesus, this is something that strengthens.
100%
This will
correct.
only strengthen
Facts.
those that want to do
Facts.
better before God.
That got me hyped. That's saying right there. That's saying right
He
there.
said, the Lord is with you while ye be with him.
And if you seek him,
And if you
he will
really,
be found of
if you
you.
look for him, and if you want to know who he is, if you want to get a close relationship with God, and say, how can I get a close relationship with God? How can I know God?
That's a
He said,
hard
you seek him. You have to seek him. Meaning, God said that, do it. That's how you seek him. That's how you seek him. He said, he will be found of you. You want to find God. A lot of people say, hey, I'm searching for God. I'm searching for God. They don't come this way. Right or wrong?
That's right.
Most people
That's right.
Okay? And I can say this. They were shown something. God showed them something. God gave them a test. They didn't have to come into these commandments. God put them in a position. See what they're going to do. How they going to react. He said, okay, no good. No good, because you can't follow orders. No good, you think too much. No good, you underthink. you put too much on it, you like taking away. Before you get to come to all of the thou shalt and thou shalt nots, there's certain things that you ain't gonna know it's a test.
That's right.
That's why he said, I look in the heart, I search. That's what we read last night, right? He said, I, the Lord, search the reins.
The heart.
In the heart. I search to see how much discipline you got, and I test that.
That's right.
I shoot at your shield.
Right.
And see how strong it's gonna be.
So imagine us that been in this way already.
Okay, then we know better.
Huh?
That's why certain cats that know better, they get treated a certain way.
Word.
Like, look, brother, I don't want to hear it from you. You know better.
Yeah.
Look, you've been hearing this law all your life, and you're
Yeah.
still eating with the blood and fat.
You was born in this, brother. Why you cutting your hand?
Why you look like
You
that?
sick.
Why you look like a person that just came
Sick.
from the heathen life?
Yeah.
And you were born in it? You ain't got, look, you were born in it. There's certain things you ain't supposed to be doing.
Facts.
Yeah. Talk about it.
That's right.
Look, shame on you. I was born in this. So why you look like that? Why you eat that?
Yeah.
Why you do that?
Yeah.
Why you celebrate? Listen, man. Please, man. God gave us the days to celebrate.
Talk about it.
God gave us the days to come around. Let's stop playing games and word games. Y'all teachers and y'all leaders need to stop playing word games. Okay? Everybody can do the law the way they want. But we know, y'all leaders, y'all know, the old heads, y'all know what y'all doing. Y'all know what y'all doing.
Talk about it.
This is not what you was taught. This is not what your teachers taught you. This is not what the books say, and this is not what your teachers taught you.
Facts.
That's all I gotta say. Tell you.
Yeah.
But if you forsake him, he will forsake you.
Forsake
To abandon.
means to abandon.
Uh-oh.
Do I gotta go into I gotta break that down? Abandon, neglect, to renounce or give up. That's what you do when you abandon God.
That's right.
That's what you do when you forsake God.
That's right.
You renounce. When you renounce something
you said out your mouth.
or announce something,
It's something you say
I
out
announce
your
it.
mouth.
I serve God. I renounce. I don't do that no more.
Yeah.
That's a renounce. When you
Right.
when you say you don't do that no more.
That's right.
I used to do that.
To
You
reject,
renounce God.
reject
You
formally.
rejected it formally by saying it.
You do law, but I
Okay.
reject this law. You
You
renounce.
renounce it.
Right.
You in this job by
Right.
teachers,
Monkey.
but I reject this law.
You renounce it
Yeah.
with your
You
mouth.
renounced.
Or with your actions.
Okay? No, this one here is announced. It's with
Okay.
mouth. It's with the
Okay.
mouth.
Okay.
Right? Or give up. Now you got the action. Now that's the action.
Okay.
When I give it up, you see it in my action. I stop doing it. Once you stop doing it, you abandon it.
That's
You
right.
gave it up.
That's
That's
right.
the action part.
That's right.
So you do it in word
That's
and
right.
you do it in action.
Yeah.
That's how you
right.
forsake God.
That's right.
That's how you abandon.
That's right.
That's how you abandon God.
Yeah.
That's right.
You say, oh man, I don't do that no more.
Yeah.
That's right.
Or you just don't do it no more.
That's right.
This is a very heavy statement from God.
That's right.
God said this.
That.
He said, yo, let me tell y'all something, man.
Uh-huh.
If you
Brother.
stick with me, I will stick with you.
That's right. It's only right.
Plain and simple.
If you don't stick with me, I ain't sticking
I ain't
with you.
sticking with you. I don't care if
sticking
look.
with you.
And that's Israel. That's the seed of Israel,
Now
right?
you
here.
gotta acknowledge your offense.
That was the seed of the people, right or wrong.
Yeah.
He said, and if you don't stick with me, I ain't gonna be with you either.
Yeah.
Why? Why?
Uh-huh.
Because you know.
Uh-huh.
No. You sitting in that
You're not the
barbershop.
regulars. You're not the regulars. You ain't just get here.
Hmm?
No. There's certain things you ain't supposed to be doing.
That's right.
Say it again, man.
There's certain things you ain't supposed to be doing.
Say it
That's
again,
right.
man.
Certain things you ain't supposed to be eating.
That's right.
You ain't supposed to look like that.
Yeah.
Man.
Damn Caesar wearing.
Why you look like that, man?
Talk about it, bro.
You're not supposed to look like that, brother.
Razor bump.
This is not the dress wear. I'm not
That.
Talk about it, bro.
I come here to next week and I stop wearing this. And I stop wearing this.
Talk about it, bro.
And I come in here, all right, some low skips, some new sneakers, some new white sneakers, blazer, cap. That's formal wear for today.
Oh, you going to a wedding?
Okay, I could go anywhere with that. You know that, right?
Oh, you going to a wedding?
Yeah. See, there's a dress wear that goes with those ceremonies. Y'all know that?
That's right.
Do y'all know that,
There's a
man?
dress.
There's a dress code that goes with the ceremonies.
That's right.
The little kids have a birthday. What you put on their head? The hat.
Dunce hat.
Y'all don't even know where that come from.
Yeah.
That's a demonic hat.
They're casting
That's the
spells
same
on
hat that the
poor
Pope wear.
baby. Poor
It
child.
come from the fish god, man. Y'all don't even know where that come from. And the girls, they put a little tiara, a little crown. That's the crown of Babylon. You see the Statue of Liberty? You see this statue with the spikes sticking out? She got a crown with spikes on it. Why does she have spikes on her crown? Barbaric. That's the same birthday crown. Y'all don't even know.
Yeah.
When they bring the cake out, the cake is round, like the moon. And candles. We don't mess with candles.
Yeah.
Everywhere where you read in the book where it say candles, it says lamps,
That's
oil
right.
lamps.
That's right.
We had oil lamps. Okay? We ignited we illuminated our rooms and our tents with oil lamps.
That's right.
You make a wick, you put some half of it into the oil, the other half to stick out. Boom, you got lights. We didn't do the candles. The origin of candles is witchcraft. That astrology, astronomy, and birthdays come together. They're all part of the same thing. That's why in the celebration and in the ceremony of birthdays, you get a cake with candles on it, according to your age. And they tell the little kids to make a wish. And don't tell nobody your wish. All this is superstition. It come from pagan worship, demonic worship. Okay? I'm not telling you guys nothing wrong. You know why? I don't see it in the book. But any of our forefathers celebrated their birthday.
That's right. Speak on it.
Tell me of a godly man that celebrated his birthday.
Speak on it. Happy birthday.
Tell me of a godly man.
Yeah.
Don't tell me nothing else.
Yeah.
Don't tell me you're a pygmy young man.
Yeah.
If we're supposed to follow Abraham, did Abraham celebrate birthdays?
No.
He had two birthdays. We would have known about Isaac's birthday. Right or wrong. But we didn't know about that. We know about the weaning. The celebration that we learned about from Abraham is the weaning.
Yeah. Right.
Not the birthday. And the person that we read about celebrating his birthday was Pharaoh. It said Pharaoh's birthday.
They think because they say it in Hebrew, it's cool.
You can take anything and say it in Hebrew.
Oh, man.
You can take wicked and say it in Hebrew. They took Hebrew and flipped it backwards and made it into witchcraft.
Birthday free.
Today they call it the Kabbalah.
Yeah, talk about
Okay?
it. Man.
Okay?
Yeah.
Priest. Look. Hold on. See, I'm getting in. I'm about to get into the word and I'm about to run into it. The other meaning, another meaning for abandon, for the word abandon or neglect or forsake in the Hebrew is apostatize.
Right.
You know what to forsake God is to abandon. Right?
That's right.
And to apostatize. You know what apostatize means? Let me tell you what apostatize means. It says, apostatize means to abandon or forsake one's faith. Okay? So my faith in God, I abandon it. I have apostatized myself. I became an apostate. I became an apostle. That's where the word apostle come from. We know who the apostles are. There was 12 of them that ran with that guy. Okay? So when I apostatize, all of this come from the word forsake that we just word.
That's right.
Forsake, renounce, abandon. And then it says to forsake one's faith, religion, or allegiance. I apostatize. I'm becoming an apostate. So when you go against these commandments, you go against one, two, or all, you are an apostate. You are an apostle, just like in the New Testament. Because the reason why they call those guys apostles was because some of those guys supposedly were Jews.
Yeah.
And then they turned. Really, in the story in the New Testament, those apostles were supposed to be Jews. And they turned, okay, and went the other way. So they became the apostles.
Right.
The apostles, that word apostle comes from the word apostate.
Yeah.
When you are an apostate,
Yeah.
means you have been apostatized.
Yeah.
When you are apostatized,
Yeah.
you have neglected and abandoned God and his commandments.
That's right. That's right.
That's what makes you an apostle.
That's
An
right.
apostate. And an agent of the New Testament. Words have meanings. Words have meanings. Where I'm at. We in what? Second Chronicles?
Second Chronicles chapter 15, verse 3.
15. All right.
Chapter 15, verse 3.
Okay, bring it from the top again. If that's okay. People who just tuning in, this is where we at right now. Second Chronicles chapter 15.
And the Spirit of God came unto Azariah, the son of Oded. And he went out to meet Asa and said unto him, Hear ye me, Asa, and all Judah and Benjamin. The Lord is with you while you be with him.
The Lord is with you while you with him.
And
And look. You go with you with God all the way.
That saying is so
If
deep.
you look, however you with God, if you with God 10%, he gonna give you 20. And boost you. And boost you. If you with him 100%, he gonna give you 1,000.
That's right.
Okay? If you give him 1,000%, he gonna give you 1,000,000. He just want to see the effort, man. What's in your desire? Once he see that, he gonna give you all the tools you need to be boosted and elevated and transcended in serving him. Tom shit.
And if ye seek him, he will be found of you. But if you forsake him, he will forsake you.
What can I do to make God be pleased with me? Let me find out the things that I can get close to God, that please God. That's how you seek God. Okay, I'm doing this law here, right? What other laws is in here I can do? Let me see if I can find something else to start doing, right? That's how you seek God. Oh, wow, God, he frowns on me being this way. He don't like when I behave like this. But when I do, okay, I'm not going to do that. Now I got to watch myself. I got to stand guard on myself, not on you. I'm standing guard against myself, so I got to watch myself now. You know what it is to watch yourself? When you watching yourself, you're not going to run your mouth too much. I'm fed up, man. You're going to be quiet a lot because you're going to be scared to say the wrong thing.
Meticulous.
You're going to be scared to say the wrong thing. Sometimes you're going to say, well, hold on, let me come back on that. I got to ponder on that one. Because I got to make sure I don't go off. It takes nothing for you to get distracted and go off.
That's right.
And you won't even know that you're off track. You won't know. Look, even when the works of your hands are clean, you got to watch out.
Facts.
Not because my works and hands are clean. No. It's going to come to you more. It's going to attack you more. What? What's going to attack you? The evil thoughts. The wicked thoughts. Okay? It's going to come and try to connect with the evil that's in you that you bury in. The outside forces that he talks about is going to try to connect with the evil inside of you. That's how it goes. So we live this life to block that connection can't go down, and we muffle the evil. And there is a time when you can muffle that evil to where it don't exist in you no more.
That's right.
These men said, I don't have some of these men said, God, David said, God, search and look in me. You're not going to find nothing. Not too many people in the book was able to say that. Not too many people we read about in the book was able to say that to God. You're not going to find no iniquity in me. He got to the point where he did it. And he was able to talk that talk. He told God, look inside of me. You're not going to find nothing in me.
That's right.
Whatever you don't like, you ain't going to see it in me.
Facts.
That's hard.
King David said that, right?
Yeah.
Man. Yeah,
He said,
man.
I know you search the range. Look now, you ain't going to see nothing.
You see none of that.
Look at me.
I'm
I
none
got
of that.
no sin in me. Oh, wow.
King
That's
David
the
was-
goal.
King
This is
David-
the ultimate goal.
King David was something else.
This is the ultimate goal, not to have sin in me, not to have evil thoughts coming in my brain. Forget entertaining it. It's not supposed to come. I have to build I have to have a barrier to block that off. I need that hedge. And in order for me to get that hedge, I got to do these things that God's telling me to do. I got to do all of this and accomplish all of this, get to a level where God start noticing me and start helping me out because I need help. You need help. That's why we're doing this. Time sheet.
Now, for a long season,
Now for a long season,
Israel had been without the true God.
God hasn't been around these people for a very long time. Okay? They've been without the true God. They've been with all other gods, but not the true God. You know what it says? The true God. The true God. I mean, it's only one. There's only room for one God. Y'all know that, right?
That's right.
When we speaking about G-O-D, capital G-O-D, there's only room for one. It can't be the gods, sky gods, fire gods. All that is dead. That's a myth. It's dead. Those are all demons. All those idols are demons. Time sheet.
Now, for a long season, Israel had been without the true God, and without a teaching priest, and without law.
No priest, no law, nobody to teach the law. That sounds like today.
That's right.
But just today, the only difference is everybody's teaching the law.
Right. It's self-appointed teachers.
Everybody's teaching.
Self-proclaimed teachers.
Students is teaching the law.
Students want to be teachers.
Scholars is teaching. Teachers is teaching. The sisters are teaching.
Everybody
the children
teaches.
is teaching. Everybody's teaching the law today.
No order, man. It's no order.
That's what we got today.
That's what the Jews got.
Israel is without the true God today, and without a real
Hey.
teaching priest today. We ain't got no priest, and everybody want to teach the law.
The Jewish man got order. That's what we don't have.
We don't have order. They don't
We got
respect
no
order.
damn order.
We don't respect order. Dathan, Purim, and Abiram, what they say? Man, why you got to be doing all
That's
of
what
that?
they got.
We children of Levi too. We should be doing the offerings too.
No order.
Got a lot of people killed like that.
Yeah.
You know why? Because you get too big for your britches.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of money in having a charter and a place. Yeah, I'm gonna blow it up. It's a lot of money having you guys come here and donating online and all of that. It's money involved. Same way like in this book.
Mm-hmm.
The priest of Bill got people coming in. Coming in behind closed doors, right? Talking about pray to this, bring the food up to this idol. When everybody leave and the doors close, the same guy that's telling you to praise the idol and bring your money and your food here, him and his family eating that.
Yeah.
He opened up a little cupboard, a little hidden secret door,
cubby
and his whole family come out and they take the food and wrap it up and take it. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Daniel said, look, somebody is eating that food and it ain't that. Okay? So he took and flowers and powdered the whole floor. Put ashes all over the floor. That's like you take powder and powder the floor. The next day, you come in, he said, yeah, you see, he's a god, he ate all the food, he drank the wine. I said, oh yeah. Then what is all of these little footsteps I see? I see footsteps of big people. I see footsteps of little ones and children. He seen little footsteps like this, like this. He said, what? He said, you know, that was the evidence. Your gig is up. They were scamming from back then. Religion is a scam. You get paid off for that. Huge scam. Yeah, people bringing in money. After a while, you driving a Benz.
Duesenberg.
Yeah. That the real reason why a lot of people, Israelites too, have places and want a lot of people is not to teach God's law. They teach it in a way where you would accept it. Okay? Not for you to accept what God say. Convenient for the people to come and feel comfortable and give up their money. Okay?
That's why you have teachers that tell the people you could squeeze the blood out from the meat and then eat
Because
it.
if you tell them the real truth, of all these teachers, if everybody start teaching the law one way, the way it's said in the book, I want to see what the audience going to do, what the students going to do. You're not going to have too much people. A lot of people are not going to stop eating what God said not to eat. A lot of people not going to stop celebrating what God said not to celebrate.
Yeah.
A lot of people just not going to do it. They say, well, you know what? I'm just not going to do it. And they are going to forsake, renounce, announce that they are not doing this no more.
That's right.
Because of, I don't do this no more because, I don't do this no more because you forsook God. And all of those that forsake God still come around.
That's right. Say it again, brother.
All those that forsake God still come around.
Still here.
Okay? You always could come back. Look. God said he welcomed you with open arms. I can't stop you from coming back to God. I will not do that. I will always encourage, but don't play no games. When you come around, be humble, be quiet, shut up. Stay in your place. Because you forsook God. All those. That's family, friends, everybody. You forsook God. You was born in this too? Get out of my face, man.
Say it again, brother.
Even more if you was born in this.
Say it again, brother.
You ain't got no. You was born in this? You never supposed to leave this.
Say it again, brother.
Your life not supposed to end with you being a heathen.
Yeah. I'm supposed to be walking around clean feet.
I don't want to hear nothing about that. And there's a lot of them that's born in the way of life on their way out. They out now. They out. They just don't know it.
We just don't know it.
They just don't know it.
Say it again,
And I
brother.
can see it by their doings.
That's right.
And the works of their hands and how they treat God's law and what they tell people.
That's right.
Lying on God. God ain't say that you could do that. God didn't say you can make sure it's well done. God said get the blood out. They already ate their meat well done. They didn't eat their meat rare. You didn't have to tell the people that. Did God ever have to tell them, yo,
No.
finish your meat, make it? No, they did that naturally. These were not barbarians.
That's right.
They were not Canaanites.
That's right.
God didn't like the Canaanites. You know what they ate? Dead things. They were cannibals. Sometimes they ate parts of their family's bodies before they buried them in their living room. You want to know about how these are the people we follow, man. And these are the same people today. You'll be surprised what people putting in their food that you buy. They put blood in it. You'll be surprised. That's why certain things, hey, but we stop eating that for this, and we don't know the real reason why God stopped us from eating it. Because it hasn't been revealed. Because if these people reveal everything that they do, you're not going to eat it.
Yeah.
You're going to say, oh, for health reasons. You'll stop eating it for health reasons before you. You're supposed to stop eating it because God said it.
That's right.
Not because it's bad for your blood.
Yeah.
The reason why it's bad for your blood, because God condemned it.
That's right.
So the first order is because God said no.
That's right.
But they'll stop eating stuff. But when the doctor say, hey, man, you can't eat this no more. It's not good for you. It's going to give you a heart attack. You'll stop then. You'll stop then. And then that same medication that doctor give you, God turned that medication against you.
That's right.
Seen that too.
That's right.
He turned salt
Against
against the wicked. But for the righteous, it don't do nothing.
Don't do nothing.
Blood pressure.
No blood
Iron.
pressure, no swollen.
God said iron. You got people that have a deficiency of iron.
Mhm.
They need iron.
That's right.
You have people that got too much iron.
That's right.
When you got too much iron, you're
Right.
constipated.
That's right.
You hold toxins in.
That's right.
You get bloated, and you start getting a whole bunch of stuff, rashes and everything come out.
Mhm.
When you don't have no iron, you're very weak. You're gonna be sick a lot. You get cold easily. You're anemic. When it get cold outside, a little breeze, you start sneezing. Quick, fast. Everything start running when you don't have iron. But when you're righteous, God got me right in the middle.
Balance.
You got justice. You're what?
Balance.
Say that again.
Balance.
You're balanced. That's what sound means. When you're established with God, He balances you out.
That's right.
Your chemistry in your body gets balanced. And the nutrients that are good for you don't work against you. When you're wicked, they work against you.
That's
Ain't
right.
that something?
That's right. That's right.
Ain't that something? That's why I say, man shall not live by bread alone. Nah. All God got to do is say, don't get hungry. You ain't getting hungry no more. Do y'all believe that?
That's right.
That's all God got to say.
That's right.
I don't want the brother Joshua to get hungry no more. Your body is going to be under command from God. And guess what? You're not going to be hungry no more. And nothing is going to happen to your body because of it. And it will be maintained and balanced because God says so. It's the God we serve. We serve the great, the one and only and the greatest. But we act like we don't serve God. We act like we don't know God. We act like He don't want us to make us better. We act like we don't want to be better. We act like we don't want to be godly. We're using His name in vain.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. We're taking His name in vain. And say, thou shalt not, don't take my name for granted, man. Don't just take my name. Take my ways and take my laws also. But we just took the name today. We're not taking everything else. We're not taking the reputation that comes with a person that served God. There's a reputation that comes with that. Tom sheet.
Now, for a long season, Israel had been without the true God, and without a teaching, priest, and without law. And when they, in their trouble, did turn unto the Lord God of Israel and sought Him, He was found of them.
He said, yo, it wasn't even with the law. They didn't have no law. It was without God for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't even a priest teaching the law. All the priests that they had were apostate priests. They were priests of Baal who turned on God. Okay? So there was no priest walking around teaching God's law. And that's how they got taught God's law. You go to the priest, and the priest got the book of the law. The priest is the one that got the book of the law. The other person that got the book of the law, that got a copy of it, is who? The king. Because the king is commanded to go and get the book from the priest, sit down, and make a copy. If I give you a novel, a book, okay, and tell you, here, it's paper and pencil, I want you to write everything that you see, that you read in that book, write it out. You know what's going to happen to your memory? You're going to remember this. It's going to remember this. That's the beginning of you remembering this. And then now he has to take what he copied off that, give it back to him, and he has to read that book every day. The king. Before I even take care of matters of affairs, I have to read the book of the law. I read the law every day. That's it. And then I handle my kingly affairs. That was his job. Why? Photographic memory. Rehearse. You sing a song over, you hear a song over and over, you start to learn the words. You even learn the background vocals, the ad-libs, every little sound, everything. You get everything right or wrong. It's the same thing with this. But it has to be in my ear. See, and I told myself too. See, I learned from my Abba when he couldn't see no more, he took the tapes. Tapes existed back then. We got them on CDs. You could get them on, you could download them now and everything. But my point is, he listened to it. He didn't let his senses stop him. So I listen to it now and read it. I'm not waiting until my eyes fail. I'm rehearsing it in my ears also. I have to rehearse it in my ears also. So I could read it and listen to it. It's a double. I'm not just reading it like no more. I added on listening to it because now that takes the place of me listening to music. Yeah, sure. I don't have a playlist no more. I got like 2 or 3 songs. Everything else I have, this is in my phone and it takes up all the space, so I can't download that thing. So now when I'm moving around, I can't read, right? But I can listen. So when you got it coming in from sight and here, sight, more and more every day. It sticks on you more and more every day. And you will see the results. Come sheet.
And in those times there was no peace to him that went out, nor to him that came in, but great vexations were upon all the inhabitants of the countries. And nations were destroyed of nations, cities of cities. For God did vex them with all adversity.
Like today. Today, that's what's happening today. You look at the news, you see what's happening. This is that. In these times, in those times, and in these times, there was no peace. Nobody wants peace. Okay? Once you see that, once you see nobody wants peace, that's God doing that. That's God doing that. He's stirring up stuff, breaking up stuff, putting this on fire, burning this down, breaking this down. He said, no peace to him that went out, nor to him that came in. He said, but great vexations were upon all the inhabitants of the countries, all the nations, all the countries, including Israel, are going to be vexed. This nation, they call it a tornado. This nation, mudslide. This nation got invaded by that nation. That's what that paragraph means. And that's what's happening today. Everybody's going to vex everybody. Everybody's pointing the finger at everybody, and everybody's going at each other's throat. Because God runs all the leaders of the world. All the kings, presidents, whoever that's running this country, God is the one that maneuvered him to be there. And he don't even serve God. God been doing that. Okay? He said, and the nation, verse 6, and nation was destroyed of nation, and city of city. For God did vex them all with adversity.
That's right.
He threw adversity in everybody. I got adversity for you, hate. You got hate for me. We kill each other. That's God doing that. All right, I know how to get rid of these guys. He said the Most High is going to put a firebrand in the midst of Abimelech and the men of Shechem. You know what that means? Abimelech and the men of Shechem were like this. Well, God said he's going to put fire in the midst of them. He's going to put a situation that's going to split them apart. Think about that.
That's right.
That's how he works. He keep them divided. Because you're no good and you're no good. So y'all shouldn't. No. Y'all don't need to be together. You disband the wicked. The righteous unites. The wicked get disbanded and scattered. When we got wicked before God, God scattered us. He scattered you when you get wicked and evil. Oh, we got these people wicked and evils. Boom, break up. This house, boom, break it up. Tell she.
Be ye strong, therefore, and let not your hands be weak.
You know what that means? Hold on to the commandments. Hold on to everything that you're doing. Don't let what's going on around you in the world affect how you serving God. You see? Nation, destroyed a nation, city, a city. God did vex them all with adversity. Be strong, therefore, and let not your hands be weak. You don't want to fall into their category. He got you different. You're not gonna, no matter what nation you amongst, it's not gonna affect you. You know what that means? I don't care if a hurricane come through here. If God don't want you touched, you're not getting touched. Okay? They were in the land called Goshen. A city called Goshen in the land of Egypt. And the whole land of Egypt got hit with all these plagues. The first plague, now river turns to blood. The second plague, frogs. The third plague, lice. The fourth plague, flies. The fifth plague, murrain, cattle disease. That's where all the mad cow and all that stuff come from. Is that boils was the seventh plague. The eighth plague was hail. The ninth plague, the locust. 10th plague, thick darkness, firstborn dead. All of this happened in Egypt. But they was in Goshen in Egypt, and none of this affected them. It was like, wow, it was a wall of flies. Wherever the border of Goshen was at, the flies stopped here. It's like an invisible wall. That's the commandment of God. The commandment of God is a shield, a wall. You can't see it with the eye, but it's there. And even though you don't listen to it, the air listens to it. The insects listen to that. The earth listens to that command. The water listens, not going past there. So they were living in Goshen, and the darkness didn't hit them. They were living in Goshen, and the frogs didn't hit them. So you could be anywhere, and God hit stuff up. You don't have to die with them. Because God said, I make all of this stuff for the wicked. He said, I make terrible hurricanes, monsoons, tsunamis, cyclones. He said, I make that for the wicked. He said, I punish Israel so that they receive correction. He don't want you to die in your sin. So he break you up to get your attention so you get back right with him. Because he wants you to live.
That's right.
That's a God.
Right.
That ain't them idols that you see like that.
Not none of
Looking
them.
all scary or looking all sad and broken up. That's not God. My God can't get ran down on.
Right.
You can't run down on my God.
They ran down on Jake.
My God ain't hiding.
Ran down on
You hide from my God. Chase him. My God don't get chased, man.
Facts.
Right.
No. What you say about God is what you say about the people.
That's right.
All right? It made Israel, God made Israel something else when they was right with him. They became his sword. Until they messed up.
Facts.
Their gods make them weak. Their gods make them cannibals. Their gods make them blood drinkers. Their gods make them demonic worshipers. Their gods make the children grow up a life of abomination from young. That's what their life do. That's what their God do. Not my God. Not my God. No, not my God. Say not thou about my God. The Most High, the King, of the universe. He created all. And he can destroy all. Look. Now he don't even need to snap of the fingers. Just with a thought, his will. You will it, it goes down. There's nobody like him, man. Time sheet.
Be ye strong, therefore,
Uh-huh.
and let not your hands be weak,
Uh-huh.
for your work shall be
You
rewarded.
can't be rewarded. You think you're doing all this for nothing? You think you've been restraining yourself from your own pleasures and the pleasures of man all your life to die and get no reward? The reward is not here. The reward for serving God is not here. You get blessings that keep you going until you die. You get blessings, but the reward for serving God is not here. Abraham didn't get his reward. He knew he was going to kill his son. You think he got his reward yet? I'm waiting for it. Say he shall be gathered up unto his people. He said he died and was gathered to his people. He was died and buried. This guy wasn't buried in no cemetery, so he wasn't around his people. So I don't want to hear, oh no, that's where he was buried at. He was buried where the sepulchres of the kings. No, a lot of kings, one king got buried in his backyard. He wasn't buried among his people. His spirit went amongst his people. Let's stop playing around, man.
That's right.
That's why God said, your work shall be rewarded. When it looks like you're doing this for nothing, don't do that to yourself.
That's right.
Keep going. Keep your head strong and motivate yourself, because there's going to be a reward for this.
Yeah.
You're seeing everybody else's reward. You're not going to see it today. You have to die first. You got to accomplish this. You have to accomplish life before God. When you accomplish life before God, you're not alive no more.
That's right.
You're somewhere else.
That's right.
Your flesh is in the ground. But what made your flesh die is your spirit left it.
Mhm.
Where did it go? It went somewhere else. We know that for a fact. Samuel came up. Samuel came from down. He came up, and he didn't come up by himself. Where those spirits? He was a spirit. Where was he at? He said, man, why you disquieted me, man?
Okay.
Why are you, I wrote the word up, it said to be disturbed. It said to be peacefully disturbed. You know what that means, man? He was in peace. He good, son, he good. Hey, we had the leader that started all this Israelite stuff, Prince Yaakov Nasi. I remember him saying, leave the kids alone. Leave the little babies alone. Let them make noise.
Let the head of babies.
Go on the head of babies making noise. We know we got babies in here. Let them know we got babies in here. It ain't gonna be just this generation. We got more coming.
Then you go and say, what's wrong with y'all?
Then he gonna say, who else getting married? Because this is what we need to keep this going. We can't let it die. People are letting it die, man.
Okay.
I'm going out there and having kids with the heathen women, and the kids stay out there.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's right.
So who I'm gonna have?
Okay.
That's right.
And the women, they don't go, they just go. So when they go, when they have children, they having children for a heathen dude out there.
That's right.
They getting our babies. We supposed to be getting their babies.
Mm-hmm.
And turning them into a better and the better way of life.
That's right.
But we're contributing to the wrong cause.
That's right.
Man, your work gonna be rewarded, man. He said man's life, man, he got rich, he got this. It's a good thing. It's also gonna be a blessing for you too. But you don't have to be righteous to get that. Wicked get that. The wicked gets $5 million. The wicked get 100 million.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
That's right.
In lottery, in entertainment, in sports, in work, however they got it, you have them dudes is comfortable and happy. And their kids growing up, and this is something you would like for yourself, right? It's not for you. It's not for you. This is that. You get that later. Something else greater is in store for you. That's how you wound up here. God made sure you wound up here. Now it's up to us. Now it's up to us and you as the individual to learn and take it further. But this is our goal. Our goal and our mission is different. You want to be unique? Follow God. You want to be different? Follow God. You want to really stick out? Because that's what, look, especially black people. You want to be the only one to have these, right? You want to be the one to stick out, right? This is the best way to stick out. Not following, not doing it, because you're going to stick out in front of God. You're going to say, man, not even the Israelites is doing these laws you doing. You're going to pray. You know you're going to impress God. You know that, right? You can impress God. That's how you get his attention.
That's right.
But you got to impress him his way, though.
That's right.
You got to impress him with the things he delights.
That's right.
All right? And you might be able to look. You say, man, this guy here, he got some good ways with him.
Mm-hmm.
I like what he got in him. So I'm going to make him run into these people here. No matter how they doing the law, I'm going to make them run into these people. And they're not doing it right over here at all. They do this, they do that, they do this. I want to see if this individual going to follow them.
If you follow that, then I'll upgrade. Yeah.
So, and that's not everybody gonna get that. Not everybody.
Stage.
Because you gotta have a certain way in you.
Yeah, you gotta have it in
I
you.
seen that happen with my father. You gotta have a certain thing. You gotta have something in you.
What's in you will come out.
That when you get to the point where you make your mind up, it's deadly. When I make my mind up, it's deadly. Like, I will threaten your life if you come in my house, bring certain things in the house that's against these laws. I will threaten your life. I could get to that point. I'm just saying, I ain't threatening nobody's life. I'm just saying, when you make up your mind with God, it's my life on the line. So now, that's what I'm talking about, threatening your life. You gonna get me killed if I allow this to happen, or if I get with this or side with this. Nah, I'd rather grow boldly myself. You can serve God better by yourself. As a whole today, nah. Called Israel, no told. All of Israel is not good before God. It wasn't good back then before God. What makes you think all of Israel is complete and holy before God today? See, there's a lot of pride going on. Israelites today think they the same people and they it and they're chosen and they're not. You are trying to be chosen. And the way you're moving, you're not going to get chosen. Tough shit.
And when Asa heard these words,
Uh-huh.
and the prophecy of Oded the prophet, he took courage and put away the abominable idols.
Hey, what I said. Encouraging words. God knew what to say. Sometimes you got to know what to say to encourage a person. If I want you to do this, I'm not going to just go like this and shoot you down. Hey, man, come on. Nah, leave that alone, man. Stop, man. That's not you, man. Come here, man. Urge them.
Speed.
Don't shoot them down. And if I'm trying to urge you, right, don't shoot me down. I'm here for you. Why you shooting me down, brother?
That's right.
You asked me a question on here. I'm giving you the right answer, and you're shooting it down. So we can't talk. That's why we can't conversate. I have better conversations with heathens than I can with my own people without them feeling away. Everybody start feeling away. This is not a popularity contest. This is not an ego contest. There's no such thing as a smart Israelite. No such thing. Godly. That's what you want. Not stop trying to be smart and show everybody something. Yeah, you discovered something in it. Yeah, that's what I see going on. Everybody want to be the professor of everything. We not discovering nothing new. It's new to you. You late. We just got here. This has been done by people already.
Teach.
They lived and died for this already. You're moving with too much entitlement.
That's right.
I'm talking to Call Israel. We're moving with too much entitlement. Pipe yourself down so you can serve God.
Right.
We got too much pride in us. But we're the chosen people. You ain't doing nothing. You don't do nothing that these chosen people do. When I see the same situations pop up and I hear about it or I experience it or I'm a witness to it, I don't see you do what they did. So you're not them. You're an imposter. You capping.
That's right.
Time sheet.
And when Asa heard these words, and the prophecy of Oded the prophet, he took
courage
and put away the
It
abominable
gave him
idols
courage.
out of the land of Judah.
That's
and
what the
Benjamin.
goal was. That's why God said, yo, as long as you with me, I'm going to be with you. He said, yeah, because I'm going to be with God. So my mind's made up. So when God telling me stuff like that, I'm ready to go. It got to give him courage. And God didn't tell him to do this. God didn't say, look, man, put away the abominable idols. Did he?
No.
Did he say do that?
No.
He said, look, man, as long as you with me, I will be with you. You know what? It's more to clean up. You went to go clean up more.
Yeah.
Y'all understand that?
That's
right.
You're never going to get to that point. Well, God said, okay, cool. Don't look for that. He told Asa, which was a righteous king, he said, yo, be with me, I'll be with you. He took that as, okay, let me look behind me and make sure everything behind me is correct. And the first thing that had to get done, he said, he put away the abominable idols out of the land of Judah and Benjamin. Their encouragement made him do that.
Right.
See, he had his own, but it took him so far. God said, okay, I'm going to give him a boost. And that boost, he did that. That cleaned them up more. There's still idols around here. He issued a decree, all idols get destroyed and taken out of the land of Benjamin and Judah, right? He said, and out of the cities, I'm in the middle of 8, and out of the cities which he had taken from Mount Ephraim, and renewed the altar of the Lord that was before the porch of the Lord. Yes, there was a porch. Go up the porch, up the steps. And that situation right there is the porch. It's where the altar was at. This is another time that we had to renew the altar. We had to renew the altar a lot of times. There's a lot of times the altar got desecrated by who? Us. Us first. And then later on the Babylonians. And then later on the Romans and the Greeks. When they desecrated our stuff, it's because we defiled it first.
That's right.
Oh man, they came up in the temple and they did this. Yeah, because we was doing that first. They were committing prostitution in the Holy Holies. Israelites. So the Romans went and did it. God said, okay, I'm going to do it. You did it, right? You snuck and did it. You did this over here. You did that over here. You have your fun. But now I'm going to violate you. I'm going to have these people come and do it. You ain't going to like it.
Rightly so.
I'm going to violate you, Israel. We violate God. You cannot forsake God. So we know what forsake means. To abandon.
That's right.
When you abandon, you do it in action by leaving off, neglecting, or discontinuing the service of. Or you announce it with your mouth. Okay? And when you do these things, you make yourself an apostate. So that when you become an apostate, you become an apostle. Look at that. Time sheet.
And he gathered all Judah and Benjamin and the strangers with them out of Ephraim and Manasseh and out of Simeon. But they fell to him out of Israel in abundance.
Look at that.
When they saw that the Lord God was with them.
Look, dudes that was doing their own thing. Once they said, man, they said, oh, wait a minute. God sent a message to Asa. We got to go where Asa at. That's where the Lord's being done at. A lot of dudes left. Out of Manasseh, out of Ephraim, out of Simeon. They left them, they left their families and went where God's laws was being done. Is this the guy doing it here? Okay, we're going over here. We're going to group up over here where they're doing the commandments. We got to get away from our people that's not doing the commandments. There's going to be a separation. It's already going down like that. All of Israel don't be on the same page. All right? All the leaders don't be on the same page. All the teachers don't be on the same page. Not with each other, with God. Because if they was all on the same page with God, we'd be on the same page with each other.
That's right.
Turn sheet.
So they gathered together. So they gathered themselves together at Jerusalem in the third month, in the 15th year of the reign of Asa. And they offered unto the Lord the same time of the spoil, which they had bought 700 oxen and 7,000 sheep. And they entered into a covenant to seek the Lord God of their
You
fathers.
see that? Whoa. Here we go. You see covenants, deals.
Agreement.
God, you can broker a deal with God. You have to keep your part for the rest of your life.
That's right.
That's it. That's the requirement. God will accept your deal.
That's right.
You just got to keep your part. I never heard what God said, nah, I'm not taking that deal. I never heard him say that. I never heard God say that. With his people, God said, God, if you do this for me, I will do it. God always came through.
That's right.
That's why you can put all of your trust and your hope in God. Yeah, that's the main one you can do that with. He not gonna let you down, man. Look. Even if you ain't been on this side, we can look at you and say, man, you don't deserve it. And see, that's what make him God. And then you're supposed to realize that. I'm supposed to realize that. We're supposed to, oh, you know what? I didn't deserve it. God did this for me. And then I'm telling you about it. I'm telling you about it. You know what that's doing for me? Boosting me and getting me stronger. I want to serve him more because he did this for me and I ain't deserve it.
That's right.
I ain't deserve it. I ain't deserve it. I ain't deserve it.
That's
I
right.
deserve that over there. And he did this for me. So now guess what? This certain things concerning God is going to be very serious with you. It's going to be very detrimental.
That's right.
Okay? And if you ain't serving God, stay over there.
Yeah.
Stay
Law
over
conscious,
there. Because you're going to have to be law conscious
That's
coming
right.
around me.
Yeah.
There's certain things. Look, if I'm doing a washing law and you're not doing a washing law, you're going to have to consider me.
Yeah. Speak it, man.
All right? Don't wait for me to come and move the unclean chair. You move it.
That's right, brother.
Yeah, let me move this out the way because he's doing the washing law. I'm not. Let me get it out the way because he's going to be unclean. Let me give respect to God's law.
That's right, brother. Speak on it.
I don't care who's doing it. That's our boosters.
That's right.
Y'all know that?
Yeah, that's right.
Time sheet.
And they entered into a covenant to seek the Lord God of their fathers with all their hearts and with all their
That was
souls.
the whole nation. That was whole Israel.
The whole nation.
They all got together. All the kids, all of them, they all got together.
That's right.
And they made this agreement to seek the Lord God of their fathers. They did not say they're going to do the commandments. You know why? They didn't know it.
Yeah.
Remember what we read just now?
That's right.
They was without the true God, without a priest teaching the law, and without the law. They don't know the law, but they knew God. And they knew it was things that we were supposed to do. So they got to seek God. So they made a covenant to seek God with all their heart and with all their soul. This is part of the deal. The other part, read the other part. Verse 13.
That whosoever would not seek the Lord God of Israel should be put to death, whether small or great, whether man or woman.
They made this covenant amongst themselves. Before they even went to God with any covenant.
That's right.
Before they went to God with anything. They
right.
said, look, we got to straighten this stuff here first. Okay? We're going to all agree, all Israel,
That's right.
all the camps, all right now, that we're going to seek out God to learn his commandments. And that's where we're at today. We don't know his commandments. Some do, most don't.
That's right.
The majority don't. The majority never does. That's why you need teachers that teach in the law and live in the law. Because everybody's not going to know. My comprehension is, I'm not dumb. I just don't catch on as quick as this brother.
That's right.
That's all.
Yeah, that's right.
That's all.
Steve.
And we have to give room for that.
Yeah.
And sometimes it might take 5 years for me to catch on. I've seen it. It took years for me to catch on with certain things. So we got to be easy, right? And our students, I need the students to be easy and more patient with the teachers. Whoever your teacher is, be patient with them. Because we're being patient with you. I'm serving you, you serve me. And that's what makes this go together. Okay? But what am I shooting you down for?
That's right.
Well, we're both supposed to be serving God.
That's right.
What you shooting me down for?
That's right.
Now, this ain't even about God now.
Yeah.
This is personal. This, come on.
That's right.
I'm tired of that, man. Seriously, I'm tired of that person. I'm tired of we're supposed to be men of God, men and women of God. Yo, the word prestige. Yo, prestigious to serve God. It makes us prestigious. I looked that word up. You know what it meant? You know what it means? To be estimated in high value by God and man. Be estimated in high value. You're valuable to certain people because of how you live. You're valuable to God now. I cherish this woman or this man or this group here. I'm not going to let this happen over here. Nah. That happened to them, but not to these. You're estimated in high regard now. Time sheet. Where I'm at.
And they swear unto the Lord with a loud voice, and with shouting, and with trumpets, and with cornets. And all Judah rejoiced at the oath, but they had sworn with all their heart, and sought him with their whole desire. And he was found of them. And the
Everybody
Lord
was
gave them
happy.
rest round about.
Everybody agreed to search God out and do his commandments. Whoever did not agree to do this, if you don't want to do it, we're putting you to death. See, we can't do that today. We can't do that today. That's why a lot of people get away with stuff. This is what kept the people right before God. There were certain times when they said, okay, before we even go to God, we gotta come up with a solution that's gonna keep us straight before God.
Right.
Whoever don't seek out God, whoever don't do these commandments, he gonna get put to death. And everybody agreed to it. Do you see? That's how good they were. They were able to get to this agreement to serve God.
That's right.
We can't do that today. If we had the independence,
15 verse 16.
we wouldn't be able to do that today. These people were dead set. So you know what, man? Forget it, man. Look, whoever don't want to serve God gets put to death. You can't live. You can't live. Yes, Joshua time. Because if you live, then you're gonna have children. You're gonna have a wife. That family is the state, and it's gonna spread.
Yeah.
It's gonna spread. And then I have 3 sons, right? Now those 3 sons gonna take up to wives and have that house move in the same way. It spreads, cause the land to sin. Time sheet.
And also concerning Ma'akah, the mother of Asa the king, he removed her from being queen.
Whoa. What verse of that? Okay, verse 16.
Verse 16.
Uh-huh.
And also concerning Ma'akah,
Uh-huh.
the mother of Asa the king.
His mother. Now, listen, because I've heard people, unwise people read this and they didn't get it. He said, but don't God say, honor your father and mother? Yes. Yes. But in this situation here, he has to choose God.
Instead of God.
He's the king. He just got rid of the idols. He cannot allow his mother to bring the idol in.
No.
Remember what he just finished doing. Now, all of that, this is the test. Your mom's come with the idol. Now, he's not in his mother's house. That's his kingdom. Everything is under that's his house. The whole kingdom is Israel. So she has that, and it was discovered that she ain't just had that. She ain't just get it. She been had it. But now it's been exposed. If you got rid of everybody else's idols, you gotta go. Your mother got idols. Your mother got a diabolical idol. Now, you look, and you ain't gotta disrespect or dishonor her either. Okay? Look, he said, he removed her from being queen. I can't have you being queen. You still my imam, but I can't have you have this title because the women are going to follow you.
Yeah.
That's why Queen Vashti, okay? There was a woman called Queen Vashti that was married to a king called Ahasuerus, a Persian nation. They were Persians.
Right.
He called for her. He threw a big banquet. And you know what he wanted to do? He said he had the baddest woman in the whole town, the whole Persia. And he wanted to show her off. That's why he called it. I just read last. Let me read this real quick. And then I said, oh, I didn't realize that's why he called her. He called her so he could show her, yo, listen, man. I got the baddest queen, son. That's you know, it does something to a man. Yeah, she, look at her. And then she didn't come. I wanted you to come here so I could pick you up. And now look, you make me look stupid. You make me look like a chump. Because I'm the king. I'm supposed to be the baddest dude alive. And I can't, look, if my wife could refuse me, how did I look in front of my subjects? And she had to be removed for the simple fact the other woman going to see That's what his top dog told him, Memucan. Memucan said, look, King, if you leave this situation, there's going to be revolts throughout the whole land of Persia. Okay? There's going to be a revolt. He said, all the women are going to follow what she did if you let that get away with her. So he said, man, so what should I do? Well, see, all kings, even Solomon, had advisors. How I know Solomon had advisors? Because when his son Rehoboam went to the advisors that his father had, and they told him the right thing to do, to serve the people, give them what they want, cut the tax down, don't make it so big. He didn't listen to them. Those were the same guys that was there with Solomon, the wisest man ever lived. Wisdom never left him. In his folly, it never left him. That's different. That's different. These guys were amazing. Wow. In your folly, wisdom and me, because there was a purpose for me to do this, so that you could read it years later and learn. God said, wow, I like that. That's selfless. He'll put himself in the fire and do the sin just to show you what you're going to get out of it. This is not good. These people are the examples of what to do, what not to do, how to do it, when to do it. They did that, man. Nobody got closer to God. Nobody can ever get closer to God than these people. They did that, man. Abraham, he impressed God so much. You reading about his children, the people that came out of it. A whole righteous nation came out of it. That's how bad Abraham was for God. Tell she.
Because she had made an idol in a grove, and Asa cut down her idol and stamped it and burnt it at the brook Kidron.
Him, that shows I am not with it. He couldn't take it in this stuff. It has to get destroyed. What did Moses do with the cat? Destroyed it, turned it to dust, and made them drink it.
That was on his own.
Look, God didn't tell him to do that, but that was cool. Y'all don't know what y'all did when y'all did this. They don't know what they did. That sin followed down in their generations ever since they left from Mount Sinai. Moses said, yo, y'all caused a great sin. Y'all didn't just sin. This is a great, y'all probably messed everything up. They really did mess everything up. Okay? They really did. So God said, you know what? Y'all gonna just stay in the wilderness, and I just got to bring in the best of you guys now. I can't bring in everybody. I can bring in the best. Those that cleave to me. Now, the ones that cleave to God, they were children. Children. 20 and down. 19 and down. Nobody over 20. Except for Joshua, Caleb, and a couple of the elders that were left back from the 70. The 70 elders were not 70 elders no more by then. They give us a number that was still a couple around. And those were the only old heads or elders. Everybody else was young because the parents wasn't teaching the kids God's commandments.
Right.
Okay? Yeah, the elders outlived everybody. Let me just let y'all know that right now. Good point. The elders outlived Moses, Joshua, Aaron, Eleazar, Ithamar, all of them. All the way up into the judges. They said when the last elder died, that's when Israel started getting funky.
Wow. Yes.
That's when the funkiness, the back and forth with God started.
God
up until he kicked us out.
Sent the angel there.
That's right. That's right, because the elders was holding it down. They got the spirit of Moses on them. All of them had that leadership. They had that leadership quality with Moses. And that lasted wow, man. Moses died a long time ago. Remember, his spirit is on these elders. And Joshua and Caleb is whole.
Yeah, right.
They followed whole. So that's why they was able to outlast these guys. They lived longer than all of them. They don't tell me how old the last elder was when he died. At the end of outlived Joshua. Joshua died. It said the elders that outlived Joshua, they died. He said, and then Israel began to follow the people. So you always gonna need somebody hard on you. Every now and then, yeah, we're gonna give it. Look. Sometimes you're gonna get this law fiery because you need it. Sometimes you're gonna get it smooth because you need it smooth. Depending on the teacher and what he got in front of him and what we going into, depend on how God wants the teacher to bring it to you. Sometimes we have no control over bringing this. We see where it's look, they're not listening. We gotta hammer it. We hammer it. Wait, say something to get your attention. Wake you up because you're not taking it seriously. Okay? So don't emotionally read us wrong. With God that everybody was prophesying. With God that all you guys prophesied. That's what Moses said. That's what Moses said. Moses said, I wish all of y'all prophesied. Leave them alone. They're not doing nothing wrong. If the whole nation was correct, everybody would be doing this right now. We'd be on a certain level. If y'all didn't go and do what y'all did at the foot of Mount Sinai, the children went into the land with that sin on their back and the many other sins that they did in the wilderness. Okay? So they went forth into the land with their fathers' iniquities. That's what the book said. With their fathers' iniquities. And that's why when there's no leader around, what they do? They go off and they follow everybody else. That's why. That's our history, unfortunately. So we're battling this. We're battling our own sins and the sins of our fathers. That's why when we confess, I can't just confess my sins. Because the line I come out of has been violating these commandments for ages. So my forefathers, me, my father, my father's fathers, all the way back. Some of us just forget me, forget my father and my father's fathers and my ancestors. Mm-hmm. That's how apologetic I'm being, God. Because I'm a product of who I come from. And these things, a lot of these things have been passed down from generation to generation. The blessing and the curse, the iniquities. If you believe what you read. Mm-hmm. If you believe what you read. A lot of, no. Look, you don't even need God to come and speak to you if you believe what you read, because if you believe what you read, God spoke to you because it's his words. He's speaking to you every time you read it. It's in there. So God is speaking to you. You just don't hear a voice like the people. The people heard the voice. They had to actually, some great stuff had to go down. Fire. Nothing's getting burnt. I don't see no smoke. This thing ain't getting consumed. Now I'm hearing a voice. Oh, yeah, that's God. That's God. He said you only heard a voice. You didn't see no shape, no form, no detail. That's what similitude means. Similitude means shape, form, or detail. You didn't see no eyes, you didn't see no ears, you didn't see nothing. You didn't see a shape, you didn't see a form. You don't know what I look like, but you heard my voice. You know I exist. And you know I did all of this. I set this all on fire talking to you right now. And Moses just came out talking for me, and he ain't burnt. So you know I'm the real thing. Your sense is going to tell you that. God knows how to make you believe him. Okay? But today, we read the book, we don't believe nothing. We read the book, we don't believe jack. We read the book and change the narrative. We read the book and what you don't believe, you don't teach. We read the book and you're violating this law, so you don't teach it. Yeah, that's what's going on. They're going around these things. Don't you know if you violate the law and you hammer it, it's easier for you to stop. That's right. But you don't want to hammer it, or you don't want to hear it be hammered. So you go somewhere else where it's not being hammered. You go somewhere else to get softened. That's right. Stop playing, man. That's right. Talk about it, man.
But the high places were not taken away out of Israel, Nevertheless, the heart of Asa was perfect all his
See,
days.
the people up in the high places, they hid. By the time you get up there, they're gone. The high places is the highest places in the mountain. You see, look, you go all the way up there in that mountain. You see smoke? Somebody serving Bill up there. That's not how you serve God. All the smoke's supposed to be coming from the place where God chose the place's name. What is that smoke doing? So by the time the troops get up there, they're gone. So I can't get rid of the ones in the high places. He said, Asa couldn't do nothing. He said, they were not taken out of the Israel. He said, nevertheless, it didn't change Asa's heart. He said his heart was what? Perfect.
All his days.
Give me the word in the Hebrew for perfect. I can look that up.
The Hebrew word for perfect. Shalem, whole, complete.
Wow. So there we go again. He was in all of his right senses that God intended all man to be born in. He was sound. He was whole. Complete. He was complete. In his actions, in his words, his ways, his thoughts, his feelings, everything he did. That's what makes you perfect. You gotta be no special type of guy going around here. Right. You got just everything that God wants you to cover. You cover all of that. God say you perfect. You can't be perfect. That's what they teach you. The heathens say that. Nobody's perfect. That's so that gives you room to be evil. Because God told Abraham, be perfect and walk before me. That means the way you walking, the way you was living, and what you was taught is not good.
That's right.
Walk this way, you're perfect.
That's right.
God say I could be perfect, but you say I can. Who should I believe?
Wholehearted.
You trying to bring me down like you. Misery love company. You don't want me to serve God because you don't serve God. Right. People who don't serve God don't want you to serve God. Your family don't want you to serve God. Remember that. They have nothing personal against you. It's in the spirit. They can't help it. Yeah. It's written this way.
Don't pushing up on God. What type of
they can't help it.
What is that, bro?
That's why you gotta separate. That's why you can't live with them.
They don't believe our God.
See, that's why you can't live with them.
Believe in Jake.
That's why you say get away from your family.
Idols.
Because when those days come, they are going to celebrate those days. They are not going to say, well, look, we're not going to do that because you celebrate God. But they get mad at you. You know why? No, you know why? Because they hate God.
You ain't doing it. That's why.
It's inside and they're not. They hate God. And it brings, oh, wow, he's better than me. In God's eyes. I hate him. It said the righteous, it said the wicked, it said the wicked woman hate the righteous woman. Wow. It said the harlot hate the righteous woman, which is true. I've seen that too. They said, oh, so what? So now she an Israelite now? Oh, you made her? Oh, you don't want me no more. I want her because she chose to change her life. This is a true story. I'm with her.
And she listened.
I'm with her. I picked her. Yeah, I was in the pool with all of y'all, but I picked her.
Yeah.
Because she has a special inquiring mind.
That's right.
Not about me.
That's right.
She already know about me.
That's right.
She keep asking me about this guy I introduced her to her, and she ain't got no problem with it. She's more manageable and easier. So guess what? I choose you. So now they're mad. The ones that did not choose God, they're going to be mad at the woman that you with because she walking your right. They're going to be mad at her. She's the harlot. She ain't changed. So she's going to hate the virtuous woman.
Talk about it, brother. Virtuous.
And no. She all that. Look, men too. Men, they say, oh, because you Israel, you think you all that because you Israelite? You don't know, I got into a beef behind that. I was a little dude. Grown man came walking up to me. Oh, you an Israelite, you think you all that? I said, damn right I think I'm all that. What up? All I had was a little razor. I pulled out my razor, right? But he was a grown man. You know what he did? We locked in, he grabbed it, took the ruler, called my Abba. My Abba came with the crew. When he came, you know, cheap, man, no beef, cheap. Yeah. Evil hates righteousness. Righteousness is evil. It chooses evil. It stays away from evil. It does not grant evil a chance. That's what you do when you is true evil. That's what Job did. Meaning, anything evil, I don't have no part in it. I don't want no part in it. I'm not condoning it. I'm not tolerating it. And I have no part in it. That's what you do when you is true evil. That's anything that God say not to do. You don't involve yourself in it. This group over here doing that, you ain't got nothing to do with that. Leave that out. Country.
And he brought into the house of God the things that his father had dedicated and that he himself had dedicated, silver and golden vessels. And there was no more war until the 35th year of the reign of Asa.
Okay. Okay. I just got started. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.
Hope you got something out of what was brought. What should be brought for the rest of the day. Today is the 34th day of the rounding of the Omer. Making 1 week, making 4 weeks and 6 days. Tonight will be the 5 weeks.
First of all, I'd like to give honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. First of all, I'd like to give honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows his loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the 3rd and 4th generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right as he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chief and princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you, the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat shalom. We have to be more on ourselves. We have to be more on ourselves. And when we are on ourselves, we use the book to analyze our actions and our thoughts. When we are taking heed to ourselves, we analyze our actions and our ways and our thoughts using the book, using these laws, commandments, and statutes that God gave us. Okay? Sin, right? Sin also means malignant.
Oh, wow.
You know what malignant means? Malignant means evil in nature, evil in your influence, evil in your nature, which means it's in you, it's a part of you. And the only thing that can get rid of this malignant, of this thing called sin, we have to close the breach by taking heed to the laws and the commandments of God. We have to close the breach by grabbing a hold of the strength of God. Okay? Okay? Now, I done read in the book where God said to guard your soul, right? And the word for God in your soul, in order to guard your soul diligently, the word God in your soul is shamar. It means to keep or to guard. You cannot keep the commandments of God, all right? No. In order to guard your soul diligently, you must be keeping the laws of God. There's no way you can take heed to yourself without keeping and fulfilling the commandments of God. Right. So in order to guard my soul from the things that God hates, from the external forces, I have to be keeping and fulfilling the commandments of God. It goes hand in hand. All right? We're going to go into the law. Let's go into Deuteronomy chapter 22. Got it?
Deuteronomy 22.
Chapter 22.
Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox.
Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox.
Or his sheep.
Or his sheep. Right? Go ahead.
And hide thyself.
Go astray and hide thyself. We have to realize something.
God will allow certain things to happen to others to test you, to see where your mind is at. God will allow certain things to go down with each other to test your mind frame, your mindset, and where you're going at. Because we have a tendency of seeing things that go down with each other, and then we say God is against them. Oh, he evil. Oh, God is against them. But there are laws. There are laws and commandments that comes with these things. Whatever happens to your brother, what is my reaction? Am I going to bring that brother's ox back to his barnyard, or am I going to thumbs down him and talk bad about him and talk about God is against him?
Talk about it.
No, God put that man through this situation to prove your diligence.
Talk about it.
To see how diligent you are with God.
Talk about it.
We go around, we badmouth each other and say, oh, he evil. That happened to him because he did this and did the other and did this. He did this over here, he did that or did this. No, man. God allows certain things to happen to others to test your dedication, your faithfulness to God, where your mind is at, to see whether you're going to bring that ox to your field or allow your brother's ox to continue to go astray. Tamshi. Verse 2.
Thou shalt surely bring them back to thy brother. And if thy brother be not near to thee,
and if your brother be not nigh unto thee,
or if thou know him not,
then
thou shalt bring it to thy own house.
Then thou shalt bring it to your own house.
And it shall be with thee until thy brother seek after
Now I can't use his ox or his ass to work with. I can't work the man's ox because it ain't my ox. It ain't my sheep. I have to keep that sheep and that ox in my barn until my brother seek after it. Because I always got to keep in mind that this is not mine. It's not mine. Tamshi.
And thou shalt restore it to him again. In like manner shalt thou do with his ass.
And thou shalt restore it to him again. In like manner shalt thou do with his ass.
So shalt thou do with his garment.
So shalt thou do with his garment.
And with every lost thing of thy brothers which he hath lost, thou hast found, shalt thou do likewise. Thou mayest not hide thyself. Thou shalt not see thy brother's ass or his ox fall down by the way, and hide thyself from them.
Thou shalt not see thy brother's ass or his ox fall down by the way, and hide thyself from him. Go ahead.
Thou shalt surely help him to lift them up again.
So when the ass and the ox are burdensome animals. And sometimes we may overload these animals where it's too much for this animal to carry. So when the weight is too heavy for the animal, it's my job to stop and help my brother with his burden, with this animal. Go ahead.
A woman shall not wear that which pertaineth to a man.
Neither shall a woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man. Lo ye keli gebe. Keli is a utensil, a tool, a thing, a vessel, an artifact, a container, a dress, a garment. Okay? He said, Lo ye keli gebe, a male's tool, a male's utensil, right? Concerning a woman. Right? It shall not be upon a woman or concerning a woman. Al-Isha, Welo Yilbash. Go ahead, read.
Neither shall a man put on a woman's garment.
Neither shall a man put on a woman's garment. Neither shall a man put on a woman's garment. Okay? But all that do so is what? Is an abomination.
All that do so are an abomination to the Lord thy God.
Pants is an abomination. Now we have Israelite women that wear pants. And they say there's nowhere in the book where God said where a woman can't wear pants. But pants came about in a certain year, a certain century, a certain year where a woman started to wear pants. Had to be like the 18 something or 19 something. 1900. Where a woman started wearing pants.
1950.
But 1700s, 1600s,
In the
1400s.
the 20s.
1800s.
20s.
They didn't wear
They
pants.
wasn't wearing pants.
The women didn't wear pants, man. They wore dresses. They wore dresses. But the mentality of the woman today, they want to be able to do everything that a man can do.
Anything you can
They
do,
want to be equal with a man.
Jealous just like a man.
They want to be
Yes, I
equal
can.
with men. Tom Sheik.
If a bird's nest chance to be before thee in the way, in any tree, or on the ground, whether they be young ones or eggs, and the mother
What
bird
verse you at? Okay, well, I see it.
8:6.
If a bird nest chance to be before thee in the way in any tree,
in any tree,
uh-huh,
or on the ground,
on the ground,
whether they be young ones
whether there be young ones
or eggs,
or eggs,
and the mother bird sitting upon the young
uh-huh,
or upon the eggs,
uh-huh.
thou shalt not take the mother bird together with
They
the young.
didn't eat the eggs. The eggs is the embryo.
Uh-oh.
Okay?
Uh-oh.
That eggs was left there to be hatched by the mother.
Uh-oh.
If we ate all the eggs, then there will be no more birds.
Uh-oh.
We didn't eat eggs.
Uh-oh.
That was the embryo of the fish. That's
Uh-oh.
like the cycle of a woman.
Uh-oh.
Okay?
Uh-oh.
Go ahead. He said, "For bird next chance to be before thee in the way in any tree or on the ground, whether there be young ones or eggs, and the dam sitting upon the young or upon the eggs, thou shalt not take the dam
mother.
with the young." He said, "Don't take the dam as the mother. Don't take the mother with the young." Go ahead.
But thou shalt surely let the mother go, and take the young to thee,
But thou shalt surely let the mother go and take the young to thee. Read.
that it may be well with
That
thee,
it may be well with thee.
and that thou mayest prolong thy days.
You see how we can prolong our days? You see how things can be well with us?
Yes.
All we have to do the things that pleases God.
Talk about it.
When we fulfill and do the things that pleases God, now my life will be much more easier.
Sure.
Things will go good for me. Why? Because I'm doing the things that God loves.
God. That's right.
Okay, go ahead.
When thou buildest a new house, then thou shalt make a parapet for thy roof.
When you build a new house, we was commanded to build a parapet. A parapet is a battlement around the roof, to where if anyone fall from there, the blood will not be upon me. So I'm protecting myself.
That's right.
In order for that person to fall off that parapet, he had to climb that parapet and jump off.
That's right.
The parapet is big enough to where no one can fall off. Some sheep.
That thou bring not blood upon thy house,
Uh-huh.
if any man fall from it. Thou shalt not sow thy vineyard with diverse seeds.
Thou shalt not sow thy vineyard with diverse seeds. Okay. All right. Thou shalt not sow. To sow is the plant. Diverse is kilayim. Kilayim means two kinds or mixtures, right? Now, during pollination, there was other apples being produced. This is why we have different apples: Macintosh, Granny Smith, Red Delicious. We got many different apples because the pollen blows off into other trees and it pollinates. Sometimes the pollen of one fruit can fly to a different tree and develop certain characteristics from the tree that it flew on. Okay, but God, all right? Go ahead, Tom Shee.
Lest the fruit of thy seed which thou hast sown and the fruit of the vineyard be forfeited.
Now, that's different. God ain't talking about pollen. You know what God is talking about? When you plant two seeds together, the fruits that was produced during pollination, you can eat those. God is talking about planting two different seeds. Now we have vegetables that's mixed. I'm hearing that broccoli is mixed, cabbage is mixed, all these vegetables, these things is mixed, kale. They're all mixed.
They're all mixed up.
But what you gonna do? You gonna stop eating vegetables and fruits? No. Tom Shee.
Thou shalt not plow with an ox and an ass.
Thou
together.
shalt not plow with an ox and an ass together. Okay? Now, when I read in Leviticus chapter 19, it speaks about gender. You should not gender, right? To gender mix means to mix or hybrid.
Right.
Now, Introspective hybrid are bred by mating individuals from two species, normally from within the same genus. The offspring displays traits and characteristics of both parents, but are often sterile. So when you mix the two animals, one becomes sterile. They won't be able to produce, preventing gene flow between the species. So when two different species mate, their hybrid offspring becomes unhealthy or sterile. Often only one sex is affected. Sexual difference in fertility follows a pattern known as Haldane's rule, which states that hybrids are afflicted more when they inherit two different chromosomes. When you plow these two different cattle together, right? An ox and an ass, one or both of them suffers pain. Okay? Because one is stronger than one. You have to plow them and work them together so you get an equal reaction. Okay? Because the one or both of them suffers pain because the movement is not equal. They have different characteristics. A donkey has a smaller body mass than the ox. Because of that, its strides is much shorter than the ox. The ox eventually dies from the chemicals from the donkey's breath.
Look at that. Look at that, man.
You ever saw those cartoons where the donkeys and they the donkey has chemicals in his breath that when they breathe, it affects the other animal. It don't affect the other donkey. It affects the opposite animal that's not like this. That don't just share. That's why you didn't work these two animals together.
Keep them separate.
You have to keep them separate.
That's why. Now you see why.
Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not wear a garment of diverse sorts.
Thou shalt not wear a garment of diverse sorts. Right? Okay. What verse is that?
It's verse 11.
11. All right? Lord Tilbash, Sha'anes, you shall not clothe, right, yourself with mixed fabrics, as of woolen and linen, thou together, right? When you wear mingled material, one cancel out one. The body has a frequency of 100. When you wear 100% wool or linen, it's a 100% frequency which matches your body. Okay? When you mix it, the frequency drops. It's 50-50. And it's not matching the body, the human body's frequency. It cancels it, which causes sicknesses and diseases. Okay? Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not wear a garment of diverse sorts, as of woolen and linen together.
Sha'anes is mixed fabrics. So now your clothes, your sheets, your blankets, your towels, everything that you put on your skin is supposed to be 100% cotton, wool, linen, and silk.
Talk about it.
See, so we have a job to do. Go through your closets and get rid of all those mingled sheets.
Read them tags.
Read those tags and get rid of those pillowcases.
Right.
Get rid of all these things
Right.
that God prohibited us from wearing.
Them jeans, that's 98%.
98% cotton.
2% elastane.
2%. That's right. Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt make thee fringes upon the 4 quarters of thy vesture.
Thou shalt make thee fringes upon the 4 quarters of thy vesture. So your vesture is supposed to have 4 corners. All right? Fringes upon the 4 quarters of your vesture. When you look into Numbers 15, it was specific. He said, and ye shall put a thread. Patil tekele is a thread or a cord of blue around the fringe. We didn't wear blue fringes.
No.
We was commanded to put a thread of blue around the fringe. That's it. We didn't wear fringes around our borders because the book says upon the 4 corners of your vesture. So when you wear fringes around the borders,
right,
you're not doing the law. You're not fulfilling the law. Tom Sheep.
If any man take a wife and go in unto her and hate her.
Okay, now we just Chief Mikhail just ran down the order of marriage. The only papers that we had were divorce papers. We didn't have marriage papers. There was no way of showing marriage papers. The marriage was consummated through the man penetrating the woman. But there were things that comes with that. You can't just penetrate a woman and just call her your wife. You have to make sure that you have a house to take care of. You have obligation. You got to be able to provide. You got to be able to protect. You got to be able to support. You got to be able to. You got to be able to take care of this woman. And if you are not able, look, the fathers didn't give their daughters to men that had nothing.
They weren't able.
They wasn't able to provide for their daughters. So that's what comes with being married. You have to have blood. You have to have the means of taking care of this woman. If you don't have the means of taking care of this woman, then guess what? You stay to yourself and leave the woman alone. You stay to yourself and leave the woman alone. Tom Sheep.
If any man take a wife and go in unto her and hate her, and give occasions of speech against her.
Occasions of speech against her. What is the occasion of speech? Alilot dibarim. Alilot dibarim is false accusations. A false accusation denotes what? Hatred.
That's why slander.
God shows us the definition of words. So when you falsely accuse me, it denotes hatred. It shows that you hate that person.
Slander in my name.
Go ahead. It said, give occasion of speech against her.
And bring up an evil name upon her.
Uh-huh.
And say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid.
I found her not a maid. He said, so any woman that you took back in these days, back in this book, she was a virgin. I didn't read about a divorce case.
That was very
The
common.
man didn't have to divorce their woman.
Wow.
The woman didn't have to run off from their man because the man tried to tell the woman to serve and force the woman to serve gods or wood and stone. So the woman got to run off from her husband. That didn't happen back then. So we're going to have women that are not virgins, but sometimes it ain't their fault. I said sometimes. Because the matter and the situation comes to a point where she got to leave. Right? So, but in this book, when we read, when you take a woman, she was a virgin. Yeah. So when you penetrate this woman, guess what? Go ahead, read. He said, I went into this woman.
And when I came to
when
her,
I went into her,
I found her not a
she
maid.
wasn't a virgin. I said, she wasn't a virgin. She's just coming out of her father's house. She's supposed to be a virgin. The woman did not have sex while living in their father's house. They didn't do that. That was the honor and the virtue of the woman in this book. Woman that we read about in this book. And guess what? The men respected it. The men respected that. You a virgin? I'm not penetrating you. No. Especially I ain't got my intentions. I don't even have the intentions of marrying you. But you're a virgin. No. I'm not penetrating. I'm not doing that. We got to have some type of regard and concern and respect for the laws and the commandments of God.
Teach.
Go ahead.
Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity.
Take and bring the tokens of the damsel's virginity.
Unto the elders of the city of that gate.
So now we're going to find out what are the tokens of the damsel's virginity. Go ahead.
And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man to wife, and he hated her. And lo, he hath given occasions of speech against her.
Occasion of speech against her. He falsely accused her,
saying, I found not thy daughter.
He said, when I went into her, she wasn't a virgin.
And yet these are the tokens of my daughter's
These are the tokens of my daughter's virginity.
And they shall spread the cloth.
In the Hebrew it says that they shall spread the simla. So all virgins bleed when they're penetrated. So when the virgin is penetrated and she bleeds, it's her job to take up the proof take up that blood and you save it. You give it to your father. Just in case, if this dude want to slander my name, talking about I was sleeping around and I wasn't a virgin, then the father would bring forth the tokens of this woman's virginity.
Yeah, the father keeps that. That's true.
I don't see no tokens.
Where are they?
Where are the tokens? Are these laws being kept today?
Parents, man, the parents.
When you give your daughter, you're supposed to train your daughter to bring those tokens. That's something honorable.
Tokens in the
That is honorable. The brother said the tokens is in the train station.
Oh, man.
Behind the back staircase.
Sad.
That's not good, man.
Sad.
We gotta have more virtue about ourselves, man. With ourselves. Tamshi.
And they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city, and the elders of that city.
And it boils down to this. Most of the time, if not, it's the men's fault.
It's always
The men's fault.
Start and end with the
It starts and ends with the men. You know what God said. And you know the order of getting this daughter.
Yeah.
I should not be approaching a man's daughter before approaching her father.
Follow the order.
Talk about it.
If I want this man's daughter, I have to go to the father.
Yeah.
And I go to the father and I speak to the father and I say, listen, I love your daughter. I want to talk to your daughter. I want to marry your daughter.
That's how.
Okay? Listen, I work. I do this type of job. Don't tell me you're a cashier register. Ain't no cashier register marrying my daughter. You work behind the cashier on Mickey D's. No. You can't marry my daughter. You can't marry my daughter. I need a man with benefits. 401k,
Medical.
annuity, medical coverage. So that if I die or if the husband die, my daughter is covered. I said my daughter is covered. She's covered. And these are things that you have to, before you begin to look for a wife, get yourself situated and correct.
Stop thinking about
Get
a
yourself
woman.
prepared.
Stop
I should not be
about it.
thinking about woman if I'm not prepared. I have to go. I have to prepare myself for these
You ain't
things
even ready.
because you're not gonna. You can't have the woman living in the box,
Bro,
in a cardboard box.
bro, you just came on doing 10 years. What you doing?
Just come home from doing 10 years and you're looking
You
for a woman.
don't have nothing.
You're not ready. You don't got
You have
nothing yet.
nothing to offer her, brother.
So go ahead. He said,
The elders of that city shall take that man and chastise him, and they shall immerse him in 100 shekels of silver. Give
the
them-
elders of that city shall chastise him. They gonna beat flames out of him. He gonna get beaten. And you know the dedication of these men.
Yeah, talk about it.
These men were so dedicated that when they were at fault with God, they accepted whatever came
That
with
show
it.
you down.
That shows you down. When you say, listen, man, you did this and this and this, the penalty for that, you need some stripes.
And he
He said,
accepted.
what? I get stripes? No problem,
He
man. You be laying down. I accepted it. I did wrong. Come strike me. Give me the stripes.
Thou art righteous and all that has come upon us. Thou hast acted truthfully.
I want
We
him
have
next.
brought unrighteousness.
That's right.
Yeah.
Huh?
You got good stuff to do.
We don't got these type of people today. Do wrong, and you better not do it back to him. Do the step up and get angry and hook off on you, and you better not hit him back. You crazy, man. How dedicated are you to God? How dedicated are you?
Yeah.
Tom Sheep.
Because he had brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Israel.
Because he had brought up an evil name upon the virgin of Israel. By what? By calling her, by saying that this woman was not a virgin. That's an evil name upon this woman. Go ahead.
And she shall be his wife. He may not put her away all his days.
She shall be his wife. He may not put her away all his days. You can't divorce her. You can't divorce her. You already penetrated her. You can't divorce her. Go ahead, read.
But if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel.
So now it says, if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity is not found for this damsel. Go ahead.
Then shall they bring out the damsel.
Now you got to bring the woman out
to the door of her father's house.
To the door of her father's house. That's who you violated. You done violated your father by having sex in your father's house and not being married. Okay, go ahead.
And the men of her city shall stone her with stones that she died.
Stone her with stones that she died. There's nothing inhumane about that. There's nothing cruel about that. There's nothing ungodly about that. We must train ourselves to accept what God says, accept what we read out of this book. These laws came directly out the mouth of God. I said these laws came directly out the mouth of God. And when we reject this, you're rejecting God.
Yep.
Tom She.
Because she had wrought folly in Israel to play the whore in her father's house. So shall I put evil away from among you.
So he called her a whore. Yes, you're a whore. When you have sex and you're not married, you're committing whoredom. I had one sister, she said, so you mean I'm a whore? I said, man, it was something. I hate to be the messenger. I hate the one to be the messenger. I said, but isn't that what God said? She said, yeah, I read. Yeah. I said, well, but you don't gotta be that no more. You can change it. You can be a reformed whore. You can get your virtue back by not whoring around no more. All you gotta do is say, I used to be that way.
I don't do that no more.
Now I keep my legs closed till I find that right man.
That's right. That's honorable.
They have come and say, well, you know what? Yes, I have different boyfriends and I've been penetrated. He said, but now I want to keep my legs closed. I don't want to have no more sex till I find the right man. So the other dude comes and look at you and say, child, he said, you done had 2-3 kids and you want to close it up? You need to be giving it away. That's no.
Don't listen to that.
Don't listen to that.
No. That's the talk shows.
That's
those are the therapy sessions and the mindset of America, of social media. At any given time, you could be tired of opening your legs for ungodly dudes that don't want to take you seriously.
That's right. That's right.
That's the problem.
That's right.
We are dealing with men that don't want to take the woman seriously.
Talk about
that don't have the mindset and not ready to marry her, but they just want the cookies.
Lanes.
All I want is the cookies.
Lanes.
That's it.
The lane.
That's it.
Lame men.
So this is the mind frame, that heathenistic mind frame that comes with people that don't have the mentality to serve God.
That's right.
Tom She.
Teach.
If a man be found lying with a woman married to a husband.
Found lying with a woman married to a husband, which means the woman, she's married to this guy here. She got a husband, and these two got caught.
Then they shall both of them die.
Then shall both of them die. God said, kill them. The man and the woman. Go ahead.
Both the man that lay with the woman and the woman.
So you see how God had favorites? You see how God had favorites?
Oh yeah.
And he looked at King, he looked at the king, he looked at King David.
Thou shalt not
and
die.
sent not Nathan the prophet.
Thou shalt not die.
And he told Nathan the prophet, he said, don't worry about it. He said, thou shalt not die. The righteousness of King David is what saved him from eternal death. From that death. And that's what did it, man. That's what did it. It's the same God then, the same God now. You got to be pushing up. David pushed up on God, man. After he did that, and Nathan the prophet said, man, there was a poor man that had one little ewe. And then you had a rich man. that had many and thousands of lambs, many cattle. But he spared to take from his own cattle and took the poor man's cattle. King David got angry. He said, where he at? He said, that man shall die because what? He had no pity. He had no pity. He had no heart. So when we go on in our lives, we must have pity for each other. I have to pity you, and you have to have pity for me.
That's right.
When I don't pity you, God look at me and frown.
You ready to bust your head?
God look at me and frown because I don't show no pity and no sorrowful for what my brother is going through.
He said I died because he showed no pity.
That's what he said. He was going to kill him. He was going to move on him. King David, next move was going to move on him. But what stopped him? Nathan looked. He said, thou art the man. See, sometimes certain situations has to be put towards you so you can see yourself.
You gotta see somebody else.
So you can see yourself. But the whole situation that I'm putting before you is how you is.
That's you.
But I have to put it that way so you can see it.
Right. That's something.
Got you.
Tom, see?
Then they shall both of them die. Both the man that lay with woman and the woman, so shall thou put away evil from Israel. If a damsel that is a virgin be betrothed to a husband,
damsel that is a virgin be betrothed unto a husband, Tom, see?
and a man find her in the city,
And a man find her in the city
and lie with her,
and lie with her.
then ye shall bring them both out unto the gate of that city,
Then ye shall bring them both unto the gate of that city.
and ye shall stone them with stones that they die.
Stone them with stones that they die, because when a woman is engaged or betrothed, she's promised to a man. And when that woman has sex with a man, that with any man that she's not engaged or betrothed with, that is also cause for death.
That's right.
They both gotta die. Tom, she?
The damsel, because she cried not, being in the city, and the man, because he had humbled his neighbor's wife,
Tom, she?
so shall thou put away evil from among us. But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and a man force her and lie with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die. But unto the damsel thou shalt do nothing.
He said, but if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and a man force her and lie with her, that's rape. He said, the man only shall die. And the woman ain't got to be betrothed. You just rape the woman, that's death penalty. God said, kill her. See, this will stop the rapists.
Yeah.
There will be no more rapists.
Kill 'em.
Because once you start
No jail
raping
time.
something,
That's right.
ain't no jail time.
No jail time.
You die. Tom, she?
For as when a man riseth against his neighbor and slayeth him, even so is this matter.
Tom, she?
For he found her in the field, and the betrothed damsel cried, and there was none to save her.
Tom, she?
That's like murder.
That's right.
That's right.
If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her and lie with her, they be found. Then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he hath humbled her. He may not put her away all his days.
I seen a dude, a worthless dude, gotta be worthless to have this mind frame. He went to the father and asked him for his daughter. The father said no. So he goes and say, all I gotta do is penetrate her, and the law says she's mine. I said, but what you read, you didn't read the other part in Exodus 22, where the father can only refuse because you did not do it according to the way or to the order. You ain't doing it according to the order. See, that's when the father ugly refused, when you want to sneak around with my child and without coming to me, without coming to the father. Tom, she?
Because he hath humbled her, he may not put her away all his days. Verse 30.
Go to Jeremiah 5. It said a man, go to Jeremiah 5. A man shall not take his father's wife, right? Nor discover his father's extremity. The extremity of your father's wife, you cannot discover. Your extremity goes as your thighs, your limbs, your arms. These things must be covered. body parts.
Uh-oh.
All right? All these things must be covered.
The thick
Okay.
thigh you got.
That's right.
Thick thighs.
That's right. Tom, see? Jeremiah
chapter 5. Run ye to and fro through the streets of Jerusalem, and see now and know, and seek in the broad places thereof, if ye can find a man, if there be any that executed judgment, that seeketh the truth, and I will pardon it.
Wait, read that over. Read that over.
Run to and fro
Run to and fro
through the streets of Jerusalem,
through the streets of Jerusalem.
and see now and know,
And I need you to see now and recognize this, right?
and seek in the broad
Don't
places
look
thereof.
around in the broad places.
And if you can find a
If
man,
you can find a man,
if there be any
if there be any
that executed
that
judgment,
executed judgment. Wait, you know what that means? To execute judgment when things are being done against God. Are you stepping up to do the penalty? Are you stepping up to do the judgment? No, we don't do the judgment. We let it go and let it rock. But the rightful thing is to find out what is the penalty for this situation when we violate a law. Go ahead.
that seeketh the truth,
Seeking the truth.
and I will pardon it.
Who? To seek truth. He said, now he said, read that over. He said, now look, the truth, it says emunah. Emunah means truth or faithfulness, right? The truth is belief that is accepted by God. Belief that is accepted by God, right? He said, and I will pardon him. The word for pardon is selak. Selak means to forgive or pardon. The action of forgiving for an offense or an error. So God is telling Jeremiah, he said, listen, I need you to go and find anybody that execute judgment and seek the truth. He said, and I'll forgive them. You see how we can get forgiveness from God just by seeking the truth and executing the things that God executes, which is judgment? Go ahead.
Just judgment.
Just judgment. Right. Read.
Shall read it over, right?
No. Next verse 2.
Verse 2. And though they say the Lord liveth,
And though they say the Lord liveth,
surely they swear falsely.
surely they swear falsely. They're talking about God, speaking about God, the Lord God, and the laws and swearing and this and this. But all that is cat. They swear it falsely. They're not standing on what they're saying.
That's right.
They're not true. They're just running their mouth. Go ahead.
O Lord, are not thine eyes upon the truth?
Oh Lord, are not thine eyes upon the truth?
Thou hast stricken them.
Thou hast stricken them. Woo.
They have not grieved.
This is deep. When I looked this up, it blew my mind.
Yeah.
In the Hebrew, it says, thou hast stricken them. The word for stricken is hekita, right? It means to blow, to strike, to smite. He said, thou, O Lord, hast smote me, hast stricken me. What happens when God strikes you? Chastisement. I get stabbed, I get shot, I get put in jail, I'm in the hospital, right? He said, and thou was not grieved. The Hebrew word for grieved is ket shabuts lamed. He said, I smote you and I stricken you and I smote you and I chastised you and you didn't change. Yes.
You ain't changed.
You didn't change. You didn't convert
You ain't changed.
at the chastisement of God.
You have to elevate. It must be the same way.
After the chastisement of God and after the things that we go through, God is looking for changes.
Right.
But we ain't changing.
Facts.
We remain the same.
Facts.
We remain the same way. And it happens that it's more powerful coming from the person
That's right.
that's going through it, not me.
That's right.
You got to voice this and turn to God in humility and turn to God.
That's right.
Tom, see?
But they have refused to receive correction.
But they have refused to receive correction. Go ahead.
They have made their faces harder than a rock.
They refuse to receive correction. Listen, brother, you're wrong, man. You shouldn't do that. Then you get angry.
Yeah.
You get angry when a person tells you you're wrong.
Talk about it, brother.
You get tight when a person look at you and say, no, you shouldn't do that, man, that's not right. No, you shouldn't move that way, that's not right. Look, God don't like this, you shouldn't do that. But the first thing you're supposed to do is a wife supposed to spot. Wait, what? What you said? God don't like it?
No matter the cause.
No matter the cause, so who's telling me?
That's right.
That's why we need to take our emotions and muffle it. Muffle it. Let's read.
Thou hast consumed them, but they have refused to receive correction.
Uh-huh.
They have made their faces harder than a rock.
Harder than the
They
rock.
have refused to return.
Yeah, you made your face harder than a rock. Like think you're gonna scare somebody. You made your face harder than the rock. I got a rock face too.
That's right.
We both got rock faces. You're not scaring me. I'm not gonna run. I don't have chickens inside of. Go ahead.
Therefore I said, surely these are poor.
Surely these are poor.
They are foolish.
They are foolish.
For they know not the way of the
But
Lord.
they know not the ways of God, nor the judgment of their God. Huh? Huh? You got to read the book to learn the ways of God. And when you learn the ways of God, I have to learn to put it to myself. Start putting it to use. This is the ways of God. One of the ways of God is your father and my father were in agreement. Right? So therefore, because your father and my father made a pact, there can never be no beef between me and you. That's the ways of God. When I go against these things, God frowns at you. We need to read the book and learn the ways of God because that's what's getting us hung up. That's what's killing us. I said, that's what's causing God, when you go around the corner, to get shot in your head. I got on my garment and my frontlet and bracelet, but my ways stink. And because my ways stink, things continue to happen. Tom She.
I will get me unto the great men.
I will get me to the great men. Huh? Go
I will
ahead.
speak unto them.
I will speak unto them.
But they have known the way
But they have known the ways of the Lord
and the judgment of
and
their
the
God.
judgment of their God.
But these have altogether broken the yoke
And burst their
the
bonds. Tom She.
Wherefore, a lion out of the forest
A
shall
lion
slay
out of the
them,
forest shall slay them.
and a wolf of the
And
evening
the wolf of the evening
shall
shall
spoil
spoil them.
A leopard shall watch over
Leopards
their
shall
cities.
watch over their cities.
Everyone that goeth out, thence shall be torn in pieces.
Because
their
transgressions are many,
and their
and their backslidings are increased. You know what a backslidings are? When you look up the definition of backslidings, it means to relapse, to go back into your own ways. You stop for a while, and then now you see, we see when things happen to us in our lives, we straighten up for a little while, and then we end up going back. I said we straighten up for a while, and then we end up reverting back to our own dirty ways. We revert right back. Now, in order not to revert back, I have to keep reminding myself about God. I have to stay on point about God. I have to remind myself of His wondrous acts and stay on point with myself so the old me don't return.
That's right.
I don't want the old me to come back. Huh? It says relapsing into your own bad ways. It also means apostasy. Apostasy means to abandon or to renunciate. Renunciation of God. Renunciation of God is a formal rejection. All you got to do is say, I disagree. I don't like this law. I disagree with this. I don't think, and I don't think, and I don't think. But God said it's okay. God said it's good. And I know this is a training. I'm not going to like it right away. You're never going to like this right away. But you must train yourself to love everything that is read that God loves.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Go ahead, Tom C. Verse 7.
How shall I? Okay.
Go ahead.
Verse 7. How shall I pardon thee for this?
How should I pardon thee for this?
Thy children have forsaken
How am I going to forgive you and your sons continue to forsake me? Your children become the continue to forsake me. Go ahead.
And sworn by them that are no
And
God.
continue to swear by idols and deities. Read.
When I had fed them to the full, then they committed adultery.
I fed you and I took care of you and you turned your back on me. Huh? I said, I fed you and I took care of you. I housed you. I did everything for you and you turned your back against me. Go ahead.
When I had fed them to the full, they committed adultery and assembled themselves.
When I fed them to the full, they committed adultery and did what?
Assembled themselves by troops in the harlot's house.
What are you doing there? What are you doing, Israel, at the whore's house? You have a wife at home, brother. Go home to your wife. This whore wants nothing to do with your God. She don't want nothing to do with your God. Why art thou layest in the bosom of a stranger when you should be laid up in the bosom of your wife? She don't want nothing to do with God, man.
That's right.
Nothing.
And
And this is what we need to be attracted to. The first thing we need to recognize and realize is that, is this woman able to serve God? Is she qualified for me to be laid up with her? Because if she's not qualified for that, leave her alone.
She got a necklace and a
Leave her
cross on
alone.
it. She got a necklace and a cross on it.
Yeah,
And you laid up with her.
yeah. With your head on her chest.
Go ahead, read. Some shit.
They were as red horses in the morning.
It was as fed horses in the morning.
Everyone neighed after his neighbor's wife.
Everyone what?
Everyone
Neighed.
neighed after his neighbor's wife.
You see the situation, the position we came down to? I'm chasing your wife, you're chasing mine,
And it's all good.
and it's all good.
You shouldn't be having no conversation with my wife, brother.
That's right.
And it's all
You
good.
need your head bust.
No good, man.
That's right.
Tom She,
Shall I not visit for these things? Says
shall
the Lord?
I not visit?
These
The
are
word
days,
for
these are the
visit
days.
is paquad. It means punish. God said, you don't think I'm going to punish you for these things that you're doing?
These are punishments.
We don't think that God is going to punish us for the things that we are doing that are against God. We don't think we're going to get punished. You don't think God is going to visit us for these things? Go ahead, Tom She.
And shall not my soul be avenged on such a nation as this?
Uh-huh.
Go
He
ye-
said, shall not my soul be avenged on such a nation as this? You hear how God look at us? He said, this. Know what that is? You go see your father. Hey, tell that. Tell that. I said, come here. Oh, no, man. No, please. How about please? Why you call me that? What I do, man? I did that. I need to correct. Whatever I did wrong, it's time for me to correct that now.
You become
My
an
name
object.
ain't that. And I don't want you to refer to me as that.
You're an object now.
Now I've become an object. I have become a vessel or a container. No way. Certain things is supposed to move us, man.
That's right. That's right.
Certain things are supposed to move us, and certain things cannot sit well with you.
That's
When
right.
your father or your mother look at you and say this or that
To discuss.
in disgust. That's what God did with the nation. At that point in time, he looked at the whole nation as this. That's this
This
nation.
nation.
Now you ain't my nation no more. You're this nation. Go ahead.
Go ye up upon her walls and destroy, but make not a full end.
He said, go on that. See the mercifulness of God. He said, go upon the walls and destroy. He said, but don't make a full end.
Don't wipe them out.
Don't wipe them out. Don't consume them utterly. He said, just hit them up. See, that shows right there that even in the chastisement of God, he still had pity and mercy and compassion.
Every time.
Tom, see, you don't see how when a father chastises his son, chastise their children, they don't want to beat you, or if they do have to beat you, you get beaten, and you start acting. Look, I remember one time. Look, one of my brothers, he was getting hit, and he got hit with a bull dick. A bull gi. It was all right. The bull It was something that was used
It's a whip.
in the
It's a
islands.
whip.
So it was a whip, a bull, right? A whip.
A whip.
Sorry about that. Right? So he got hit with it, and his leg started to draw. My father forgot about that. Dropped that, and he picked them up, put them in the thing, and rubbed them. Why? Because he chastised them with love. It wasn't hatred.
He wasn't mad at
It wasn't mad. He beat my other sister, and her hand got deformed. That whip was no joke. That whip was no joke. It was a dried up stick,
Dry you up, man.
and it draws you up. Tom shit.
Take away her battlements, but they are not the Lord's.
Take away her battlements, but they was not the Lord's. They didn't shield themselves with the shield of God.
Right.
They didn't shield themselves with the shield of God, man.
Other shields.
Okay? They shield themselves with the shields of nations and of deities, but it wasn't of the protection of God.
That's right.
So God ramshacked and went through and removed it. It removed it.
That's right.
What verse you at?
Verse 11.
Uh-huh.
For the house of Israel and the house of Judah have dealt very treacherously.
For the house of Israel and who?
And the house,
And the house of Judah
have dealt very
have
treacherously
dealt
against
very
me.
treacherously
Saith the
against me. We are dealing treacherously with God today.
Turning on God.
We're turning our backs on God. We're treacherous, man. Go ahead.
They have
belied
the Lord
the Lord.
and said, it is not
It is not he.
Neither shall evil
Neither
come
shall
upon us.
evil come upon us.
Neither shall we see
Neither shall we
sword,
see sword
nor
or
famine.
famine. Tom sheep.
And the prophets shall become wind.
Uh-huh.
And the word is not in them.
Uh-huh.
Thus it shall be done unto them.
Uh-huh.
Wherefore thus saith the Lord God of hosts, because ye speak this word,
Because you said what you said.
behold,
Uh-huh.
I will
Behold,
make my words in thy mouth fire.
I will make my words in your mouth fire. You know what that means, man? Huh? Fire. And this people would,
and it shall devour them.
it will have a negative. My words,
It's gonna start up.
it's gonna kindle and start and consume and start kindle a fire. That's deep, man.
Just like the men of Shechem.
Tom sheep.
Lo, I will bring a nation upon you from far,
Uh-huh.
O house of Israel, saith the Lord.
Uh-huh.
It is a mighty nation.
Uh-huh.
It is an ancient nation.
It was a mighty nation. It's an ancient nation.
A nation whose
A
language
nation whose language that you don't understand.
neither understand is
Neither
what they say.
understand is what they say.
Their quiver is as an open
You see
sepulchre.
all this that God is doing to us because we won't we stubborn up on God, man. Point blank. We stubborn up on God. So look now, God done kicked us out into a far, far nation, all the way onto the Isles of America, and he backed out from us. God is not near us no more, man. He's not near. God will be near you if you have to get near and get close with God. You heard what the brother brought. If you don't seek after God, then God won't come to you.
That's right. Speak on
But we have to seek God and push and go after God in sincerity of heart.
That's
By
right.
fulfilling these laws, commandments, and statutes, changing your ways, now God could come near you. Now you can bend the knee and he'll answer you.
I'm pursuing my career, brother.
Come see.
I ain't got time. I ain't got time to pursue God.
Their quiver is as an open sepulchre.
Uh-huh.
They are all mighty men.
Mm-hmm.
They shall eat up thine harvest and thy bread, which thy sons and thy daughters should eat.
Top sheet.
They shall eat up thy flocks and thine herds. They shall eat up thy vines and thy fig trees.
Uh-huh.
They shall impoverish thy fenced cities wherein thou trustest with the sword.
Uh-huh.
Nevertheless, in those days, saith the Lord, I will not make a full end with you.
Mercy of God. He said, in those days, he said, I'm still not going to make a full end of you. I'm not going to do you in. He said, because I look at you, he said, man, you're still my son. You're my son, man. And I can't do you in like that. Remind me of a father or a parents talking to their children.
Yeah, unconditional love.
That's unconditional love, man. Tamshi.
And it shall come to pass when ye shall say, wherefore doth the Lord our God all these things unto
He
us?
said, and it shall come to pass, and we shall say,
uh.
wherefore? Why does God, Lord our God, do it all these things unto us? Why did God do this to us? Right? Go ahead.
Then shall I answer them, like as ye have forsaken
because
me,
you forsaken God
and serve strange
and serve
gods
strange
in your
gods
land,
in your land,
so shall ye serve strangers
so shall you serve
in
strangers
a land that is
in a
not
land
yours.
that's not yours.
Only fair.
You know what serve means? Serve. You don't have to be in the church or the Muslim mosque to serve. All you got to do is comply to their rules, comply to their commands, comply to their ways, their traditions, their practices, and you serving their gods.
Talk about it.
We have our own practices.
Uh-oh.
We have our own ways.
Uh-oh.
We have our own celebrations and traditions that ought to be upheld in the eyes of God. Why do we want to add on ways and customs from heathens? The heathens got it, you want it. Same like the people back in the book. The heathens got a king, you want a king. I want a king like the nations. But we had God.
That's right.
We said we had God. We rejected God. Samuel cried all night. He cried because that was a form of rejection. It was a form of rejection. Tamshi.
Declare this in the house of Jacob.
Declare this in the house of Jacob.
And
Read.
publish it in Judah, saying,
Publish it in Judah. Read.
hear now this, O
Hear
foolish
now
people,
this, O foolish people.
and without understanding,
And without understanding,
which have eyes and see not,
which have eyes, but you can't see.
which have ears and hear not.
Fear
Fear ye not me, say the Lord? Will ye
That's a
not
question.
tremble?
He said, don't you fear me? He said, you don't fear me? You ain't afraid of me?
Will ye not tremble at my presence?
You ain't gonna tremble and be scared at my presence?
Which have placed the sand for the bound of the sea?
He said, listen. He said, I'm the God that placed the sand for a boundary where the sea water can't pass. He said, I'm the God that did that. When the waters wave, when the wave push up and it drops in, and the water comes in, you don't wonder why it stops right here. He said, because I'm the God that put a boundary for that water not to pass.
Which have placed the sand for the bound of the sea by a perpetual decree that it could not pass it. And though the waves thereof tossed themselves,
no matter how heavy and how hard they toss themselves,
yet
it
they not
they
prevail.
can't pass that boundary. It ain't going nowhere. Tamshi.
Though they roar, yet can they not pass over it. But this people hath a revolting and a rebellious heart.
He said, but this people have a revolting and a what?
Rebellious
heart.
Rebellious heart.
Okay.
Okay. The word revolting is sarada. Samek, race. It means revolting, stubborn, and refractory. Refractory means unmanageable. When you look up rebellious, it means contentious. Contentious means a person that causes disagreement. Contentious. Like you read in the book where it says a contentious wife. Because there's always a disagreement. You refuse to agree with your husband. Your husband say, A, don't do this, this, and this, and this. But now you smart. And you know more. So now you want to voice it down. Now I think
B is better.
What do you mean I think? This is the way it's done. This is the way I want it done. That's it. That's it. That's how Israel has become with God. We have become revolting and contentious with God. Tamshi.
They are revolted and gone. Verse 24. Neither say they in their heart, let us now fear the Lord our God that giveth rain.
Nobody said that. Nobody came to terms with themselves. Because in order to do that, you got to have a heart. So nobody came to terms with themselves and said, you know what? Let me start fearing God. All these years that I've been living on earth, I have not feared God, and I have been sinning and breaking the commandments of God, let me start fearing God. Nobody said that. Go ahead.
Let us now fear the Lord our God, that giveth rain, both the former and the latter in his season. He reserved it unto us the appointed weeks of the harvest. Your iniquities
Your iniquities have what?
have turned away these
things. We had rain. We didn't have rain that rained a whole week.
Like this week.
We had rain when it was appointed. We had rain in due season. God only appointed it to rain when it was time to rain. It was certain time. The latter rain. It was a certain time. It didn't rain for 2 weeks because you're going to flood the crops. But when we sinned against God, then everything gets out of whack.
That's right.
Everything gets thrown off.
Teach. Your iniquities have turned away these things, and your sins have withholden good things from you.
He said your iniquities have what?
Have turned away
these things.
And your sins
have
withholden
good things from you. You had good things coming towards you, but it's my sins that keep detouring it. It's going out all over the place. Go ahead.
For among my people are found wicked men. They lay wait as he that setteth snares. They set a trap. They catch men. As a cage is full of birds, so are their houses full of deceit. Therefore, they are become great and waxen rich. They are waxen fat. They shine.
He said, as a cage is full of birds, so are their houses full of deceit. Therefore, they are become great and waxing rich. Not because you're rich means you're good with God. That don't mean you're right. Go ahead.
They are waxing fat. They shine. Yea, they overpass the deeds of the wicked. They judge not the cause of the fatherless, yet they prosper. And the right of the needy do they not judge. Shall I not visit for these things, saith the Lord? Shall not my soul be avenged on such a nation as this? A wonderful and horrible thing is committed in the land. The prophets prophesy falsely, and the priests bear rule by their means. And my people love to have it so.
Go to Proverbs chapter 20. That's now. That's right.
Love to have it so.
Proverbs chapter 20. Got it?
Got it.
Tom shit.
Wine is a mocker.
Wine is a mocker. Let's hayayin. Why it says wine is a mocker? Because mockers are openly hostile to wisdom. They do things out of arrogance, haughtiness, and pride. That's when you're full of wine. You do things arrogantly. You do things out of pride and haughtiness and pride. This is why wine is not good for everybody. Some people, when they get drunk off of wine, all I want to do is go home to my wife and lay up and relax. Some people, when they drink off of wine, they want to party. Some people, when they drink off of wine, I want to fight and get violent.
I know people like that.
Go ahead. He said, too much of it makes a fool out of you. Mockers don't like to submit to no one. You don't submit. When you are a mocker, you don't submit. Tom, see?
Strong drink is raging.
Strong drink is raging. The strong drink from raging is what causes you to be noisy in a forceful way, seeking to attract attention to your own views. Disregarding my view, but your view is the only view that's important.
That's the only thing that matters is how you see it.
It's not right. Tom, see?
And whosoever is deceived thereby is not wise.
Whosoever is deceived thereby. The Hebrew word for deceived is shagah. Shin gimel hey. It means whosoever goes astray thereby. By me drinking is what caused me to do things that is against God, then I don't need to drink. Because notice one thing. When you drink, you get bold.
Yes.
Okay.
When you drink, you get bold and you do
lose your
things,
morals.
and
You want normal
you get
things.
bold,
Lose your
you
morals.
get loose, and you lose your morals.
You lose your limits.
You start doing things
Lose.
that if I wasn't drunk, I wouldn't have did it.
Or you would have said it.
Or you wouldn't have said it. Tom Sheep.
The fear of a king is as the roaring of a lion.
The fear of the king is as the roaring of a
Yeah.
lion. Because when the king is in place, everybody get in line. That's the king. Because death, life and death is in the hands of the king.
That's right.
He can have you killed,
Yeah.
and he can have you live. He can make you live. Go ahead.
Whoso provoking him to anger, sinneth against his own
Oh
soul.
yeah, you sin against your own soul. You done violated the wrong man.
You shouldn't, don't do that.
Tom Sheep.
It is an honor for a man to cease from strife.
What?
It is honor.
What?
That brings honor.
It is an honor for a man to cease from strife. And even though I'm right,
Uh-oh.
and I know I'm right,
Right.
but just off the fact of me holding my peace
Right.
to keep the strife,
That's
to
right.
keep from the argument,
Right.
You right.
is an honor
And
That's
you
right.
right.
to the person.
And
And
you're
you're right.
That's how it's gonna come.
And you're most of the time
Sounds
right.
That's
So,
But
right.
because you have honor in you,
you gotta have.
Right.
you must have honor in you in order to refrain
That's
from
right.
certain things.
So you're right.
If you don't, even though you're right, so if you don't have honor with you, you're not going to refrain.
That's
You're
right.
not going to pull back.
That's right.
Tom Sheep.
But every fool will be meddling.
Every fool will be meddling. You know what's the Hebrew word for meddling? Meddling is the Hebrew word for meddling is galah. Every fool will reveal himself. A fool shows you who he is by him running his mouth and keep talking in his action and doing and doing and doing. Now I see how you is.
So,
I know I see the person how you are now.
I want to hit a
Tom
conclusion
Sheep.
of the matter. The sluggard will not plow
The sluggard will not
by
plow.
reason of the cold.
Man, listen, you can't tell a construction worker he's a sluggard.
Uh-huh.
He goes in hazardous conditions.
Uh-huh.
It's 15 degrees. You know how many times I get up? I say, man, it's cold. Like my Abba said, it's cold as a witch's. I can't say it. I can't say it.
Which is breath.
Yeah, I don't want to say that.
You hear a howl
Because
in
you
the
got the
wind.
yellow D here. I messed up and said one thing's wrong. But he said, then he says, it's cold as a whore's heart. And when I hear him say that, I said, Abba, why you say a whore's heart? He said, because a whore's heart is cold. I don't be feeling like going out to work in 15-degree weather. Next thing, summertime. It ain't even 100 degrees. It's 80 degrees and it's hot.
You are going to melt out there.
Man, listen.
Under that hard hat.
Man, listen. The hard hat,
That's the reason.
that constantly comes on because the heat is so.
Concentrated.
Yo. Uh-huh.
No excuse.
Therefore, what?
Therefore shall he beg
harvest.
and harvest and have
You
nothing.
gonna beg and you ain't gonna have nothing because you ain't put the work in.
You got too much reason.
You ain't put the work in. Tom Sheep.
Counsel in the heart of man is like deep water.
Counsel in the heart of man is like deep waters. Counsel in the heart of man is deep. You know what's the word for deep? It says amak, unsearchable. It says unsearchable. You can't find it. You can't find it nowhere. Tom Sheep.
But a man of understanding will draw it
A
out.
man of understanding, a man that departs from
He'll
evil
get it.
will deliver himself
Yeah.
by hearing the counsel, and he gonna get it. He gonna get it. He gonna catch it because he's a man that is on that train of departing from evil. Tom Sheep.
Most men will proclaim every one his own goodness.
Most men,
Most men, they-
most men proclaims what?
Everyone his
their
own goodness.
You always talking
Right.
about yourself.
Correct.
What you doing, what I do, and I do this, and I do this, and I don't do this. I'm a good man, and I'm doing.
That's right. Arm down.
But a faithful man, who can find? A faithful man, who can find? What is faithful? Faithful means steadfast in allegiance. If you ain't steadfast in your allegiance with your parents, then how you going to be steadfast in your allegiance to God? Conscientious. So steadfast in allegiance means what? It's being constant.
Doesn't stop.
You're constant in your doings. This is what I started doing. I'm not going to stop doing it. I will continue to do this. This is my obligation. I am obligated to do this. Okay? That shows that you have steadfastness in your allegiance and there's some type of faithfulness in you. It shows that you have faithfulness in you. Okay? Firm in adherence to who you owe allegiance to. Unwavering course in your conviction. Firm determination to adhere to a cause or purpose.
Firm determination.
Firm determination. That's right. Your mind must be made up. Right? Constant, meaning what? Occurring continuously over a period of time without changing.
It never stops. It never stops.
This is what we need to develop now. How many years do you have doing this? How many years do you have doing this? And you look at the streak. And most of the time, if we ask ourselves this, you only got 3 months. Shut your mouth and stop talking so strong. You ain't got nothing to talk about. I only got 6 months doing it constantly because I was in and out with God. I only have a year doing this constantly because I was in and out with God. Why are you talking so firm? Shut your mouth, man. And continue to do the things that you know to be righteous by God and God. And start putting in that. That's what God is looking for. God is looking for time in. A stretch. When you begin to walk upright with God, you have to put time in doing this. Because now God is watching you.
Said I got a streak.
That's right. God is watching you.
I got a streak.
He's watching you, man.
Like
15, 20 years.
That's right. That's right.
One day.
That's right. Loyalty is what? Loyalty is being devoted to God. Resolute is firmly resolved or determined, set in your purpose. Your mind is made up. Staunch means to be committed, a willingness to give your time and energy to what you believe in. Firm decision to serve God. So we have to put time into this. I can't just put all my time in jobs and working.
In my career.
In my career.
Man,
listen, when I don't have time to sit and put time in for God, I get angry. I need my time to sit at my table with my books. I got to read and study and learn about the person that is within that I don't need to be no more.
Right. There you go.
Tom sheet.
Proverbs chapter 20. Verse 7.
Tom sheet.
The just man walketh in his integrity.
The just man, a just man walks in his integrity. You know what it means to walk in your integrity? To walk in integrity is one who lives in alignment. One who lives in alignment with the principles and the ways of God. So your living lifestyle is aligned and it coincides. It is aligned with God. Your ways is aligned with God. Okay? That's walking in your integrity.
The just man walking in his integrity, his children are blessed after him.
His children are blessed. You hear that? Because a man walks in his integrity, God will bless your sons. His sons is blessed. Now your sons will grow up with all their wings and with the intentions to serve God. Because when my children detoured, it's your fault.
Talk about it.
It's my fault. It's my fault why they detoured. It's my fault why they strayed away.
Teach your kids.
It's my fault.
Talk about it.
Teach your kids about God. A king that sitteth in the throne of judgment, scattereth away all evil with his eyes.
That sounds like my father. That sounds like my father and your parents. Your parents are around. I won't continue to pinch them. I ain't gonna continue to kick them. I'm gonna wait. But when my parents not looking, now I'm back to my foolishness. That's the same thing with a king. The king come around, the foolishness stops. Everybody's walking upright with God. But when the king turns his back and is gone, the folly begins. He started dancing. He started dancing. I know. As soon as Abba walk in, you stop though. You stop. The same thing when we was kids. My mother had 6 boys and 3 girls, man. And she didn't let us go outside. My father didn't like us going outside. So we used to build tents inside the room, and the tent was a tunnel, and all 7 of us is running through the tunnels, up in the tunnel, going up and down like a what you call that? Merry-go-round, roller coaster, up on top of the dresser, and we Next thing, my father, he comes in. You hear click, click. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Sit down. Break down the tent. We sitting down quiet. We sitting down quiet. We ain't saying nothing. You can hear a pin drop.
Talk about it.
But you know what that was?
Talk about it, brother.
Let me explain you what that was.
Explain what that was,
That
brother.
was the fear. I said that was the fear that God was talking about.
Right.
God said, and He commanded us to fear our parents.
Speak on it, brother.
So there's a way that you should act in front of your father.
Speak on it, brother.
There's a way you should be in front of your father. There's a way that you should be in front of your mother. There's a way you should act in front of your mother. When you don't have that, you have to work on yourself.
Speak on it, brother.
We had it when we was kids, but as we get older, we lose it.
That's right.
Disregarded.
As we get older, we lose it. We gotta work on ourselves to develop that fear in us for our parents, so that we don't offend them with our actions and our words. And that's the honoring of your parents.
Speak on it, brother.
That's the honoring of your father and your mother. When you are afraid to offend them.
Speak on it. Okay.
Afraid.
Tom sheet.
Speak on it, brother.
Verse 8.
Verse 8.
A king that sitteth in the throne of judgment scattereth away all evil
A
with his
king
eyes.
that sitteth in the throne of judgment scattereth away all evil with his eyes.
Who can say,
Who can say?
I have made my heart clean?
I can't say that. I can't say that. Nobody can say that. The word for clean is zikiti. It means a pure mind. A pure mind is attained by taking heed to the laws and the ways of God. Okay? A pure mind don't falsely accuse. A pure mind don't assume. A pure mind is not going to take your word without asking this one. You come and told me the situation. You came and told me what happened, and I automatically condemned them. I ran with it and I condemned them without coming to him and ask. I found myself like that. I'm like, brother, man, some brother come and tell me something about my brother. I'm like, yo, mama. I said, why you do this? I said, mama look at me and said, God damn. I didn't do it. He said, he looked at me and said, you didn't even ask me. And you know what? I ain't get angry. I said, man, you know what? You're right. I said, you're 100% right. I didn't even ask him. All I did was ask. I said, man, why you did this and this?
That's right, brother.
Without asking him, did he do it?
That's right.
Or hearing his side.
That's right, brother.
And we fall victim to these things.
That's right.
I have fell victim to these things. This is why we must be on point with these laws, commandments, and statutes 24/7. 24/7.
Diligent inquisition, like Daniel.
So
That's right.
the other definition for zikiti, it means free from unnatural impulses.
Talk
Right?
about it, brother.
Free from unnatural impulses or negative emotions, which hinders our growth with God. See, our emotions is what hinders us from our growth with God. Okay? Unnatural impulse is a unnatural urge or desire to depart from God, a driving or motivating force to depart from God. That's unnatural. So when we devolve from the ways and the customs and the laws of God, those are unnatural impulses.
Let's go to the barbershop.
Those are unnatural impulses. Let's be better back. Unnatural impulse. Yeah. Anything that is against the laws and the commandments of God is what you call an unnatural impulse.
Let's have a beef patty and cocoa bread.
Who can say I have made my heart clean?
Who can say I made my heart clean? I am pure from my sin.
Diverse weights, diverse measures. Both of them are like abomination to the Lord.
Diverse weights, diverse measures. Both of them are alike abomination to God. Because these weights is what we use to measure and weigh wheat, weigh the flour, to weigh the beans, to weigh this, to weigh the other. So now you have a weight that's 50 pounds, but then when you look at the weight, the person is only getting 10 pounds of flour. That's diverse weights. And God also said we shouldn't have these weights in our house.
Right.
So when you have these scales that don't weigh the product right, you got to get rid of these scales. You got to get rid of them.
Yeah, once the scale not working, get it out your house.
Look, man, I just saw something, man, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Zacharias. The brother said it's halal, Ak. And I know he's joking. That's my brother. We think alike. Me and Zacharias, we think alike. So that's just a joke. But Israelites should not be eating halal at all. We shouldn't be eating no halal.
Say it again, brother.
Because you don't know how the animal died.
Say it again.
Okay? So now, what they are teaching now is that we're supposed to eat our meats that's kosher.
Allah is blessed by idols.
We can go to the kosher store and buy our meat. They said because they said that the meat is killed according to the order of the law. But guess what? Guess what I say? I don't eat kosher meat.
Facts. Kosher.
And I'm not taking their word.
Kosher is unclean.
You know why? Because for me to take their words, for me to die.
That's right.
I'm playing with my life.
All kosher mean is blessed by idols.
All
That's what it
kosher
means,
means.
right?
All kosher
Blessed by
means
rabbi,
means
sorry.
approved by the rabbi. That's all kosher means. You know what else? You know what else the Jews do? The Jews is able to eat bitul. Bitul is a tincture, a small drop of swine, equivalent to the drop of an ocean. So you're going to continue to eat from a people that. Come on now.
I'm smart. I'm a bullhead smart.
Come on now.
Now me, I'd rather eat halal.
I had got so where I got that information from was from the Jewish Inquiry.
Yeah.
This is why the Jews, I don't eat from them no more. I don't eat from them no more. I eat clean.
Yeah.
I don't eat kosher. I eat clean.
Yeah.
I don't eat kosher Franks because Franks is unclean,
Oh,
whether it's
yeah.
kosher or not.
All those
Kosher
clean.
Franks are gristle, muscle, the meat, everything compressed into one. Scraps. And Israelites eat it because it says Hebrew national.
Stuff inside the intestines.
AKA meat byproducts.
Tom sheet.
That's what it is. Even a child is known by his doing.
Even a child is known by his doings.
That's right.
The word for known is neked. Neked means recognize. Even a child is recognized by what he does. So the children is guilty. Look, guilty. I said God is visiting.
Guilty.
God is visiting the sins of the fathers upon the children. So they're going to have some dirty ways with them too. And it's going to, by them having these dirty ways, that's going to show me who they are as the child or as a person. It shows me your ways. And by me, by you, or by the parent recognizing these dirty ways, it's for the parents to correct that.
Right.
Because they are upbringing. You can wean those things out of them.
They
They don't have to grow up to be grown men the way they are.
You don't have to accept that.
Tom sheet.
Whether his work be pure and whether it be right.
The
hearing ear and the seeing eye.
Whether his work be pure or whether it be right. I seen kids stand around and sit down And then next thing, one kid called him, the child ignores him. And he called him again, the child ignored him. I said, hey, I seen that with my twins. I said, hey, didn't you hear your brother call you?
Yes.
Yeah. I said, so why you ignore him? I don't know. I said, don't do that again. I said, that's not right.
That's right.
We have to watch these children
Yeah.
and train them in the way that God accepts.
Shall teach it diligently to
You have
our
to teach
children.
these children these laws, commandments, and statutes and show them the ways of God. Show them what they need to uphold and respect in order for God to turn his attention towards this child.
Now, on one hand,
Look
God
at
comes
Samuel.
Not no flipping.
Samuel was a child. Samuel was a child. After his mother weaned him, she said, I will give him up to the Lord because thou hast lent them to me. Called him Shemuel, lent of God. Huh? Lent of God. God gave her, gave her a son. She said, I'm calling him Shemuel because he's lent of God. He gave him to me. I'm giving him back. Huh? I'm giving him back. To show my appreciation. To show my appreciation. So she gave him back to God. And Samuel was a high power prophet. I said Samuel was a high power prophet, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Now, I seen a question. In the events of famine, right? When there's no food, I'm not going to the church to get food that was blessed by Jake the snake. I'm not going to buy food that is unclean. Guess what? At that point in time, I choose to die. Because I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Oh, I'm going to die in a... Man, listen, I'm dying too. Listen, I'm dying.
No help from the Red
I'm not going to never defile myself to live.
Brother,
Because life is nothing.
it's only bagel and cream cheese.
That's proof. That I need, see, at this point in time, at that point in time, when that situation happens, you have a chance to prove to God who you are, whose side you on. You have a chance to prove to God whose side you on. Because guess what? Life means nothing to me. This life is nothing. This life is nothing. The only reason, my first priority in life is to serve God and keep His commandments. That's number one. And I would choose the commandments of God before my life. I choose the laws of God first. Don't put it to the test. Now, the only reason why I would like to live is because I got children, bro, and I want to raise my children in the ways in the
Hezekiah was right, all right.
That's right.
And when he told God, he said, don't take me out right now.
That's right.
He said, I'm not ready to go.
That's right.
Haven't I done all that?
He said, I ain't ready to go. Sometimes you ain't ready to go. That's right.
Nobody's ready to go.
Tom C.
The hearing ear, the seeing eye, the Lord hath made even both.
The hearing ear, the seeing eye, the Lord had made both of them. Tom C.
Love not sleep, lest thou come to poverty.
Don't sleep too much because you're going to become poor. You're going to end up in need. Go ahead.
Open thine eyes, and thou shalt be satisfied with bread.
Open your eyes. You will be satisfied with bread. Read.
It is not, saith Tobiah.
What verse you at?
14.
Go ahead.
It is not, saith Tobiah.
It is not, saith the buyer.
But when he is gone his way, then he boasted.
He said, but when he go on his way, he start talking. He boasts. It ain't nothing. Yeah, it ain't nothing now. It ain't nothing in your eyes. Yeah. But behind your back, I'm bragging and I'm talking drunk. It's a big thing. But you just told the brother it's nothing. In front of your face, it's nothing. But when you're not in front of the person's face, it's a big issue. Proverbs 20, verse 15.
There is gold in a multitude of rubies.
There is gold in a multitude of rubies.
But the lips of knowledge are a precious jewel.
The lips of knowledge are precious jewel. Knowledge is above rubies. Because if you have knowledge of God, you can depart from evil. The knowledge of God will cause you to depart from evil.
That's why we say,
so you need knowledge. You need the knowledge of God. But you cannot receive the knowledge of God if God has blocked you. If God has covered your eyes so that you can't see it. Go ahead.
Take his garment that is surety for a stranger.
Take his garment that is a surety
for a stranger.
of a stranger. So what's the word for surety? What does surety mean? Surety means what? A person that takes responsibility for another actions. When you speak up for someone, that person that you speak up for is supposed to recognize that.
That's right.
He said, now, you know what? You know what? Because you spoke up for me, I gotta stand on that.
I can't fail.
I gotta stand on that.
Fail
And that is the honor between two people. You have enough honor in you to recognize that you got honor in you. Yeah, I spoke up for you, man. I told the person that it's no more beef.
And I gotta stay.
It's not gonna be no more problems. And now I'm gonna go back and talk to him. So I went back and told him and said, yo, man, leave it alone. I spoke to them and squashed it. Leave it alone. Don't go and stir up more trouble. So where's the honor in you? Right. And now the dude that I spoke to, he gonna look at me. Right. Your word ain't nothing.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Take his garment that is surety for a stranger.
Take his garment that is a surety for a stranger.
And take a pledge of him for a stranger.
You know what a pledge is? A pledge is something that was given off of collateral. Right. The pledge was given from the person that was borrowing.
Right.
When you come to borrow, I'm supposed to bring a pledge and give you until I'm able to pay you back. This is why you got people knocking down your door. Yo, man, it's 2 weeks, 3 weeks is a month. Yo, man, are you going to pay me my money? Now, I ain't going to knock down your door. If you gave me this chain, gave me a big heavy chain, something that's worth something, I'm going to sit home all day. You keep the money, I'll wait. I got something of value here.
I know I'm not.
And I know, and I know it's back. And again, I know you want it back.
Okay.
I know you want it back. And this is the fulfilling of the commandments of God. When you come to borrow, you must give a pledge. That was the way. That was the order. Don't come and borrow and don't bring no pledge. Don't come and borrow and don't bring no pledge. Tom C.
Pay me back, bro.
Tom C.
Bread of deceit is sweet to a man.
Bread of deceit is sweet to a man. Oh, yes, it is. Bread of deceit is sweet to a man.
But afterward his mouth shall be filled with gravel.
Okay, now bread of deceit are choice lies that are sweet in the beginning, but later it's like a mouthful of gravel. You pay for it later on in life. That is the result of lying. Painful and sometimes fatal. All because you couldn't reveal the truth. That's painful, Tom C.
Every purpose is established by counsel.
Every purpose is established by counsel.
First.
Sometimes we need to sit down and have counsel before this situation
go down. What you think?
Right.
Say what you think.
Right? Go ahead.
And with good advice, make war.
And with good advice, make war. That's right.
He that goes about as a talebearer.
He that goes about is a lakil. Lakil is a slanderer. A slanderer is a person that slander. It means the making of false statements that damages another reputation. I will say things about you with no proof. I don't have no proof about what I'm saying. Okay? Go ahead, read.
Every purpose is established by counsel, and with good advice, make war. He that goeth about as a talebearer revealeth secrets. Therefore, meddle not with him that flattereth with his lips.
He said, don't deal with this dude. This dude always talking. He run his mouth. He talk too much. Don't deal with him. Go ahead.
Whoso curseth his father or his mother, his lamp shall be put out in obscure darkness.
You hear that? Whoso curseth his father or his mother.
Explain to
He
this.
said his lamp.
Explain to them what curse means.
What curse means. his lamp shall be put out in obscure darkness. So what is the word for curse? Qualel.
They think it's the SHAT.
No. Qualel, right? Qualel means curse. When you look up the definition of curse, it means to utter imprecation. To utter imprecation is something rude, angry, or hostile said to or about someone. You hear what curse means?
That's right.
To curse your parents means to utter imprecation. Imprecation means what? When you say something rude, angry, or in a hostile manner.
Watch yourself. Watch yourself.
Good.
Come on, mama. Watch yourself.
I ain't do that.
You hear this, man?
Oh,
You hear this, man? I gotta repeat this again.
please do.
Talk about
I
it,
gotta
bro.
repeat this again. It says, whoso curseth his father or his mother, his lamp shall be put out in obscure darkness. You know what obscure darkness is? That's that darkness that light can't penetrate.
Talk about it, brother.
I said, that's that darkness that light can't penetrate.
That's right.
Okay? Imprecation means what? Imprecation is something that is said rude, angry, or in a hostile manner.
That's right. Watch your tone when you around your
You
parents.
gotta watch your tone. You gotta watch how you talk. You can't speak to your parents in an angry manner. That's
Yeah.
that's deep. And God is showing us
Come on, man.
how to deliver ourselves from ourselves by revealing these things, by showing us the things that we have done in our life that cause us to slip into darkness, that cause us to be unwanted of God. Go ahead, Tom C.
An inheritance may be gotten hastily at the beginning,
An inheritance is gotten hastily, real quick in the beginning, Tom C.
but the end thereof shall not be blessed.
Shall not be blessed. Read.
Say not thou, I will recompense evil.
Say not thou, I will recompense evil. I'm going to pay. I'm going to revenge. I'm going to revenge this.
I'm gonna do the same
Huh?
thing to you.
You know, God guide the feet of his saints.
That's correct.
When Nabal did what he did, King David was going back to wipe everything out. But God stopped him, which means to avenge yourself against your own is held in high regards with God. Because we serve the same God.
That's why I'm gonna leave you alone.
Forget the fact of this or the other. You're bald in your head. You're doing this. We serve the same God.
That's why I'm gonna leave
And
you
when you
alone.
do certain things, we have to be careful of who we are taking vengeance
That's why I ain't gonna
against.
tear your head off.
So I have to leave this alone.
That's why
I have to leave you in the eye, in the hands
In
of
the hands of
God.
God. That's why I ain't gonna tear your head off. Let God do that.
Tom C.
Clown.
Say not thou, I will recompense evil,
Say
but
not
wait
thou,
on the
huh?
Lord, and he shall save.
That's right. Wait on God, and God will take care of that.
Yeah.
Tom C.
Diverse weights are an abomination unto the
Divers
Lord.
weights are an abomination unto God. When you have 20-pound weights, and it's not 20 pounds, it's 10.
Talk about
It's 10.
and you charging them for 20.
You got a sack. You got a sack, and I got a sack. I go in your sack, take a little bit out of your sack, and put in my sack,
That's great.
so I can have more. No good.
I'll tap your stack before I bring it upstairs.
Right. There you go.
Put a quarter two in my pocket.
You done tapped the sack.
Hey, can
Oh,
I get
you
some,
came
bro?
up to get
You
some,
stole
brother.
it.
Oh, man.
You stole it.
Can I get some, bro?
You stole it.
Tom sheet.
And a false balance is not good.
False balance is not good. Uh-huh.
Man's goings are of the Lord.
Man's goings are of God. Huh? A man's steps is of God. Listen. How can a man then understand his own ways? A man's goings, it means a man's steps. And even though God directs your steps, guess what? We still gonna fail. You still
It's
fall.
already destined.
Even while God is directing your steps, because what? He's when you fall, most of the time, God is testing you. He's guiding you towards it to see what's the outcome, how you're going to react, what you're going to do, what you're going to say. Okay? Go ahead, read.
Man's goings are of the Lord. How can a man then understand his own
You
way?
ain't going to understand what you did.
don't understand what you
You ain't going to understand how you moved.
You don't even know why you did.
Because God done directed you.
They ain't saying nothing. They're gonna sit there quiet.
That's right.
Possessed. Nigga was quiet and possessed.
Tom Sheen.
It is a snare to the man who devoureth that which is holy.
It is a snare to a man.
So that's
It is a snare to a man who devoureth that which is holy. Okay? Devour it means to speak rashly. To speak rashly of holy. To speak rashly of, right? After vows to inquire. To watch what you then. Tom Sheet.
Verse 26. A wise king scattereth the wicked.
A wise king scattereth the wicked. Go ahead.
And bringeth the wheel over them.
And bringeth the wheel over them. He scattered them and burned it and come down on them. Make them work. Make them put them to work. Go do this. Go do the other. Go do this. Go push this. Go do this over here. Go ahead.
The spirit of man is the candle of the Lord.
The spirit of man is the candle of God. That little small, that's you know where you get from that? That small little light, a section of God, that spirit that we got in us.
That is the breath.
It's the amount. It's the spirit is like the amount of that candle, that light is that small little section. Okay, that's called the nishmat, which is the breath of God that God blew into Adam, and he didn't have that activated
no more.
and he had to blow no breath into nobody ever again because that life was transferred through DNA through the rib. Transferred through DNA through the rib. Top shit.
The spirit of man is the candle of the Lord, searching all the inward parts.
The spirit of man is the candle of God, searching all the inward parts of the belly. Okay, what is the inward parts? The word for inward is keded. It means inward parts, most private and deeply felt of thoughts or feelings. Right? And that's where it stays. The inward parts is what you have in you.
The innermost
feelings. Right? It's the innermost heart of man, testing all your thoughts, right? Feelings, desires by God's law, approving some and condemning others according as they agree with it or not. Tom Sheet.
Mercy and truth preserveth the king.
Wait,
His throne is
28, right? Yeah. Mercy and truth. Tom Sheet.
Mercy and truth preserveth the king.
Mercy and truth preserveth the king.
And his throne is upholded by mercy.
Mercy and truth preserveth the king. These are also the characteristics of God. Mercy and truth preserveth the king. Read. And his throne is upholded by mercy. His throne. Oh man. The word for preserve is zitru. Mercy and truth guards the king. By the king being merciful and truthful, those are the things that supports and guard. Take Brandon out.
I'm on Brandon.
Mercy and truth preserve the king, and his throne is upholden by mercy. The word for upholden, it means to support, to aid, to strengthen. Okay? The glory of young men is their strength. And the beauty of old men is the gray hair. The blueness of a wound, cleansing away evil. I said the blueness of a wound, clear it. The word for blueness in the Hebrew is Kabudot. Kabudot means what? Kabudot means what? Stripes, wounds, blows, that the rebuke that cause you to depart from evil. So when you get these blows, it causes immediate changes. It's supposed to cause immediate changes. The chastisement of God is supposed to cause immediate changes, but we're not changing. There are no changes in us. Okay? Tamshi.
So do stripes the inward parts of the belly.
Okay, go to Joshua 24. Go to Joshua chapter 24. Got it?
Got it.
Tamshi.
Joshua chapter 24. And Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem, and called for the elders of Israel, and for their heads, and for their judges, and for their officers, and they presented themselves before God. Joshua said unto all the people, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood in old times.
Your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood in old times. Nahor. Terah had 3 sons. Nahor, Abraham, and Haran. And his 3 sons served gods of wood and stone. But there was one man that God saw faithfulness in. That was Abraham. But God did not appear to Abraham until after the death of his father. Okay? Then when God appeared to him, you know what God told him?
Get away from him.
He said, get up and away from your family, from your kindred, from your family, from your brothers, from your sisters. Your father's not there to honor no more. Okay? There's no obligation there.
That's right.
Your aunts and your uncles and your parents and your mothers and all these people, not your mother, your family
No obligation.
that don't regard God, it's time to put a separation between you and them.
Get away
Because
from him.
we don't live the same.
Right.
We don't live the same. We don't respect the same. You don't respect the same thing I respect.
That's right.
So God commanded him to separate himself from his family.
That's right.
That was pure dedication to God.
Especially on Friday nights, man.
Okay? Go ahead.
Separate.
Even Terah, the father of Abraham, and the father of Nahor.
Nahor. And they served other gods. The word for other gods is akare. And I'm going to close the book. How do you serve other gods? You don't have to be in the church to serve other gods. You don't have to, all you got to do to go after, it means subsequent to.
Be the same as.
Subsequent to means to have the same views of, which means you look at this situation the same way Darcel look at it. Heathens look at it. You have the same outlook of this situation like Americans. All right? To resemble. You look like them. You dress like them.
Talk about it.
They got on the tuxedo, you got on the tuxedo. You got on the suit and tie, I wear a suit and tie.
Yeah.
They got on
Why do I resemble the heathens?
They got on a Louis Vuitton
means-
suit. You got on a Louis Vuitton
Which
suit.
means we look the same and you're going after their gods.
Like a
See,
nigga.
a person, you can depict and you can tell the gods of a person or what God they serve by how they dress.
What they call Moses at the water.
They called him an Egyptian.
Talk about
I said they called him an Egyptian.
Talk
So you can tell what God this man served by how he looked and how he dressed.
The whole camp got
That's
sent.
why they looked at Moses and they called him an Egyptian. But Moses wasn't no Egyptian. He dressed like an Egyptian. But we take this lightly.
That's right.
Brothers got something against putting on garments.
They in that
For
sacrifice.
God's sake, it's the Shabbat. Put on the garment as well
yeah.
Shabbat.
Put on your beginning.
I done seen hands and leaders try to enforce garments, and it caused a war. It caused an uproar in the camp and a big separation.
Like you committed sin.
God say you an enemy.
Sacrifice is preparing us for those that wear strange
Apparel.
Right.
Conformity means to adapt oneself to the standards or customs, to be in agreement with form, to be in agreement with manners, to be in agreement with character. What is form? Form means your fashion. How's your dress? Manner means your custom. Character means the way you think tells me your character. Your settled habits becomes your character. Anything that you do habitually, over and over, it tends to become your character. That's why God said, continue to read these laws over and over. Fulfill these commandments constantly, over and over, and then you will change your character. I was not like this before. You can change your character by fulfilling these commandments and doing these things over and over and over. Now these laws have become a part of you now. Now this has become a part of me. Now this is me.
Just like the Caesar has become a part of you.
This is me. And with that, I already got what was bought. Caesar. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom. And I'm going to call up the next speaker, a teacher indeed, to Chief Abraham, to say a few words before we close out.
How the whole camp got Caesars, brother.
This man has became the permanent closeout man.
No, not permanent. Not permanent.
Brother, you got Caesar up underneath that turban?
No, brother, no, brother. My hair's just short from being wet.
Okay. Caesar win.
First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to El Shaddai, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows his love and kindness and possesses all things. The Lord of hosts is his name, Baruch Shalom.
Baruch Shalom.
Give due respect to my father, leader in Israel, my mother in Israel, brothers and sisters, chief men, princes, family, a whole house of Israel. I say to you, Shabbat Shalom again. Go to, let's hit some of that. Let's hit a couple of verses of the law first. Deuteronomy 27. Let's skip down to, because I ain't got much time, so skip down to verse 17. No, verse 18. What book?
Deuteronomy chapter
chapter
27, verse 18.
27, verse 18.
Cursed be he that maketh the blind to wander out of the way. And all the people shall say, so be it.
So be it.
Cursed be he that maketh the blind to wander out of the way. Where all these self-made teachers came from? All you need is some Wi-Fi,
Internet.
and an iPhone or a Galaxy. Prop it up, and you're a teacher. Where all these teachers come from?
Shave face.
Where all these self-made teachers come from? If you're on a Beamer and you're teaching that we can celebrate Mother's Day, you're leading the blind astray.
That's right.
We coming to see.
That's right.
If you're on the Beamer teaching people
That's right.
and you're shaved up,
Say it again, brother.
you're leading the bride astray. You're a teacher. You should be the example.
Yeah.
If you're a teacher and you come up to teach in a t-shirt,
Bald-headed freak.
no fringes, no ID,
Yeah,
no
talk about it.
identification saying that you serve the God of Abraham, Isaac, and
Yeah,
Jacob,
talk about it.
you are leading the blind astray.
That's right.
Read the next verse.
Yeah, talk about
No,
it.
no, matter of fact, no, you're not going to read that next verse. Go to, stay on there, but we're going to dip into, I want to go a little more into that verse. Go to Exodus 18, verse 21. Yeah, Exodus 18, verse 21. We're going to go back to this one more verse.
Exodus 18,
Verse 21.
verse 21. Exodus chapter 18, verse 21.
Now, this ain't no light thing to do. My father always taught me that. I remember my father put me on this Beamer. I was in high school. And then me and Nasi, Zakaria, the one that's typing in Don Blanco, Nasi Zakaria, right? We started at the same time. He was older than me. I was in high school. And as the weeks prevailed, my father said, yo, sit down. You need to read more. He continued. This place, this spot,
to teach the people is not a light thing. It's not light at all.
Stand above the people.
You stand above the people. You have to be on a certain level to become a teacher. You have to be on a certain level to go on this beamer.
Be the message.
All right?
Sing.
Read Exodus 18:21.
Exodus chapter 18, verse 21. Moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people able men.
Okay, so this is Jethro, right?
That's right.
Talking to Moses. Because Moses was standing up all day handling all the problems.
All the matters.
So Jethro like, he's
Gonna kill him.
He's gonna kill him. He said, I'm gonna go give this man some advice. And that's his father-in-law. He listened to his father-in-law. What did he say?
Thou shalt provide out of all the people able men.
Able men.
Such as fear God.
Such as fear God.
Men of truth.
Men of truth.
Hating covetousness.
Hating covetousness.
And place.
Stop right there.
Qualifications of an officer.
These are the qualifications of an officer. These are the qualifications of a man that stand before the people and get on this beamer and teach people. Not anybody can come up here and teach.
That's right.
All right? Able men. These are men with the capacity and ability to be leaders and judges. Such as fear God. They should have a deep respect and reverence for God and his laws. Men of truth. They should be honest and truthful in their dealings. Hating covetousness. They should be free from greed and desire for dishonest gain.
You can't buy that.
Yeah.
These are the type of men that goes on the beamer.
Yeah.
Able men. All right. Now go back to Deuteronomy. Go read that next verse. 27,
27.
verse 19 now.
Deuteronomy 27, verse 19. Cursed be he that perverted the judgment of the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. And all the people shall say, so be it.
So be it. You cannot change the judgment of the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. So when we sitting in here, and most of us be black, right? If a white man come in here or a Puerto Rican come in here, you can't treat them different than you treat everybody else.
That's right.
You got to give them the same judgment, the same treatment that you give everybody else.
Right.
Okay? He's God's people as much as you are God's people.
That's right.
Stop the separation just because of the color of somebody's skin. Stop it.
That's right.
I ain't saying treat.
God is not with it. God is not with that.
That's right.
All right? Let's go to who did. Let's go to who did. I'm going to bring up 2 more points and that's it. In the Apocrypha, who did? Chapter 5. Go to verse 5.
Who did chapter 5?
Go to verse 5. All right, so you got it? Verse 5. All right, so real quick, I'll give you a rundown of what's going on in the region of who did. It's around the time, was that Nebuchadnezzar, right? Yeah, Nebuchadnezzar. That was around the time of Nebuchadnezzar. He was running the world. And he had his top captain was Holofernes. Holofernes, his top captain, right? These guys are taking over the world. They're killing everybody. Ammonites, they're taking over that, killing everybody. When he got to Jerusalem, and he peeped, they ain't giving up. Holofernes asked, like, yo, who these people that live in Jerusalem? Yeah. A man out of Moab and Ammon. He was a captain out of Moab and Ammon named Achior, my man. Achior came and was like, yo, he was with them. He was with Holofernes. He was like, I explained to you who these people are. He said, I explained to you who these people are. Now, Achior just came up and about to explain to Holofernes.
Then said Achior, the captain of the sons of Ammon, let my Lord now hear a word from the mouth of my servant, and I will declare unto thee the truth concerning this people which dwelleth near thee, and inhabit the hill countries, and there shall no lie come out of the mouth of thy servant. This people are descendant of the Chaldeans.
Descendant of the Chaldees. That's Abraham.
That's right.
From Ur and the Chaldees. That's Abraham. You started from the jump, from the beginning.
And they sojourned heretofore in Mesopotamia because they would not follow the gods of their fathers.
That's Abraham. God stopped him from following the God of his fathers. Literally, his father. Right.
Which were in the land of Chaldea.
That's right.
For they left the way of their ancestors and worshiped the God of heaven, the God whom they knew. So they cast them out from the face of their gods, and they fled into Mesopotamia and sojourned there many days.
Okay, now we go. That trickled down to Jacob. Now, Jacob did a lot of moving around. When he went to Laban, when he was in Shechem and all that. Go ahead, read.
Then their God commanded them to depart from the place where they sojourned
Uh-huh.
and go into the land of Canaan,
Okay.
Where
Now,
they
now
dwelt.
we with the 12 sons of Israel. Okay.
where they dwelt, and were increased with gold, and silver, and very much cattle.
We came up from Laban. Y'all forgot? And, no, we
Oh,
came
yeah.
up from Shechem. When we spoiled them.
Shechem.
Yeah, we came up from Shechem. Read.
But when a famine covered all the land of Canaan,
Okay.
they went down into Egypt
Mhm.
and sojourned there, while they were nourished, and became there a great multitude, so that one could not number their nation.
Okay.
Verse 11. Therefore the king of Egypt rose up against them,
Mhm.
and dealt subtly with them, and brought them low with laboring in brick, and made them slaves.
So 10 plagues coming up.
And they cried unto their God,
Mhm.
and he smote all the land of Egypt with incurable plagues,
Yeah, 10 plagues. 10
so that the
plagues.
Egyptians cast them out of their sight.
Uh-huh.
And God dried the Red Sea before them,
Uh-huh.
and brought them to Mount Sinai,
Mhm.
and Kadesh Barnea,
Mhm.
and cast forth all that dwelt in the wilderness,
Okay.
so that they dwelt in the land of the Amorites, and they destroyed by their strength all of them of Heshbon, passing over Jordan, they possessed all the hill country.
Okay. So he running it down who these people are. Go ahead.
And they cast forth before them the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Jebusite, the Sychemite, and the Girgashite, and they dwelt in the country many days.
That's Joshua when we crossed the Jordan and we went and we killed all those people out there. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
And whilst they sinned not,
Okay, now this is the juicy part. This is the juicy part. We all go to war. We all have war. And whether it's physical war, like with man, whether it's you going to court with the government, whether you fighting for your apartment, you fighting for that, all that is ways of war. Okay, read this again. Read it. Read that again.
and whilst they sinned not
He
before
said,
their
while
God,
those people sin not
before their God,
before their God,
they prospered.
he said, but if you don't sin, you prosper.
You gonna prosper.
He said, those people, listen, man, as long as they don't sin, they win. They win. Go ahead.
Because the God that hated iniquity was with them.
He said, the God that hated iniquity by
Yeah.
who was like thee, O Lord. He said, the God
No.
that hated iniquity is with them. So as long as they're not sinning, oh, you don't want to fight with them. You don't want beef with them.
Leave them alone.
You don't want to take them to court, Mr. Landlord. Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Leave them alone.
Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want to go to war with them, Mr. Gangsters outside, Mr. Heathens. You don't want them. You don't want no smoke with them when they're not sinning. Read.
But when they departed from the way which he appointed them, they were destroyed in many battles.
Okay. So stop right there. So when you sin, that's when you lose. That's how you lose. The Most High God is not with you. So it's safe to say, if God ain't with you, you're gonna lose. We need God. We need El Shaddai in all battles, in all things. So we cannot sin.
Can't afford to sin.
We can't afford to sin. No, never. Okay? Keep that in mind. Last part. Go to chapter 8 and start from verse 11.
Who did? You said who did 8?
Something you did in your past.
That
Ain't no
nice.
sometime.
Yo,
You
he
with
said my teacher here, Shama said, sometimes when you sin, you ain't sinning.
When you sin,
You're not sinning, but
Get it
things
right.
still happen to you because what you did before.
Yeah, you have to answer for
You ain't
that.
paid for that.
You still paying.
You gotta answer for
When
that.
I was in high school, and my mother told me not to cut school, and I said, man, forget you. And I slammed the door, and I went out there and I said, I ain't paid for that. I ain't paid for that yet. Nothing happened to me. Oh, now 10 years later, something happened. Yeah. All right. Let's
Decide
go.
to walk right with God.
That's right.
Come at you. Wow.
That's right.
Happens like that.
Now, I'm almost done. Just 2 more verses. We're gonna trickle it down, right? So the time of who did. I mean, we're gonna trickle it down. I went down a few verses, a few chapters. So talking about chapter 8, verse 11. Now, who did? She was a strong woman. Who did was a strong woman. She fasted all the days of her life. When her husband died, she fasted all the days of her life, except Shabbat, new moon, and feast days. Strong woman, right? So before I talk about her, right? So I'm gonna forward the story real quick. 2 minutes, y'all. Achior said that to Holofernes. Holofernes' men started murmuring against Achior, like, man, what are you talking about? Oh, they God fight for them and they don't sin. He said, you God of Nebuchadnezzar. Yo, kill him. So they got mad at what he said, and they wanted to kill Achior. So they bound him up and threw him to the Israelites and said, you're going to die with the Israelites. We ain't going to kill you here. You're going to die with the Israelites. They tied him up to do it with the Israelites. So when they tied him up to do it with the Israelites came, got him, and was like, oh, what happened? He told them what happened. They was like, all right, you stay with us. Stay with us. We got you. They came up with a great plan. The Israelites were small in number. They deep. There's thousands and hundreds of thousands of them. They say, yo, listen, we're going to surround their water. And this way they can't drink. They're on the mountains. They want us to come up to the mountains and fight them. He said, nah, that's how they're going to win. Their God is the God of the mountains. He said, nah. He said, yo, make them come down. We're going to cover their water. They got to get thirsty. Days went by. We started getting thirsty. We can't come down because they surrounded the water. You know what they said? They said, yo, almost high. They said they went to the top dogs in Israel and said, yo, listen, we give up. Tell Holofernes and Nebuchadnezzar, we're going to serve them because we thirsty. We're going to die of thirst. Our children are going to die of thirst, everything. The top dog, you know what he said? I forgot his name. You know what he said? He said, all right, listen, give us 5 days. You said, give us 5 days, and we're going to see if El Shaddai going to deliver us. If God will deliver us, I'm going to do what y'all say, the people. All right? Now, you would think that was a good thing to say, right? No. Read.
And they came unto her, and she said unto them, hear me now, O ye governors.
This who did talking. No.
Hear me now, O ye governors of the inhabitants of Bethula, for your words that you have spoken before the people this day are not right.
Uh-oh. She talking to the top dogs that said, give God 5 days. Read.
For your words that you have spoken before the people this day are not right, touching this oath which ye have made, and pronounced between God and you, and have promised to deliver the city to our enemies, unless within these days the Lord turn to help you. And now who are you that have tempted God this day?
You tempt God saying that. See, this is how you learn. This is how you learn. This is how you learn to move before God. This is how you learn to pray before God. This is how you learn how to make deals before God. This is how you move to act. This is how you learn how to act before God when you're in trouble. She said, nah, you can't do that. Read.
And now who are you that have tempted God this day and stand instead of God amongst the children of men? And now try the Lord Almighty,
so
but you shall never know nothing.
So you tried them.
For you cannot find the depth of the heart of man, neither can you perceive the things that he thinketh. You don't know what's in the heart of man. So then how can you search out God? You can't search out God. What you mean by that? That has made all these things and known his mind or comprehend his purpose. Nay, my brethren, provoke not the Lord our God to anger. For if he will not help us within these few days. She said if God will not help us within these 5 days, he has power to defend us when he will. He got power. He defend us whenever. You can't put a boundary on God. You don't put a time limit on God. Who are you? Who are you? No, you don't do that. Read. Even every day or to destroy us before our enemies. She said, even any day. She said, or if El Shaddai, if he wanted to get us destroyed, then so be it. That's what it is. Right. You don't put a time in on God. If God don't answer me by the time I go to court, I'm going to do this. Yeah, I'm going to eat the abomination. Say it correct. Can't do that. Go ahead, please. Do not bind the counsels of the Lord our God. For God is not as man. He said God is not like man. That he may be threatened. He can't threaten God. Neither is he as the son of man that he should be wavering. You can't threaten God, man. So I don't care how much time. I don't care how much you fasting. I don't care how much sackcloth you wear. You gotta give them time to work. You know, at this time they put sackcloth around the altar. It was not playing. The animals come in. They snatch the animals and put sackcloth on them. I don't care how much time sackcloth you wear. I don't care how much you fast. You gotta get time to work. I don't care how much you don't sin. You wait on El Shaddai. Wait on the Lord. Wait patient. We wait on the Lord. Do ya? That's to be the name of the Most High God. That's a very good point. Hell yeah. Can't box God in. That's right. You gotta give God time to work. And we don't do Caesars. We don't do Caesar. Let your bed grow. Let your bed grow.